Yeah, they hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly, yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation, now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Swatting all black like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. I ain't make it this far for myself, yeah. I had to prove to everybody else, I had to set them straight, yeah. I had to ball, so I had to renovate, I know. They hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate. Ooh, yeah. Why they wanna bring me down? So much drip, yeah, I almost drowned in it. I see the fashion lights, make sure the fashion right. Yeah, I'm in my bag tonight. Yeah. Ooh, I might just pull up before it. Watch out, the engine is roaring. It's too loud, you can ignore it. Yeah, yeah.
Salute. We got a few people in the building. Good morning, my people. Hope I'm coming in clear. If I'm not, let me know. Salute, Eddie. Salute here for boxing. Honey Young came in a little bit earlier, setting the day off with some questions and whatnot. It is what it is. Man, boxing, guys, you know you love it. You love it like I love it. This is what the sport is all about. It's fight week. It's definitely fight week. One of the biggest cards, maybe in history, but at least of this era, the biggest fight, most competitive card that's been put together from my eyes in the longest time, right? In the longest time. And, cards like this, people sometimes say is just a little too perfect, right? When you got cards like this, it's stacked, is something is expected to go wrong, possibly, right? I mean, something's expected to go wrong. You never wanted to be the fight you wanted, that you wanted to see. You don't know where it's going to happen. Is it going to be technical difficulties? Is somebody going to get sick? Is somebody going to get injured? Right? Somebody going to just pull out of a fight. When you're putting big events like this together, but look, when you have a card this stacked, no pun intended, one monkey can't stop the show, won't stop the show. But we're gonna talk about it, right? A lot has happened. A lot of news has come out in the past 24 hours. We had Floyd Schofield pull out of a fight with Shakur Stevenson. Supposedly he got sick. I'll share with you guys my thoughts, what I believe has happened, what I understand as far as information out there that's circulating that's happened. We'll talk about that, obviously. And of course, this show today is going to be pretty much mostly just dedicated to this card. I mean, we got to break down these fights. It's a lot of fights to go through. Most cards that get built up, guys, what do? We pick like the main event, maybe a fight or two that we see on the card that we want to keep our eye on. But for the most part, we don't cover the whole card. Who has time for that, right? But at the end of the day, this card is a special card. Every single one of these fights deserves some attention, and we're going to try to do that today on the show. And of course, at the end of the show, we'll open up the panel. I know there's a lot of shows going on right now. Everybody trying to cover the news, right? We're trying to do the same thing. So everybody who is here in the building, man, salute to you guys. Clap it up for yourself. Clap it up for yourself. I appreciate you guys, man. Salute to you guys for being here with me. Always remember to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you're not subscribed yet to the channel. We got a lot to cook on today, and we're going to start off, obviously, with the elephant in the room. This posting comes out, guys, yesterday afternoon, about midday. This posting comes out letting us know that the card is changing a little bit from what we thought it was going to be. The Ring magazine puts out this tweet yesterday saying, and I'll read it word for word, why not, right? It says, the Ring has learned that WBC lightweight champion Shakur Stevenson is currently hunting for a late replacement. Floyd Schofield has fallen ill and will be pulling out of the fight by the British Boxing Board of Control. That's important. We're going to talk about it because the British Boxing Board of Control getting involved in this kind of sheds a light on this thing in a whole different way, right? Because I understand that a lot of people feel like Schofield pulled out of this fight, right? Or is ducking Shakur. And that may very well may be true, right? We don't know, right? But that's kind of more of a speculation thing more than actual facts. But what's an actual big fact in this whole entire situation is that the British Boxing Board of Control has gotten involved in this. And we got to figure out why would they get involved in it. No time for games to be played when a sanctioned body or a athletic commission of some sort, which is what this British Boxing Board of Control, I think, serves as for the UK boxers, gets involved in it, then this gets a little bit deeper. So we'll talk about that. But at the end of the day, finishing this off to say, according to a source, two of the options being considered include Musa Gollum and Josh Padley. We know this morning that Josh Padley is going to be the replacement for Schofield. We'll talk about Josh Padley as well. He does serve his purpose. Came off of a pretty shocking upset against Mark Chamberlain on a past Anthony Joshua Dubois card. We'll talk about him as well, being that Mark Chamberlain was a big up and coming fighter. Really was supposed to be right in the conversation in the lightweight division and got upsetted by Josh Padley. So we'll talk about it. Who is Josh Padley? We'll get into all of that, obviously, right? So it is what it is. Where did this start off at, guys? Yesterday, where did we find out that something weird was going on? Well, first of all, since the beginning of this whole entire process and this whole build up to this fight when it comes to Floyd Schofield and Shakur Stevenson, it's been somewhat messy, somewhat exciting, but at the end of the day, filled with ups and downs. It's been a roller coaster ride with this whole entire build up to this fight. From the moment that the fight got, from before the fight got put together, with the way Floyd Schofield Sr. was kind of calling out, not just Shakur, all of the top fighters in the 135-pound weight class division. The boxing space pushing back at the idea that Floyd Schofield would be ready for these big fights, and really just putting a lot of heat and pressure on Senior, saying, calm down, slow down, let your son develop a little bit. You're trying to push him in all these situations, but he kept doing it. And even though everybody made fun of him, he got into it with content creators, he got into it with other boxers, he got into it with everybody across the space. They made fun of him. But look, at the end of the day, it was somewhat of a victory, because what did it add up to? He got Shakur Stevenson's attention and got Shakur Stevenson to get a fight. So, look, at the end of the day, it kind of worked out, right? It kind of worked out, or one might, look, let's keep talking about it, right? Let's keep building it. At the end of the day, all the buildup coming up into this situation ends up, we know Floyd Schofield Jr. didn't show up to the press conference in the UK and England, said he had problems with his passport. We're going to talk about that as well, because I think that's another part of this situation that may not age well with the boxing space, is the idea of how Senior's been carrying it and acting and pointing fingers throughout this whole entire process. But in that situation, saying that his passport may have been tampered with, thought he smelt foul play in the air, kind of shared with the space what he thought about it. But now here we are. We saw Schofield Jr. in Riyadh, and that, I think, brought a lot of optimism to the whole situation. From an interview that I saw with Floyd Schofield Jr. saying that he was actually in Riyadh season for going on 3 weeks at the time. So he got there early, was acclimating to the space, should have been getting ready for this fight. Really, if you want to get ready for a fight, you see a fighter move around that way, you got to say to yourself, all right, the fighter's taking it seriously and everything that needs to be done is being done. Then we see the actual grand arrivals yesterday. And if you were paying attention, some people weren't. Everybody came out, but Floyd Schofield Jr. no-showed the grand arrivals. That's probably where it all got crazy. And then this crazy tweet comes out about him being sick. And now we have pictures of Floyd Schofield Jr. Circulating throughout the space in the hospital. He seems to be sick, The British board, boxing board of control said, listen, man, we can't have this kid in the fight. He's been pulled out the fight. It is what it is. Floyd Schofield Jr. poisoned, supposedly, or a bad weight cut. Is it a bad weight cut? We got to talk about it, right? We got to talk about it. Floyd Schofield Sr. calls out foul play. He says, he screams out foul play. He's been screaming foul play out since the whole entire beginning of this thing, right? Let's be honest. Since the beginning of this whole entire process, Floyd Schofield Sr. has been pushing foul play as a key intangible in the preparation of his son for this fight, and pushing out a narrative that somehow this represented some sort of fear or anxiety coming from the Shakur Stevenson side of the conversation. I'll be frank with you, right? Me personally, I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid. I don't see any reason why Shakur Stevenson should be scared of Floyd Schofield. Leave it to Floyd Schofield. He'll let you know that they've had some heated sparring wars, and he's had sparring wars with his son, preparing all the champions in the division to become champions, and that these fighters know things that we just aren't, we're not aware of, right, guys? We're not in the sparring sessions. We're not behind the scenes. We don't know what's going on. According to Schofield Sr., this is the reason why the fear is there. And that the reality is that Shakur Stevenson and all the champions at 135 really don't want any problems with Floyd Schofield Jr. He is a phenom. He is a what's the word a prodigy, right, of boxing. Junior is a prodigy. He's the reincarnation of Sugar Ray Robinson. He's the reincarnation of well, I'm trying to think about the people who've passed, of Muhammad Ali, right? He's the reincarnation of all these great fighters, and is a one of a kind, one in a lifetime, or one in every 100 years kind of boxer, and that the people that he's been in the ring with are aware of that, right? That's what the story is, according to Floyd Schofield Sr. That's what he'd have you believe, right? Shout out to Tay. Tay say, Clay, what do you think happened? We about to get into it. I'm going to tell you what I think happened. And I'm going to tell you because not only do I think this has happened, but I think this is going to affect, obviously, the trajectory of where Floyd Schofield Jr. goes at this point. And he's been we're going to talk about it. He's been hanging back for a while, and this may have altered and is going to alter a lot of things that the Schofields are trying to put together, right? So I digress. I return and bring it full circle back to Senior calls out foul play. He says that this is what's happened, and it looks like the ranting is not aging well, right? Because let's say for a moment here, and I'm gonna say that I believe Floyd Schofield Jr. is in fact physically ill. I believe that. That's what I believe it's going on, right? The question is, why is he physically ill? Why is Floyd Schofield physically ill? Because he's in the hospital. I don't believe that Saudi Arabia, that the hospital in Saudi Arabia, that the medical professionals, that the people building this event give two shits about Floyd Schofield Jr. to the point to where they would set him up in a fake hospital room, hook him up to hospital equipment, and try to push out this narrative that this kid is sick. I'm fully buying into Schofield being sick, physically unable to fight on Saturday. But why is he unable to fight? Why is he unable to fight? Ladies and gentlemen, it's clear it's the weight cut for me. It's the weight cut. Schofield Jr. is having a hard time making 135 pounds, guys. He's having a hard time doing it, and I think he's been a big 135 pounder for a long time in that division. I believe that Schofield Sr. has been campaigning for Floyd Schofield Jr. to get into some title fights, trying to build his son up, get him some accolades at 135, knowing for sure that every fight that Floyd Schofield Jr. has had at 135 was closer and getting closer to his last fight. And in fact, he'd have to go up to 140. He was trying to make something happen for Schofield Jr. at 135 is what I believe. I believe Jr. went out there early. I believe he's been having a hard time cutting this weight for a minute now. And I believe all this ranting that Senior's been doing is not going to age well when everybody looks back at this idea. That's what I believe. All right. Now, I can't sit here and prove it per se. Obviously, you know what I mean? This is me speculating on what it looks like to me. It looks like like Junior's been dealing with some weight cut issues. And the British boxing, I can never say their name. Let me get their name again. The actual British, what is their name, man?
British Boxing Commission or internet. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, the British Boxing Board of Control. Right? The British Boxing Board of Control have a different way of handling this weight issue over there. They actually have periodic weight. They check your weight like a week before, like 2 weeks before the fight, a week before the fight, days before the fight, before the weigh-in. They want to make sure that you're losing the weight in a healthy way. They don't want you losing 20 pounds in 24 hours or 48 hours. So I believe they couldn't make the weight. I believe in the spirit of trying to make the weight, because guys, look, they made it. This is the biggest show on earth right now, as far as boxing is concerned, the biggest stage, not to mention the amount of money that these guys were looking to make here. I'm telling you guys, people can move in a direction of he was going to pull out from this fight from the beginning. He knew he wasn't going to make this fight happen. I'm not drinking that Kool-Aid. The payday alone was worth the risk. And then not to mention flying out to Saudi Arabia, getting put on this stage was going to give Floyd Schofield Jr. huge exposure. This kid wanted to fight. His father, we can talk about that later as to whether or not Senior really wanted to fight as bad as Junior wanted to fight, or vice versa. But they tried to make the weight, cutting the weight very, very aggressively, hence this snack, right? Snack getting involved in the situation. These are all pointing towards the direction of these guys were trying to lose a lot of weight in a little bit of time, and they couldn't get it done. And ultimately, to his own demise, well, not demise, but you know what I'm saying, to his own health, cutting his nose off to spite his own face, and then putting himself into a situation that ultimately debilitated him and put him in a bad spot. Right. I'm gonna take a second. First of all, salute to my co-host Ray.
I got a nice little twist to that conversation you just had. I know you got to take a second if you want me to build on it. No problem. I hate throwing this out there. You know what I mean? I hate speculation. I hate putting things in the air that don't need to be. But isn't it ironic that Oscar Reem strikes again? Ryan had a problem making weight. Ryan had issues. Ryan went down the rabbit hole, right? 3 other fighters down the rabbit hole. Virgil Ortiz, 4 out of 3 fights, down the rabbit hole before. I'm not accusing anybody. I just think it's kind of funny, right? That all this has happened. All of a sudden, we got a guy who was on his weight schedule plan with the WBC get into the last week. Can't make weight, apparently. Speculating. But yet, the factor is, no one's talking about it. There's no real reason, right? But what would be the other reason? And then they want to blame Snack or Vada or Victor. Osterine, maybe some other cutting agent that they were using and they got caught with during their testing. Very good speculation. I wonder if it is the anti-doping agency that caught them doing something they wasn't supposed to. I wonder if that's a big part of it. That's why they're looking for the real reason. I wonder if that's why they threw that whole cream thing out there, because you know about the cream and clear that Barry Bonds used. So now Shakur's agent, Massage Seuss or whatever, threw some cream and clear on him and got him sick. Come on, man. What does it sound like to you? Sounds like excuses. Sounds like our boy Oscar and his crew is at it again with some dirty tactics. Yo, man, you're going to have to lose this weight. We need to throw something in here. I got just the thing. This is what happens. Ryan 2.0. And I believe it's going to come out as such. And if they're hiding it well, they're hiding it well. Whatever they're doing. I don't think the Saudis are really big on being liars and things of that nature. But I don't believe they're going to let their party get exposed like that either. You know what I mean? Let it slip through the cracks. So they're going to hold on to things. But yo, how ironic, Clay, that this wouldn't be another Osterine or some type of hydro cut situation that they've been using and they got caught with a banned substance, and they're trying to hide it and mask it to protect their brand. And this guy to protect his fighter. And I'm talking about Oscar, not Turkey, by the way.
Right. I mean, I'm not sure. That's a lot, man. That's a lot to process. It's a lot to process right there. I'm gonna find some common thread in there and say, at the end of the day, when you have fighters, and what's been consistent, when you bringing up Oscar De La Hoya's influence in the situation, what's been consistent is bad weight cuts. When you think about Virgil Ortiz, you think about bad weight cuts. You know, him pushing his body in a place where it was unhealthy and unsafe for him. And I'm not gonna, you know, maybe Oscar's advising his fighters to, you know, fight this way to kind of like, you know, take advantage of the weight bullying type of tactic, be the bigger fighter, dominate these divisions, become a champion. You know, that way we have a foundation to build on. If you're a champion in this division and we're able to get you a belt, then ultimately in the next division, we can go ahead and, you know, challenge and put you into mandatory positions to keep you as a championship fighter, and also keeping you as the biggest prize fighter as possible. And obviously what comes with that is fighters having to find ways to stay in these weight classes that they probably shouldn't be in as long as they've been in them. So these things could all, you know, the Ostarine, the snack, or whatever have you, the involvement of all these different things, implementing all these different strategies to ultimately keep bigger fighters in these smaller weight classes.
Mm-hmm.
And Oscar, you know, I guess he is somewhat of a common thread or a common denominator in this situation. Schofield, and you brought up Virgil Ortiz, and other things he may have been involved in. So I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure. You know what I mean? I agree with you though that tactic wise, strategy wise, there might be something consistent there that's turning out, you know, to not work well for these fighters. And it's very, it kind of is like where the system kind of needs to be touched up a little bit as far as the weight bullying thing, as far as even with Devin Haney, you know what I'm saying, in the way he's looked in certain fights, specifically the Ryan Garcia fight recently. And even when he fought against Vasily Lomachenko, and definitely when he fought against George Kambosos, you saw that he was really not supposed to be in that weight class. But you know, the space has been rumbling for a long time about his ability to make weight and then the next day balloon up to 20+ pounds on the day of the fight, and how weird that was. The whole boxing space has been pushing back at that. So I've always been an advocate for, you know, these fighters fighting closer to their walk around weight, just a little closer, you know what I mean? It doesn't have to be a 40-pound plus disparity, you know what I mean, between your walk around weight and what you fight at. It can get pretty unhealthy at the end of the day. And I do think that Floyd Schofield looks like he suffered from that a little bit. Now the idea that that Schofield Sr. is going to push around this whole entire narrative that his son was poisoned, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. This is just not going to age well. Senior has been ranting for a long time, well, at least for the last year to 2 years, and it's been unhealthy. People have been talking about it. Now I'm hearing that he's even went and got help for it, right? That he's got a temper on him, and you know, he's just been somebody who's been unwilling to let Junior kind of grow into his own person in the game. I gave him accolades yesterday on how impressed I was at the way he was able to let Junior kind of do his own interviews, speak for himself, and be a man for himself. And I was like, and I said, I hope to God that he's seeing his son now, watching him in action, and he's proud enough to a degree to where he might just start to step back a little bit out the picture and let Junior do his thing. But without a doubt, you can't see this last minute having to pull out of a fight and not think about Schofield Sr.'s rants up until this point about him blaming Shakur Stevenson for passport pages being missed, blaming Shakur Stevenson's team for tires being flattened, blaming Shakur Stevenson for police coming up on the scene and pulling them out of the car and accusing them of trafficking children or of having drugs or whatever have you, and all the different things that always come full circle back to Shakur Stevenson's team trying to get away with this fight happening. Seeing this is going to make it hard for the boxing community to embrace or give any credibility to what he's saying. And it's just a bad look for him right now, in a moment where Floyd Schofield Jr. might very well physically be ill and can't move forward with this fight. It's hard to take his word. And even in this final moment right now, making accusations of creams being put on his son by Shakur Stevenson's masseuse. And I just saw Shakur Stevenson doing a interview just recently, like past 20, 30 minutes ago, basically saying that I didn't even bring a masseuse out here. I don't even have a masseuse. You know what I mean? And just ultimately saying, hey, man, I called this early. Shakur called this early, right? He saw the signs. He saw the writing on the wall. He saw the excuses being made. He saw all these things coming full circle. And, of course, he's not surprised. He's not surprised. And it's one thing to not be ready because you have a physical ailment. Own that, man. It's just his work. It's bad luck. It's horrible. He's just sick. I apologize to the boxing community. We would never do this. He really just can't make the fight. But no, you're not taking any accountability because the reality is you guys did not prepare the right way. You didn't have this kid walking around where he was supposed to be at weight-wise. You didn't have him on a schedule that would have him prepare for this. It's your job. You're a professional fighter. You're a professional trainer. It is your job to prepare Junior to be ready for this moment, and he just wasn't. And the fact that he's sick because he couldn't cut the weight should have been owned, I believe, by the Schofields. And unless you have some legitimate, solid evidence to back up your accusations, you're in the realm of being sued for defamatory for defamation of character. You're blaming Snack, you're blaming Shakur, you're blaming some masseuse nobody knows about. You're in this outside country representing American boxing, and it doesn't look good. From the outside looking, it just doesn't look good. And like I said, it's not aging well. What do you think, Ray?
I think it's crazy, ludicrous, bonkers. You name it, you think about it. How could it be? Type shit, right? First of all, this guy did everything from slash your tires, send somebody to steal your passport, plant drugs in your car, call the FBI, he called the WBC to have rules change, and he didn't want to fight. But yet, Shakur's been telling you, like, yo, man, this dude out here wilding. Like, he really just reaching right now. Why is he doing all this? Couldn't make events. I think Shakur has an understanding of what he was up against. You know what I mean? I think he has an understanding of what the wall was on the other side. And not so much of Schofield the third, because I'm going to use Junior as the dad in this case, right? Or, dad Schofield, and then I'll say Junior, whichever way. But the father seems to have all these things that he wanted to do, and I think he grew legs, man. I think he grew legs, and I think some of that stuff. This is my opinion. I think he grew legs, and he turned the clock. As far as I really wanted to say this. As far as and I don't want to stay on this too long. I'm gonna drop this real quick too. Remember, Schofield Jr. Kid Austin was at 126, right? Not too long ago. He moved up. He moved up straight to 135. He literally had like 2 fights at 130. He was dancing around 130. So this is about a year and a half ago. So he ballooned up that quick. It's very possible he's just a growing individual.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, I got you.
Wait, hold on. Okay. Don't be stupid. Don't be dumb, right? Don't be dumb, right? Don't go around from platform to platform looking to challenge what the host is saying and turn it into some stupidity, right? Like, I'm going to challenge you. I'm going to ask you to challenge yourself and be intelligent, right? Why? Because when I first started speaking, I told you that I was speculating, and this is what I believe, right? I also stated that we don't know what's going on because we're not back there. But what evidence do I have to back up my educated guessing, right? Doctors get paid to do this all the time. Doctors are taking educated guesses and diagnosing you dudes every single day. Y'all going to hospitals, right? So what am I talking about? You have Ade Adalopo, who said he saw Floyd Schofield Jr. ever since he got there to Riyadh and saw that he was way big. And he questioned and said, how is this kid going to cut this weight, right? You got Shakur Stevenson, who's on wax saying he was way big. Everybody was saying Floyd Schofield Jr. was huge to be in Riyadh a week before a fight and be walking around looking the way he did. Then he passes out physically. That happens a lot when you're cutting a lot of weight and you're doing what? You're dehydrating yourself. And he gets sick. When you're dehydrated and you're cutting weight, your immune system goes down and you can get sick very easily. It's fair to say 4 days before a fight is getting put on that Schofield is inside of an aggressive weight cut, like fighters do all the time. Let me bring my tone down. But you guys have to become more intelligent than this. Be critical thinkers and stop looking to be superstars on the internet, challenging and debunking hosts on a show. If you disagree and you think it was something else, speak on that, on what you thought it was. But you play these dumb games, you showing your age, you stopped growing a long time ago. Get back to yourself and finish growing up, right? Because clearly you made a decision at about 13 to 14 years old that you knew everything and you stopped growing, didn't you? You're a 40-year-old, 13-year-old person trying to sit here and have critical thinking conversation with full-blown grown adults. Stay in your lane, family. You're way above your rankings. And I don't usually get upset, but damn the slandering.
Yep.
And damn the dumb talk on the show, bro. You look dumb. Of course I'm speculating. Of course I'm speculating. Because none of us actually know what happened. But if you're asking me what I think happened, which is what I was doing, I was answering a question of somebody asking me what I thought happened, I'm sharing my thoughts on it.
Yep.
This community, this boxing space, please, bro, we're on a world stage. Stop exposing yourself, because our community is one of the only communities that goes through this on a daily basis, trying to build on these type of topics. Morons. Salute to you, El Pinche. Salute to you, King. Do better.
Yeah.
Do better. What's fake news, El Pinche? What's fake news?
You know what it is, Clay. You know what it is. He on one of those channel hoppers. You know what I mean? He go around. He do this on multiple channels. I've seen him. He don't need to be here.
King.
He can just jump off. He can jump off. But you know, he's grabbing his nuts.
Dumb, bro.
Listen, no, he's really grabbing his nuts. He's saying he's triggered.
Why am I triggered? You're laughing. A child.
Bro,
a child.
He's wilding.
Brother, you are a child, bro. You are. I'm telling you. I'm tripping, but it is kind of frustrating because you dudes are like little children, bro. Thank you, Flyer. Get that moron off of my show, bro. Can we please get back to building on some boxing? Dumbness.
Yeah.
Dumbness. Thought you could sit here and match wits with me. What planet are you on? You about to get clowned on here and cooked on you for nothing. This is what you do. Go around from channel to channel, trying to poke at people and trying to get put on the screen like you did right there and get cooked. And that makes your day. Dumb ass. My bad, Ray.
You recognize me.
Building on something. It
you
is what
paid
it
me
is.
attention. You see my logos, Ninja Turtles. Yeah.
I mean, it's sad. It's sad.
It is sad.
Why you triggered, you dumbass. Anyway.
So what I was getting at is that when you had these situations, you know what I mean? Like I said, this guy was at 126 fighting, and like literally moved up and was between 135 and 130. And he was actually ranked them both from 126, like literally a few fights, fighting at 130 and being pushed between weights. Even at 140 at times they ranked him. It was absolutely nuts, right? Pause. That he would be in all these weight divisions at such a high prime, what do you call it? At a start of his career. That's what I'm saying. Early in his career. Then he settled in at 135. You know what I mean? It took him a while to get a fight. I think he had a big win at like 8-0 or 9-0. And it took him a big time, like a big chunk of that time to really have his next fight. And then he settled in at 135. He had a few fights there, and then he continued his career. It's very clear that you see some bad thoughts. And what Shakur seen and knew was nothing of a surprise to any of us.
Right.
As far as you know what I mean, like even this dude too, he's crazy too, but it is what it is. I don't know who this Antoine Ziegler is. That's all good. I ain't worried about him. I was reading that stuff. Listen, at the end of the day, Shakur is looking like the guy that nobody wants to fight. You got 3 fighters from De La Hoya that refused to fight Shakur. You got 2 fighters from the PBC, possibly 3, that refused to fight Shakur. You got fighters in his own his old stomping ground at Top Rank that wouldn't fight him, including his brother. You know what I mean? It just seems like nobody wants the smoke. You know what I mean? The only guys that chose to fight him were the guys that had heart, to me. And I think people don't like looking stupid in the ring. And that's what it lines up to. And I think some people just don't want to get, they see the loss. They see the situation with Shakur and him being serious, man. I always say, when you look at Killer in his eyes, you know he's a killer. And for some reason, I think Schofield Sr. or Schofield looked Shakur in the eyes when they were face to face and was like, yo, my son ain't ready for this. After he talked all that shit. And I think that's what it came down to. Shout out to Hood Rich. What's so funny, man?
Shakur, a little hood. Yeah, he probably, I don't know. Who knows? But it's a little Rich.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. What's up? Ty, what's going on, brother? What's going on?
Yeah. So at the end of the day, that's got to be the question at this point when you look at Shakur, right? You look at the fact that, and I put a question mark at the end of the day because I'm not too sure if it's the boogeyman thing, right? If it's necessarily that, right? Is it bad luck? Is it the boogeyman? It's probably a little bit of both. But what's consistent is Shakur's having a hard time and has been having a hard time making the biggest fights for a long time in his career. I mean, you mentioned the Golden Boy fighters, right? As far as Isak Cruz, I'm sure is one of the fighters you were mentioning. As far as William Zepeda, because well, you know, Isak's not Golden Boy, but Isak did, you know, for some, you know, for lack of terms, ducked Shakur, right? Pretty much said he didn't like his style of fighting, didn't want to fight him. William Zepeda, boom, there you got him right there. Now you're looking at Floyd Schofield. You even looking at Frank Martin, the last year, you know, who jumped out of a negotiations the last minute and didn't fight Shakur Stevenson. He's had a hard time making the biggest fights. That's part of the reason why he left Top Rank, was to make the biggest fights. Now he's over there at Matchroom. He has Turki Al-Sheikh, who's there, who has his back, who financially giving vested interest to fighters to get involved in fights with him, and these fights are still having a hard time coming to fruition. Whether people are scared of him or not scared of him is not the point at this point, and whether Shakur is the most duck fighter in boxing is not the point at this time. At this point, it's not what's important. What's important is Shakur has accumulated a lot of pressure to show improve, because on top of making the biggest fights, he's on the back end of some of his most lackluster fights, right? He got the fight against Edwin De Los Santos, and he even caught criticism for his fight against Aratunian. We saw people leaving the stadium. We saw how Bob Arum put that on the big screen, camera showing people walking out the building. I'm sure that was a coincidence. At the end of the day, his brand took a blow in his last couple of fights, and he's been looking for that fight to bring him full circle, to give him an opportunity to perform at the high level and become a must-see boxer. And he, you know, let's be honest, as much as Floyd Schofield may not have been skill-wise on the same level as Shakur, and people didn't think he deserved that fight, the reality is that he was going to bring the pressure. He was going to bring the fight to Shakur, and it was going to be a kind of fight where Shakur had an opportunity to look good against a fighter who can punch, right? You're trying to get him in a conversation. He's already in the conversation, but you're trying to sell this Tank Davis fight, put some perspective on that fight to show how Shakur deals with in a firefight. Floyd Schofield Jr. is not a horrible option. There might be better ones, but Floyd Schofield Jr. was checking those boxes. It's a shame that he can't get the fight. The pressure's on him. At the end of the day, somebody has to step up. And also activity, right? This kid just coming off of hand surgery. We don't know how his hand's looking. We've got somebody who stepped up. Josh Padley steps up, but I'm sure the question everybody's got to ask is, who is Josh Padley, right?
Thank you.
Who is Josh Padley? You know who
got
Josh
my
Padley
text last night. You got my text last night.
Oh, you sent me you probably did, but I didn't see it. But
no, I think you watched it. Yeah, I think you was live. I think you looked down at the phone when I sent it about the step up. I was trying to get you guys to talk about it first. You know what I mean? It had dropped literally while y'all was on online. So
okay. So what happened with Josh Padley? Who is Josh Padley, Ray?
Right. Josh Padley's the guy that just beat one of the so-called best European boxers ranked in weight 135. And not only beat him, showed he was better than him by miles. You know what I mean? People don't even know.
He ain't lying. He ain't lying, man. He ain't lying. Boxing dude, you not lying. You not lying, boxing dude. I had to give you your shine right quick, because let's be honest. First off, the foundation to this situation is this. This is the truth. This is the truth. You know what I mean? And that's why I feel bad for Shakur. You know what I mean? I feel bad for him, but at the same time, I find solace in the fact that he can get some money. Because look, man, let's get past the silliness of it all. This is a father, a husband, a man. Maybe I said that in the wrong order. He's a man,
husband, father.
He's a husband, and then he's a father, which means what? He has responsibilities. He has responsibilities, right? And the inability for him to get into these fights are not only affecting his brand as far as and also affecting as far as inactivity, as far as he needs to stay busy for development purposes and for him to stay sharp, but at the same time he needs to feed his family. So shout out to Josh Padley. He's also, I'm sure, getting the biggest payday of his life working with Turkey right now. This will be his second Turkey card. But yeah, man, Josh Padley's a part-time electrician, man, literally, who just had a great fight against an up-and-coming fighter, Mark Chamberlain, who I've championed on this platform. I like Mark Chamberlain. I really wanted to see him mix it up with a lot. I thought Mark Chamberlain would be a great fight for Shakur, right? But in all reality, for all intent purposes, it wouldn't have been fair to this guy right here, who legitimately, not by chance, he did a good job and he beat Mark Chamberlain. You know what I mean? He showed, and Mark Chamberlain is listen, man, he's a high-level fighter, man. I think he just had a bad day, you know what I mean, in the office, and it turned out bad for him. But Mark Chamberlain's one of those guys, man. And look, Josh Padley was able to beat him, but more importantly, with 48, 72-hour notice, he's going to be able to make the weight. It is what it is. How many options? It was either going to be Shakur fights and nobody at this point, right? Or some crazy catchweight fight.
Yes, the guy in Morocco,
Right.
Garland, Marshall Garland, or Josh Padley, however you say his name.
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is, right? Shakur is in a tight situation. It's a bad look for him at the end of the day, but he stays busy regardless, right? And I think that's the most important thing. You spent a lot of money on this camp. You spent a lot of money on trainers, Airbnbs. I don't know what goes into all the expenses of building a camp, but I'm sure it's thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. And I'm trying to put it at the lowest possible, because I'm sure it's well into the 20s and the 30s of thousands of dollars that you spend as far as money to get prepared for a situation like this, to fly all the way to Riyadh season, to come back with empty pockets is diabolical, right? It is what it is. Shakur stays busy. We're not going to build this fight up to be some exciting fight. We're not going to sell this fight as something like, oh, you know what? This is the great. No, it's not. It's not. Right? It's not. What it is it's better than nothing. That's what it is. It's better than nothing. Am I bugging, Ray?
No, it's a great fight. Really good fight. And I think it's a good mix-up, especially that Shakur has to take this on short notice.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be challenging, and he's got a fighter that's really gonna be in front of him, that's gonna punch.
Right.
You know what I mean? He's not a puncher like a knockout artist, but he's a puncher. Like he's there to box. So I mean, it's gonna be really interesting. Now we get to see the skill set. You know what I mean? In all the sparring sessions that Shakur's been through, we get to see what Terrence Crawford was just talking about in his last interview, right? We get to see him step in the ring on short notice, like really short notice. Take his time, use all that skill set to adapt to a new fighter and win this fight. And you know what? In the back of my mind, Clay, with all this going on and him knowing that this might happen, and this guy was gonna pull out, pause of the fight, he might have been already studying different styles and in the ring, working on different things.
Look, Shakur is a good boxer, man, and he's always working. He's always been known. He's earned a reputation for being a gym rat. A lot of people credit his injuries that he has to his hand to him overtraining. You know, this is somebody who stays ready. He doesn't have to get ready. Josh Padley, Like I said, I'm not going to sell you guys no type of nonsense on here, bro. I'm really not, bro. I mean, legitimately, Mark Chamberlain was his first real fight. The fight before that he was fighting 6-rounder fights. You know what I'm saying? 6-rounders. You know what I mean?
Yep.
He has 4 knockouts. Okay, out of his 15 wins, he is undefeated. This guy is not. You know what I mean? I'm not going to decorate this to be something that it's not. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna keep it 100 with you guys and say that at the end of the day. At the end of the day, this is a better than nothing fight for Shakur Stevenson. I'm all on board. I'm happy they were able to find somebody, because I think most people were asking themselves, who in the hell are you gonna find to cut this weight and be ready in this short of a notice? It is what it is. It is what it is, man. And at least Shakur gets to fight. I'm gonna leave it there. I think the Floyd Schofield situation is a story that we'll tap into later, maybe next week as things develop. Let's find out what information comes out about what actually happened to him. If there's any toxicology reports that may come out that kind of shed some light, maybe some evidence there to kind of back up Floyd Schofield Sr.'s huge accusations, which I think if he's not able to bring forth that information, to really show that information, I mean, I think he's bordering like defamation lawsuits, especially from like Victor Conte. I don't know how Shakur Stevenson's team would handle it, but this guy's been really ranting for a long time. He's put a lot of blame on Shakur Stevenson. Even his life, he said, and his freedom was on the line. He accused him of sending police to his house, said it was an out-of-state call, and he has proof of all these records, and he's quoted and said he has plenty of proof, and all these things have come out. Well, let's see what comes out in the coming weeks, and let's see what happens, because I'm going to be honest with you. It's getting cringe, and as I stated in my other statement here on my other thumbnail here, what a graphic here, it's not aging well. It's not aging well. It's a bad look. It's a bad look. Let's move on, man. Let's move on and get on to a fight that I want to talk about here. Israel Madrimov versus Virgil Ortiz Jr. Do you have it in you to talk about this fight right here, Ray Davis? Do you have it in you to talk about this one?
Why not? Listen, to me, this might be the Shakur said he's gonna steal the fight. I guess he ain't gonna do that no more.
Yeah,
but steal the show, right?
Right.
This guy right here and homeboy over there, Madrimov, they gonna yeah, this a fight right here, man. Just a fight for real. Like, ain't no way in hell you gonna tell me this ain't gonna be rock'em sock'em, and it's gonna be with some style and flair. I think you're gonna have Virgil Ortiz, who says he sparred and was in the ring with him a couple times. He knows him, and then he had the same situation with Bochuk. He was in the ring with him, and you know what I mean, they sparred so many times. I gotta make sure I get his name right, because there's too many of these dudes with similar names. My bad. Baranchek, one of them, but you know what I'm talking about. The guy just fought. But anyway, they were in the ring, right? So they've been dancing a little bit. So he said, "Good, I know him very well." Blah blah blah. Listen, man, what you do in sparring don't always come out in the ring. That we've learned that. We've learned that multiple times. Not to mention, does he get to see something elite right now with Madrimov? Does Virgil tiptoe into a different style, such as Benavidez when he came out in the ring and started dancing on his toes and utilizing the jab instead of sitting backwards and going with some flurries and waiting for you to come in and just land some uppercuts and some hooks all at once? We might see something different from Virgil. Why? Because adaptation, right? He wants to adapt to get the win. But does he adapt enough? I think Madrimov has possessed a certain skill that I've only seen in quite a few fighters, and I think that he's going to display that skill. Now, who wins? I'm not going to get that information out yet, but I just think it's going to be an interesting fight. And I think we're going to really see what it looks like when you got two styles that are different match up.
Yeah, no doubt. I've been, obviously this card has been out for a minute, man. So if you love boxing, I don't know how you haven't been looking at this card and, double pumping back, looking at it again. Decisions, I'm thinking it's going to go this way. Then I relook at it and I do a little film study. I watch some fights and then I start to change my mind and be like, nah, it's probably going to go this way. This is definitely one of those fights where I've been back and forth with what I'm seeing. What I can tell you is I think the most important factor, that's going to make the biggest difference in this fight. The biggest intangible is going to be the experience, right? Virgil Ortiz and Serhii Bohachuk had Fight of the Year candidate last year. I personally have him as Fight of the Year, period. They're not a candidate. They were the Fight of the Year last year. Another Eastern European in Serhii Bohachuk, who's honestly part of this whole wave of Eastern Europeans from Ukraine, from Kyrgyzstan, from Russia, that have been kind of waving over the whole entire boxing space. But this fight was the first fight that Virgil Ortiz went 12 rounds in, right? It was the first one. And you got to think Virgil Ortiz, Robert Garcia had a lot of data and a lot of film to study. And a fight like this, if you make it to the other side of this fight, win or loss, you normally, if you're a good fighter who's committed to the sport, should come out on that other side a different fighter. Some might say you can argue a better fighter or a worse fighter. We've had fighters who've done both, right? But a different fighter nonetheless. I think that's what we're going to see Saturday. I think we're going to see a different Virgil Ortiz. We're going to see a Virgil Ortiz who's probably boxing a little bit more, taking his time a little bit more. He's settled. I think we're going to see a settled Virgil Ortiz, because when you're sitting out knocking everybody out inside of the first 4 rounds, you start to become a little overzealous. We saw that with Abdullah Mason and Johan Vasquez, and not the last fight he had, but the fight before the last fight, right? We saw what happens when you're not settled, when you become used to getting people out of there. You start to feel like that's what you're supposed to do, right? You start to feel like that's what you're supposed to do, and you get a little aggressive. And when you get aggressive, you put yourself in position to get hit with big counter shots. You get sat on your pockets. Things of that nature happen. This fight with Serhii Bohachuk right here may have been the most important fight of Virgil Ortiz's whole career. He may look back when his career is all said and done and say, this fight right here is where it changed for me. Good or bad, if he has a great career or bad career, this fight right here is where it changed for me. This is where it went from, am I a great fighter? Am I going to be a legend? And this fight right here changed it all for me and let me know I got the grit, I got the chin, and I can win even against the highest level fighter. I think we're going to see a way more settled fighter in Serhii Bohachuk. Now, we move over to Israel Madrimov. Once again, experience coming to play the role in this fight. He's coming off of fighting a pound-for-pound best fighter in the world in Terrence Crawford. 12-round fight, competitive fight. Very important for us to remember and understand that this was a competitive fight, meaning Israel Madrimov proved to himself, if he didn't know it already, that he's built for the big leagues, right? He went into this fight 10 professional fights. He's now at 11 fights with a loss. But as I said with Serhii Bohachuk, even in a loss in a fight like this, you change,
right?
You evolve. I think we're going to see 2 fighters in the ring that are different fighters than what we've seen before. I think Israel Madrimov showed himself some character and showed himself some things about himself that he wasn't too sure about. If he wasn't too sure about, he proved it to himself. He's going to get a chance to do that in this fight. Let's see what improvements and what changes he made and what adjustments he made to his game. He saw that he's a great counterpuncher. If you look at his old fights, he's normally a little bit more aggressive, and that's who Terrence Crawford prepared to fight against. And he was thrown off by this irky-jerky, moving around counterpuncher version of Israel Madrimov, showing a lot of athleticism. He's this dude is doing like 10 backflips in a row, right? Like this dude is like a straight, he's a straight gymnast at heart, right? He's a gymnast to his heart, right? This guy has the athletic ability to do a lot of great things in the ring. And I think he showed himself something about himself. His team saw something about him. And we're going to see somebody who's probably going to move into round 13 of that Terrence Crawford fight. He's going to bring that. He knows he's got an aggressive fighter in Virgil Ortiz, who's probably going to be stepping forward, bringing a lot of pressure, trying to get him out of there. He's going to have to watch that body. I'm expecting Virgil Ortiz to focus on that body. He's got Robert Garcia back there working out the game plan here. You got somebody like this guy who's going to be jumping around, moving around, coming in and out. He's going to be athletic. If you want to take the athleticism out of the fight, then you want to take away the conditioning that's going to be fueling his legs to be moving around like they did. That body's going to be there. Virgil's known as a body snatcher. He stopped plenty of people with body shots. I'm expecting Virgil to do that, to focus his energy on that, and be patient. Go back in time to Keyshawn Davis and Dennis Baranchek. Poise, patience. You're going to have to take your shots where you have your shots. Keep that pressure there, but not be overzealous, because if you get overzealous with Israel Majimov, you're going to run into something. He's smart enough. He's got the pedigree, over 300-plus amateur fights that I know people like to discount them, but it's a lot of damn fights in a very competitive amateur scene.
With no headgear.
Yeah, with no headgear. Exactly, right? So you're going to run into something if you get overzealous. Who's going to win the fight?
Right.
The guy whose adjustments are more organic to who he is. Virgil Ortiz, to me, is a come forward, flat-footed Mexican boxer. If we see Virgil Ortiz jump into his boxing bag and get a little too much into the boxing bag and walk away from who he really is, he may be out of his element. He may be a fish out of water in this fight. Israel Majimov, what he did with Terrence Crawford was more organic to him, I think. I think that's actually just another personality that he has that people might not have been aware of, but that Eastern European boxing scene produces those kind of fighters that we saw in the ring against Terrence Crawford.
Right.
So I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm leaning towards Israel Majimov to win this fight. I think he's the one evolving more naturally. I know he has less fights, but he has quality fights, and he was a champion at 154 now Hornets Nest. He's the more experienced 154-pound fighter. He's been there the longest. Virgil Ortiz is still the new guy on the block. He earned his stripes by fighting against Serhii Bohachuk, but Serhii Bohachuk was his first 154-pound fight. Every other fight was a catchweight fight. It was 154, but he had to make that weight. You know what I'm saying? So Israel Majimov is actually in his home. This is where he belongs at 154. And he's an ex-champion in the division. I think he carries it out to a victory.
And as I was telling the gentleman in the chat, as I was texting with them, I was telling them that, Virgil has some knockouts. I thought about it after I said it, and I'm like, you know what? Those body shots, Virgil wasn't even at 154. He was like bigger, right? He never came in on weight. And when he came in on weight, he went the distance for the first time in his career.
And got put on his pockets twice.
Not once, but twice. One counted. Matter of fact, they both counted.
No, they both counted.
Yeah, they both counted. They had to go back to the tape. So here by here, as we say, you already know who I picked. If we're doing picks, I didn't think we was doing picks today, but we're doing picks. I already said, I said yesterday too, I'm leaning towards Majimov. Actually, I ain't leaning. I know Majimov in my skill sets and the styles is the better fighter in this fight. Can he get caught with a body shot? Yeah. Can he get caught with a nice check hook? Yeah. Uppercut? Yes. But I think his skills pay the bills in this one. I think he maneuvers well. I think he uses his distance well. I think he uses his feint well. I think he closes the distance well. I think he jabs well. I think he leaves you guessing what's coming next well. And I think that might be too much to process for Virgil all at once. We've seen it happen when he had a barrage of punches coming all at the same time against Bohachuk. Now you got a guy who's able to do the same thing, but do it at different points. Do it with different styles and correct boxing with a boxing style, not just a barrage of brutality. And I think we're going to see something happen here. I think Virgil might get set down. If not, get leaked and have to stop the fight. But we'll see. We'll see how it is. And shout out to all the new people that came in. You know what I mean? Brother Legacy. You know what I mean? Big Supreme. Who else we got here?
We got a couple people. Anton Ziegler. We're not dropping the link right now. We're going to drop it later. Hang out, or I don't know what you want to do. You know what I mean? By the way, guys, we got 62 people in the building. Let's make sure that we're hitting that like button. Let's keep this in the algorithm. And obviously any kind of support, any kind of color in the chat is always welcome. Don't forget to do that as well. I appreciate you guys in advance.
Yeah. Actually, Thomas Hill got hit the horns.
You know what I'm saying? Salute to John.
Film, COE Films in the building.
You know what I mean? Salute to all you guys.
Yeah, salute.
So moving on.
Hold on one second.
What I mean? Okay, I got you. Moving on to Daniel Dubois versus Joseph Parker. On this card, probably the second, and keep in mind, we talked about Dimitri Bivol and Artur Beterbiev yesterday. This is more so going to be focused on the undercard. We talked about Shakur versus Schofield. yesterday as well, but obviously things have changed. And I mean, I don't know if we need to really break down Shakur versus Josh Padley. I haven't even had enough film study on Josh Padley to really give a an actual assessment. I just know that he's just not an experienced fighter. He doesn't bring power to the game. I don't see him. I don't see him posing any actual kind of threat to Shakur Stevenson, but we'll see what happens in that fight. But this fight right here, Daniel Dubois versus Joseph Parker, big fight on the card here. Daniel Dubois coming in off of a lot of momentum. Joseph Parker, both these fighters really built some momentum for themselves, and both of them in their own right in their second win, right? Having their second win in the game. They kind of fell off, but are making their return. But listen, man, at the end of the day, one of these guys, I believe, have the last three fights, and that's what I think is going to come down to. I'm being honest with you guys, and I don't like doing triangle theories thing here a lot, but at the end of the day, momentum is going to play a big part in this fight. Momentum is going to play a big part in this fight and where these fighters are at based on who they've become. You look at Daniel Dubois in his last couple fights. Let's be honest. Hold on a second. What's going on here? Yeah, in his last couple of fights, you saw a big change in this guy. Coming out of that fight he had with Alexander Usyk, he kind of built a reputation for himself not having a lot of heart, right? Being somebody who's kind of, he's a big baby, physically threatening, physically athletic, strong, you're kind of nervous. You don't want to walk down the alley and bump into this guy in a dark alley, right? And have this guy trying to get in your pockets. It's not the dude you want to end up in front of you when that happens. But at the same time, once he starts talking, you kind of start seeing the youth in his voice. And he kind of showed it in the ring a couple of times when he had to bite down and show grit. He chose to fold, was what a lot of people said. But look, in the past 3 fights he's had, he's earned a brand new reputation for himself. You look at him against Jarrell Big Baby Miller. What a fight that was. A barn burner. Ended up stopping Jarrell Miller. Was the first person to Jarrell Miller, never been stopped before. Daniel Dubois was able to do it. Really bit down all the way into the final rounds and stop this dude. Then he goes on, he fights Philip Ergovich. This guy was supposed to be an up-and-coming champion in the heavyweight division. Literally, Ergovich was supposed to be in line to fight an Anthony Joshua next and ultimately be in the conversation of fighting the winner between Tyson Fury and Alexander Usyk. This Eastern European, I believe he's from Poland fighter, was shaking the whole entire scene up, was hitting Daniel Dubois with a lot of shots in this fight, really exposed Daniel Dubois' grit in a real way, right? Because Jarrell Miller was a competitive fight to a degree, but literally Philip Ergovich was coming right down the middle, connecting with big shots on Daniel Dubois. He showed the world that he got a blockhead and an iron beard, and he could take a shot. And then obviously, as he started to fade, Daniel Dubois started to come up. He showed a lot of conditioning in his fight as well. And then we all know what happened in his last fight against Anthony Joshua, where it just looked like Anthony Joshua didn't even belong in the ring with him. Just got Anthony Joshua right out the way, right? It is what it is. But what's been consistent, what's sparking this huge change coming out of Daniel Dubois right now? What's sparking it? You got to look at his relationship with his trainer, Don Charles, right? Don Charles has been able to bring a lot out of Daniel Dubois, as well as Daniel Dubois' father. But Don Charles seems to be a big factor in what we're seeing happening with Daniel Dubois. So I'm going to ask you, Ray, at this point, seeing who Daniel Dubois is, it seems like it's time. But what do you see in Daniel Dubois?
One, talk about herky-jerky. Joseph Parker definitely has a herky-jerky bobbing movement with his hands and shoulders, you know what I mean, when he's moving forward. He doesn't seem like he's one of those fighters that like to get in the way of danger. But once he sees the opening, he does attack. I think with Daniel Dubois, this is a great opportunity for him to really put himself on the mat. He's obviously suffered losses. He's obviously suffered adversity. He's been in great matches. He's a boxer. He's a fighter. I think this is going to be one of those fights that you see him looking to find answers and digging to pull them out and win. I do believe he wins the fight. I know, but anyway, pause on the herky jerky bobbing head thing, Clay, because I see here from Block laughing at me. But anyway, I think that he does bring something different, though. I think he brings a different energy, a different contest to all his opponents. Danny Dubois he's really that guy, bro. Like I think he's just a different heavyweight. He's a heavyweight boxer, throwback heavyweight fighter at the end of the day. And I think that he brings that element. You know what I mean? All the accolades that you just threw out there, all the wins that you threw out there, the battle with Usyk. I think we see that rematch very soon. Due to that. And I think Joseph Parker just doesn't have enough in the tank. I don't think he has enough agility to get out the way of what's coming back. Danny Dubois don't seem to back down. He don't seem to move backwards. He comes forward, and I think that's where we start seeing the difference in the fight. So, shout out to Danny Dubois, Triple D, because I think he about to beat JP up, bro.
Yeah. Listen, man. The difference makers, and it's going to be about, to me, it's definitely going to be about the fights that, you know, I don't like to use a triangle theory, but once again, momentum is going to play a role in this fight. It is going to be interesting to see Daniel Dubois deal with this different pace of fighter that's going to be in front of him, because up until now, you know, when you look at it, if you go down to Jarrell Miller was coming forward, trying to apply the pressure as well. That's what Jarrell Miller loves to do. He likes to test your conditioning. He likes to, that's what he always brought to the heavyweight division, is that high pace and hopefully breaking your lungs down first and then finishing you up. He wasn't able to get that done with Daniel Dubois. Daniel Dubois lasted 10 whole round, so he showed his heart, his grit, and his conditioning. When you look at the Filip Hrgović fight, he was in the fight with a great boxer in Filip Hrgović, who had a great jab and really straight punches and was connecting with a lot of shots on Daniel Dubois. That wasn't a good look for Filip Hrgović. Don Charles spoke on how he didn't like the fact that Daniel Dubois was getting hit with a lot of straight shots, but it did show that he had an iron beard, but also that he can overwhelm and deal with the boxer, the guy who's going to stand in there. Now, Filip Hrgović also jumped off his game plan a little bit and didn't depend on his boxing. He depended on, he thought that Daniel Dubois was out of his league, shouldn't be in the ring with him, and was trying to get him out of there early, and obviously got that rude awakening. And then you saw with the Anthony Joshua fight, you saw that Daniel Dubois was able to deal with the lights. This is 80,000 plus people inside of an arena, a whole lot of pressure, a whole lot of attention on it. He didn't shrink in front of the lights. He rose in front of the lights, became even a bigger superstar in front of the lights. He embraced the moment and was able to overwhelm. And it was Anthony Joshua who really shrunk in front of the lights, right? Who went through that. So Daniel Dubois has been properly tested in multiple different ways, but I do think with Joseph Parker, it is a different conversation. I think Joseph Parker brings that real boxing IQ, right? And he brings that trainer in Andy Lee, who's a student of Emmanuel
Lewis. Stewart.
Yeah, I was about to say Emmanuel Lewis too. Emmanuel Stewart.
Yeah, I was saying Stewart, and then I went to Lewis on that.
Right, Emmanuel Stewart. This is his last student, his last fighter that he actually had. He actually fought for Emmanuel Stewart, as well as, you know, became a trainer off the back end of a relationship that they had in boxing. As far as Andy Lee being the boxer, he's shown and proven to be a great trainer. He's also Andy Lee's been in the corner of Tyson Fury as well. Now Tyson Fury may have lost against Alexander Usyk twice, but listen, those are super competitive fights. People argue that Tyson Fury won the first fight, and the second fight, you know, I think was a little bit more clear on who the winner was. But Andy Lee brings a lot of this to the game, right? He brings a lot of clarity on effective strategy building and film study. He does that, and you've seen the difference he's made in Joseph Parker's last few fights. We can go through the fights with when he fought, I can't remember this guy's name, Simon something or another. I can't remember his name, but this was probably like the beginning of the whole entire the resurgence of Joseph Parker, right? And then obviously we remember him against Deontay Wilder, how that looked. Deontay Wilder not being himself, let's be honest, but at the same time, a dangerous puncher, and Joseph Parker able to navigate that and really really expose Deontay Wilder's lack of experience in boxing, not in fighting, but in boxing. And then you go into the fight that he had with Zhilei Zhang, where he was knocked down, met adversity, caught some real hard shots from Zhilei Zhang, showed he had a bit of a beard, was able to recover from that, but tested his conditioning, strategically was able to stick to the game plan that him and Andy Lee put together, bringing it full circle to a victory, which has him in the conversation he has right now. So I think when you look at this situation, it is what it is on a surface level, but I think if you look deeper into it, this is not so black and white. There's a gray area in this fight where Joseph Parker is going to be able to take advantage of Daniel Dubois' aggression. He knows how to deal with that. He dealt with that with Zhilei Zhang. Daniel Dubois is going to have to tap into his boxing a little bit. He's going to have to be patient. I like how he looked in front of Anthony Joshua. Although it looked like he steamrolled him, if you really pay attention to the fight, he was actually very calculating. He actually had the better jab in that fight. A lot of people thought, including myself, that Anthony Joshua was going to bring the better jab. It was really Daniel Dubois who had the better jab, who was more fundamentally sound in that fight. He's going to have to go ahead and go round 13, in my opinion, in this fight against Daniel Dubois. He's going to have to be patient because Daniel's going to be looking, I said Daniel Dubois, against Joseph Parker. Joseph is going to be looking to counter a lot on Daniel Dubois. He's going to be looking to walk him into a lot of shots, and he's going to find some success. And I think there's going to be points in this fight where Alexander Usyk PTSD may start to settle in for Daniel Dubois, and he's going to have to settle down because Joseph Parker is going to win rounds. He's going to win rounds in this fight because he's just going to outbox him in certain rounds. And I know Daniel Dubois' instinct may be to resort back to his aggression and getting this guy out of there. But this is going to be a test, I think, for Don Charles and Daniel Dubois to be able to be patient in this fight, win rounds as well, not count on the knockout. And Joseph Parker, his job is going to be to go ahead and take that confidence away by Daniel Dubois by beating him to the punch, by punching him, by letting his footwork do a lot of the talking. And ultimately, I also believe at some point in this fight, Joseph Parker is going to have to show that he's a puncher. He's going to have to show that he can punch. He's going to have to punch on Daniel Dubois. He may even sit Daniel Dubois on his pockets in this fight. I know it sounds crazy, but timing does something to power. It does something and speed, right? So let me ask you a question. Who do you think is going to be the faster fighter in the ring that night?
Oh, definitely Joseph Parker. But again, I think he gets cautiously moves forward. Again, I think the power from Dubois is too much, and I think he'll test like he did with Wilder. He'll test going in the water, putting his toes in. You know what I mean? Trying to throw a couple jabs to see what the return fire is like. If it's slow and he can get in and make Swiss cheese out of Dubois in every flurry, we'll see what happens. But if he goes in there, he gets tapped. You know what I mean? He got to get out, or he sees something coming that he don't like. He's gonna stay on the outside. And it's gonna dictate how this fight goes.
Right. It's gonna be interesting. This is a very 50-50 fight. I am going with Daniel Dubois. I think this helps build him. I think we're going to see him develop in this fight. This is going to improve what if him and Usyk even make sense, because Joseph Parker has Usyk-like tendencies, the way he carries it. This is a great fight to prepare him for Alexander Usyk. He's going to have to dig deep, be patient, be a boxer. I saw Daniel Dubois yesterday at the Grand Arrivals. He looked like he's in great shape, great spirits. Obviously, he has a whole newfound personality, charisma, and confidence about himself that he's bringing to the table. The boxing heavyweight space has embraced him as the future of the heavyweight division, and he seems to be doing well dealing with that. He comes from a great family background as far as his father, as far as, he has a sister. I'm hearing there may be some indifferences going on between them, but it is what it is. I don't get into that, but just to say that he has a great support system around him, and he's young, and people might not want to notice that at times that Daniel Dubois is a very young fighter, in the division. So he still embraces and takes that guidance. He's very coachable. I like that about him. I think that's going to get him through this fight. Obviously, Don Charles is also going to be testing this fight to be able to get his fighter on the biggest shows and the biggest stages against the most competitive fights to become a champion. And ultimately, the goal would be to become undisputed heavyweight champion. This is going to be a big testament to Daniel Dubois and Don Charles' ability to do that. I think this is their time. I think they're ready for it. I think now or never for Daniel Dubois, you know what I mean? And Joseph Parker, obviously, this is his last hurrah, right? He either makes this happen here or, he has to, consider other options. You know what I'm saying? Down the line. He's not a young guy, you know what I mean? Daniel Dubois is 27 years old. He's in his prime. This is what the world wants to see. They want to see Daniel Dubois knock this guy out. They want to see Daniel Dubois rematch Alexander Usyk, and they want to see Daniel Dubois fight all the up-and-coming heavyweights, the Moses Otumas of the division, the Ajit Caballels of the division, right? All the young and up-and-coming heavyweight boxers. You want to see them against Daniel Dubois. He's a great example of what you want a heavyweight champion to look like. Athletic. He's not fat. we're coming off of a heavyweight era where all the fighters were kind of fat, big, no athleticism, just a lot of big punchers. And Daniel Dubois kind of changes the pace up a little bit for the heavyweight division. I think they want to see him win. They want to see him be champion. Joseph Parker is cool and everything like that, but Joseph Parker is kind of like part of the old regime, right? He's kind of part of the Anthony Joshua regime and the Tyson Fury regime. And
he goes back. I think he's a little younger than him, though. Like, I think he's an in-betweener.
Right, he's 33. He's 33, so he's like right there.
Yeah, but he started in that era. Like he started young. He got into that circle of, I'll say the circle of heavyweights, right? I was gonna say circle of friends, but he got into that circle, a little early on. You know what I mean? Before everybody else, because of his, and I think he won a title at one point, and they got beat for it. But
yeah, I think he did have a title. I'm not too sure if Anthony Joshua was actually not the one who actually beat him for it, so I'm not sure.
I think it was EJ. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Let me see here.
When I think it was a WBA or WBO or something like that.
WBA. Let me see. No. He didn't have a title when he was challenging. Let me see here. He fought for the WBO world heavyweight champion when he fought against he won a title, against Huey Fury. He was the regular, Anthony Joshua was the super WBO world heavyweight champion.
Yeah, I'm not too sure that would, but I know he got beat up by him in
No. He walked into that fight. That's when Anthony Joshua grabbed that belt, was off of him.
Right. That's what I thought.
Right. Okay. You're right. You know what I mean? That's where it happened at. So it is what it is, man. Experience, the last bit of resume. Who do you think had the more competitive last three fights? Who do you think made the more aggressive change?
Dubois for sure. I mean, you had a statue in front of you with a hard punch that didn't even throw his punch. Then you had before that, I mean, after that was like really like a Zhilei Zhang, which was a really good fight in his defense. Like probably one of the harder fights. But Zhilei Zhang just, again, he didn't know what to do with the speed. You know what I mean?
Right.
And then before Wilder, he had a good fight. You know what I mean? That got him there, and I think that put eyes on Joseph Parker.
Right.
You know what I mean? As a comeback. So I mean, yeah. I'm still gonna give it to Dubois because I think his fights were more impactful, especially fighting Usyk on the brink of that on that run. You know what I mean? I think that was more impactful. Especially,
who do you think is the better trainer, Andy Lee or Don Charles?
Oh well, I ain't getting into that, bro. That's subjective, and I'm not gonna give you that. I know what you're saying, Clay. I can't tell you that. You know why? Because each fighter is going to be different on how they react to their trainers. You know what I mean? Did we just see Andy Lee with another champion that lost or a contender that lost a championship fight not too long ago when he was training?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? It's just how you dial in to your trainer is really what goes on. And I think that him and Joseph Parker got a really good connection as far as Daniel Dubois and yes, I think they have a really good connection. I think he actually is close inside of the head of Daniel Dubois because I don't think Daniel Dubois has a good focus attention span. And I think he actually he like dopes him up. Pause on the dope. I'm just using words, guys. With knowledge where he has to think and stay focused. Where I don't think he stays focused in any general situation ever. But when he's in that ring, he listens and he focuses and he gets that guy to I mean, I guess. Wow, that's strong. That's probably I guess I have to go with don't know his name.
Don Charles.
Thank you, Charles. Yes, because I think he has more to do. He has more to weigh in on with Daniel Dubois. You know what I mean? I think there's some slight autism. I don't want to be disrespectful with Daniel Dubois, and I think he has more to lock in on, and I think he does that better. So I have to give him the edge on that.
I think listen. I hear your choice because I've gone up and down with it, back and forth with it, bro. It's not an easy. I think Don Charles does have more to work with Daniel Dubois, right? I think but I do think Daniel Dubois dials in very easily when he's motivated to. He dials right in because he's not distracted. One thing about people on the spectrum is they can dial in. You know what I'm saying? They can dial in. They usually do a lot of things kind of like regular or below average, but they do one or two things very exceptionally well. You know what I'm saying? And they focus. And I think Daniel Dubois found it in boxing. I think his father having him in boxing at such a young age in these gyms, really that's what his whole life became. I think that Don Charles just has to focus on making that happen. And I think he's been able to do that. And I think his job actually becomes easier at some point to where Daniel Dubois goes on autopilot. I think training becomes a lot easier for Daniel Dubois and Don Charles. You know what I'm saying? Whereas Joseph Parker, Andy Lee to a degree has kind of recreated this guy.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And he's become so much better with Andy Lee next to him. And, you know, I think, yeah, like you said, there was a contender that lost. I don't judge Andy Lee on his losses. I judge Andy Lee on his corner work, on the instructions, on what he's able to see. Weaknesses he's able to capitalize on. Strengths he's able to capitalize on in his fighter. He's really cerebral. Andy Lee's a very cerebral trainer, underrated in that maybe one of the best heavyweight trainers in the game right now. Now, he works with Tyson Fury as well. We know that Sugar Hill works with Tyson Fury, but Andy Lee just brings a certain intangible to the space that you can't put your finger right on. He's really that good. He's really like that. He really is.
Right. Yeah, he gives good instruction, Clay. I heard, you know what I mean? He breaks things down very clearly. So that's what I said.
That killer instinct too.
It's very difficult to make a really solid decision. But I think if you're going to look more at the challenge of things, you know what I mean? I think Charles is dealing with a little bit more in the challenge department of trying to get his guy to dial in and focus than Andy Lee.
I agree, but at the same time, I don't think it's that now. I think it was that in the beginning. But like I said, it's like Daniel Dubois, once you get him there, he's there. You know what I'm trying to say? I can picture Don Charles and Daniel Dubois' father saying, go ahead and do the same training we did 2 days ago. And I can see Daniel Dubois just going into that training and you just sitting there watching making sure he's on point. Whereas I see Andy Lee as more of a hands-on dude who's in the ring with him, stop, fix that punch. You know, we need it straight.
I don't know, man. You trapped me into a corner, Clay. I really said that, and I came out with an answer, and it's still the wrong answer. You see what I'm saying?
I'm not saying it's a wrong answer, but I'm giving food for thought is what I'm doing.
But what I'm saying is there is no answer. I stick to what I had in the beginning, ultimately, right? But if I have to give a choice, I think the most difficult part of coaching, you know, I coach Little League Baseball, and I got a couple of kids on there that don't belong out there, but I got to treat them all the same, right? There's some that just lack focus. They sit down in the grass, they, you know what I mean, throw the ball, they roll around, and you're like, yo, you guys are 12 years old. What is going on? You know what I mean? They don't act like the other 12-year-olds, and other kids are getting upset, but you got to kind of blend them all together. You know what I mean? One, you got to protect the kid and things of that nature. So I get it. That's very difficult. I'm going to be honest with you. It's very difficult in those situations. Some coaches won't even play those kids. They'll put them in, and if they do play, they play them at the end of the game. It's crazy work, but it is what it is. I get it, man.
Yeah.
I know, Bradley. I got you. Y'all both can chill out, though. You know what I mean? I'm good. No big deal, though. Listen, I know you having fun, but it was just a little distracting. That's all. It's all good.
Yeah, I see you guys going in, but yeah, I'm down for that here for boxing. Both of y'all make a $50 donation. You know, show some love to the channel. There you go. That's how you squash the beat.
There you go.
That's how you squash it, baby.
There you go.
But interesting fight, guys. I know we went a little deep into this, but I told you guys this card is that kind of card. You know what I mean? And these intangibles may play out in the fight, in my opinion. You know what I mean? The ability to adjust. I'm going to give that ability to adjust and to be
frequent. Neither one.
I'll put your money where your mouth is. I'll match.
Yeah, that's not frequent. I'm sorry. It's Ross Clark saying that to frequent.
Okay.
No. Yeah.
So
you got it.
So the ability to adjust in this fight, to make adjustments as the fight moves on, I think that leverage goes over to the Andy Lee side and the Joseph Parker side. They can fail in certain areas, adjust, and you'll see the adjustments happen in the fight.
Right.
Daniel Dubois, I haven't seen him adjust. And I'm being honest with you, I haven't seen him do it. When he fought against Philip Ergovich, they were trying to get him to adjust in that fight. Don Charles was trying to get him adjust. He wouldn't adjust. He just couldn't do it because he got one-track minded. He got focused on the game plan that they came in with. And when it came time to change that, when Don Charles was like, damn, Daniel's really getting hit a lot. Although Daniel showed the ability to weather the storm and take those shots and ultimately take the best shots Philip Ergovich was able to throw at him, and it discouraged Philip Ergovich. You know what I'm saying? I think he literally broke Philip Ergovich's confidence. Like, I'm punching you straight right hands down the middle. I know I'm lacing you up. Like, I know what I'm doing. And we can see it. If you watch the fight, those shots were like, damn.
We called it live.
Yeah, we were like, yo, what the we were like, yo. A matter of fact, it was so bad that I was saying, even though Daniel made it on the other side, that was the fight that made me be like, he ain't gonna be able to do this with Anthony Joshua. Remember? I was like, he's fighting Anthony Joshua. If he don't get his head off that damn line, he's gonna be out of there. He's not gonna take those shots from Anthony Joshua the way he took him from Philip Ergovich. And Anthony Joshua, in the round he got knocked in, started to throw those right hands straight down and actually caught Daniel Dubois, right? Had him on stanky legs. Let's remember that, because although Daniel Dubois knocked out Anthony Joshua, he was on his way of getting knocked out by Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua actually got overzealous because he saw that he hurt him, dropped that right hand a little bit low, trying to drop that crazy uppercut, and Daniel Dubois was able to come right up the middle with a left uppercut himself, or a left straight, right, and connect with him. Was it a left? Right? No.
He hit him with a left.
It was a right hand. It was a right hand, right?
It was a left.
Was it the left hand?
It was a left.
I just know he was on his way out before he put Anthony Joshua on his way out. So he doesn't adjust very well. Don Charles, and you also hear Don Charles screaming a lot during the fights. Daniel, come on, Daniel. So it was overhand right, exactly, Rodriguez. Yeah, that's what it was.
You had to pick your point. All right, so that one, yes, was the right. And I think he followed it with the left, if I'm not mistaken, but he might have nipped him.
Okay.
Right?
So
whatever. Go ahead.
Right, exactly. So at the end of the day, Daniel Dubois taking those instructions from the outside of the ring and in between rounds and actually implementing them in the next round, I haven't really seen him do that as efficiently, right? He's kind of like a steamroller. Once he starts going forward, there's no stopping him. Joseph Parker is going to be able to capitalize on that. Andy Lee is going to be able to capitalize off of that. Andy Lee is going to be able to make those adjustments in there, see things and say, oh, look what I'm looking at. I just saw this. This is what I want you to do now. I want you to start to double up on this. I want you to start moving to your right a little bit, and you're going to actually walk him into something. Or I want you to start, you know what I mean? I want you to start using your lateral movement a little bit. We're going to walk this kid into something horrible right now. And Joseph Parker actually execute on that. So we saw him adjust against Zhilei Zhang. We saw him adjust against Deontay Wilder even, right? So it's going to be an interesting fight. I'm still going with Daniel Dubois. I do think it's his time. I think that youth and that athleticism is going to kick in. I think later rounds, maybe between round 7 and 10, somewhere in there, like 8 and 9 in there, I think we'll see I do think we'll see Joseph Parker ultimately get knocked out.
I think so too. I think Joseph Parker, whether he gets hit in the shoulder, whether he gets hit in the arm, wherever he gets hit, he's gonna feel that power. It's gonna change the way he moves in that fight. And it's gonna cause him to be defensive, which I don't think he's really defensive. I think he's more of a like I said, a high volume puncher, which is offensive. And I think that causes him to cradle up and take some shots that he don't need to take. He goes down.
No doubt. It is what it is. So let's move on to the next fight on the card. Caleb Smith versus Joshua Buatsi. Not too sure how much people know about these fighters. This is going to be a great fight. It's in the light heavyweight division. You guys remember Caleb Smith. His last fight, I believe, was against Artur Beterbiev, if I'm correct. Let me check his box right here.
Yeah.
Was it against Beterbiev? I didn't do that much film study on him. I did a little bit. Obviously we know he fought the likes of Canelo Alvarez and he fought Canelo, right? Didn't he?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Did Caleb fight Canelo?
Caleb Smith? I thought he did.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. He lost a unanimous decision. Went 12 rounds with Canelo Alvarez. His last fight was against Carlos Galvin. Actually knocked that guy out in 5 rounds. That was back in November, and in January of the new year of 2024, January of 2024, starting last year, he fought against Artur Beterbiev and also ultimately got overwhelmed by Beterbiev and got put down in the 7th round. Right.
That wasn't an easy task for Beterbiev. He was literally fighting off the ropes, and that ring was bigger. I promise you, Clay. That was a little ass ring. That was, if that ring was bigger, I think he would have definitely washed Beterbiev, because
we did a lot on that fight too.
Yeah. He was able to shuffle in that little tight space, and Beterbiev was like, "Yo, I got you, bro. I'm walking you everywhere you go. I'm gonna clock you and walk you down." If he didn't have that advantage, man, I'm telling you, Caleb Smith would have walked out with the victory. He had I think he had the more cleaner punches, because Beterbiev was walking right into him. You know what I mean? He just was walking through. But here's what it is, right? Circumstances of being the A side.
That was definitely a fight where I started speaking about Artur Beterbiev being a better boxer than what people considered him being, because he used a lot of boxing in that fight, a lot of head movement, cutting off the ring. He really was it was a lot of strategy in that fight against Caleb, because Caleb brings a lot of physical attributes that is something you got to deal with. Long arms. He's standing at 6'3", 78-inch arm reach. He knows how to use that distance. This guy is a real problem for a fighter who's not properly prepared to get in the ring with him. You know what I mean?
Yep.
He has 2 losses, you know what I mean? Only on his record. He lost to Artur Beterbiev. Obviously, he got stopped by him, but nobody else has been able to stop him. And the only loss he has on his record is against Canelo Alvarez and Artur Beterbiev, 2 of the faces of boxing in their own right. Right, Artur Beterbiev, potentially the biggest puncher in boxing today, and Canelo Alvarez, the face of boxing. Outside of that, this guy has a perfect record, man.
Didn't they stop that fight too?
Against Artur?
Yeah.
Yeah, they stopped it. He didn't
get dropped, bro. I think he went down once.
He took a knee.
He took a knee once, right? But other than that, he didn't get dropped.
Right.
It's crazy. Yeah, he's as tough as they come, as they say, right?
Right. Now we got this other guy, Joshua Buatsi. Joshua Buatsi started off. He's been in the light heavyweight division his whole entire career. He came in with a lot of promise. I mean, he's sitting at 19 wins, 13 knockouts. Just to put some perspective on it, his last 1, 2, 3, 4 fights have gone to decision. This man has knocked everybody out before that. So, let's do it like this: 4 fights subtracted from the 19. That puts you at 15. This dude was sitting at 15 wins and 13 knockouts. He was knocking everybody out. Joshua Buatsi came into the game with a lot of promise behind him to be one of those, like, kind of like Artur Beterbiev to a degree. He was a heavy puncher. But as of late, as he stepped up the competition and gotten in front of the really started off with like Craig Richards, and then, stepping up in competition, he's been going the full 10, 12 rounds. He's fought a lot of 12-round fights. Really, when he started the 11-round campaign, the 12-round campaign, it seemed like
championship rounds.
It seemed like he kind of became regular all of a sudden, Joshua Buatsi. Now back in the run, and people want to see him fight against Anthony Yarde, and obviously they expect him to be a big contender in the fight. People have even rumored that maybe even David Benavidez may be fighting the winner of this fight. You know what I'm saying? May fight the winner of this fight, especially if Artur Beterbiev loses his next fight and they do a trilogy. There's a good chance that David Benavidez might be fighting one of these guys, or I know David Benavidez has talked about going to cruiserweight and fighting Zerto and things of that nature, but these guys are legitimate contenders to fight against him and make big fights against him. You know what I mean? What do you think about this fight? I mean, at this point, are you leaning one way or another? I know Caleb is like, I would have to believe that Buatsi is the favorite in the fight.
I think so, but slight favorite. I don't think it's. I definitely think it's a 60-40 type of affair. Right. I think Buatsi's probably going to be the guy they're looking for to get the rounds in, to outsmoke Caleb Smith. But here's to the surprise, Clay. Like I just mentioned, when you got Caleb Smith, who knows how to box, bro. He knows how to use the range of his distance, and he's able to You good, man. No, you ain't disrupt. You guys are good, man. Just it's all love, bro. Y'all good.
Oh yeah, you just gotta let him get it in. I was
Yeah.
ignoring him the whole time, bro.
I
I've
know.
seen it
I
going
did.
on.
I did.
You just gotta let him.
I was ignoring it. I just.
You know, one thing about the chat is it's just chat. It's not
Yeah,
like you're in a
man.
room, so it's like let him get at it, bro. Let him have at
Yeah.
it. Figure it out.
Absolutely.
We all a unit in here at one point or another. You
It's
guys
all
are.
fun. Like I get it.
It's fun, but sometimes they just got to get
Listen,
it in, bro.
we know, no, I'm talking about Bradley. You know what I mean? We know how 69 Bradley 69 is, bro. He like to pull triggers. He's triggered. You know what I mean? He's cool though.
No
He,
doubt,
he,
no doubt.
he even did it to us at wrong moments, Clay. He caught us at bad times. So, you know, he laughed at it. You know what I mean? He sitting there laughing and chuckling, but it's all good. It's all love, man.
Yeah. No, it really is. It's
No,
not
I
a
think
problem at all.
back to where we was. I think the ring size is going to play a big difference in this fight. I think Caleb has more extensive range and able to backpedal and turn and pivot more in this fight. He will have to get caught at a bad angle coming off of something in order for him to lose this fight. And it's going to have to be something that rocks him. I don't think Battier has enough to rock him. Maybe I'll punch him, but rock.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bati or Bati? Okay, Bati. Okay.
Buwati.
Yeah, Buwati. Okay. Well, if you say that too, I'm gonna go with it. Yeah, if he has enough, nah, that's you right, man. If he has enough to like cut off the ring and like just basically keep him from moving, yo, he wins. But I think Caleb Smith, I'll point him. I think he's going to be everywhere. He's going to have to play catch up. He's going to get hit with the counters. He's going to get hit with the rangy shots. And I just think it might be a long day for him. We might not see a stoppage, but we're going to definitely see some points and control of the ring from Caleb Smith. I'm going with Caleb.
Yeah. I'm not there yet all the way. I am leaning toward Buwati. I think it's his time. Once again, very similar to the Daniel Dubois, Joseph Parker fight. This is very similar to me. I know it might seem like a reach, but you know, Caleb Smith has kind of had his time. And you know, I remember at the end of that fight with Artur Beterbiev when Caleb Smith was actually entertaining retiring. He was on his way out the game for the most part. Kind of just saw that fight as, you know what, if I'm not going to be able to contend for some real titles at this point, why go through all this abuse, especially coming off a fight like what he did with Artur Beterbiev. Caleb Smith is 34 years old. You know what I mean? Joshua Buatsi sitting at 31 years old. He's kind of should have been where he's supposed to be. But it looked like he had some things that kind of held him back. I'm trying to see if there was a point in time to where he just kind of like didn't fight for a while, because I don't understand what really began the derailment, we'll say. It seemed like he was kind of derailed a little bit, but he does seem like he's back in rare form and very motivated. There's a lot being bet on Joshua Buatsi to be able to get through a fight like this and be involved in some of the biggest fights the light heavyweight division has to offer. He's really looked at as the future of the light heavyweight division. And now that you bring David Benavidez into this division, it makes the division that much more interesting. Joshua Buatsi's part of that interesting conversation. That's what they want to see come from him. Right. And this is going to be his opportunity to really show out and really separate himself from the rest of the division and put him directly into the conversation. Now that we're about, in my opinion, we're about to see the light heavyweight division open right up, because Dimitri Bivol and Artur Beterbiev are at the end of their run. They're kind of just having these fights against each other, and maybe the winner of the ultimately of that trilogy or this next fight, if Artur Beterbiev wins it, might give David Benavidez a shot. But you'd have to think this is coming down to the last fight for them. You've got David Morrell in the division, you've got David Benavidez in the division, and who knows who's considering moving up from 168 to come to 175 to compete in that division. Joshua Buatsi should be really motivated for this fight. We should see the best version of him. And if he does win this fight, I'm gonna be real with you, I think he stops Caleb Smith.
Okay.
And I think that would put a big name on him, because Artur Beterbiev wasn't able to do it, and Canelo Alvarez wasn't able to do it. So if Joshua Buatsi is able to actually stop Caleb Smith or even TKO him, Caleb Smith may be ready to go. He may be ready to go. Like I told you, at the end of that Artur Beterbiev fight, Caleb was entertaining retirement. And that mentality is not something easy to shake off, right? You don't shake that mentality off very easily. Once you your mind's kind of there for the retirement, people start to say, like, you know, you might want to retire. is Caleb Smith looking at this as his last hurrah? Is he looking at it like, man, all or nothing, man? Either I'm going to make it and be back in the championships, or am I ready mentally to be like, that was it? I just needed that confirmation. If he's looking for that confirmation, that mentality might be the edge that Joshua Buatsi needs, you know what I mean, to take advantage of that and get Caleb Smith and help him on his way out the door. Before you answer to that, let me deal with these super chats.
Do that. Yes, I was going to mention that too.
Ty Moore said, band for band. I'm assuming this is a personal little competition that's going on here. And then, of course, hit the boxing. These disruptive weirdos got to go, man. Hey, man, we already kind of answered to that, right? And then Tom Morissette responds to what Lotto say. I don't know what Lotto say, but we appreciate the dub. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Braves.
Yo, diabolical. You know what I mean? Crazy work, all that. Moist. Was it moist energy? Whatever he say, whatever. Musty energy, whatever. That was funny, Clay. But yo, check it. I'm gonna steal this from you, right? Turkey knows how to put great fights together. He ain't gonna put you in there if he don't believe you can win, or it's not gonna be a great contest.
Oh yeah.
I'm not gonna overlook Caleb Smith on this fight. I think he had enough experience.
But it's not overlooking him.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying my point. I'm saying me generally, not everyone else.
Who do you think Turkey
favors?
You know Turkey wants somebody to win. He wants somebody to win. He has a favorite.
He wants Bosti, whatever you say his name is.
Boo
Good, that guy. Yeah, Boo at the sea. Yeah, that guy. I know his name. I got you.
Don't be so
I'm
Jersey.
having fun with it a little bit. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think he sees this probably as close as a 50-50 in his opinion, but I think he's probably leaning towards Buatsi because he wants to make a great fight with Benavidez if Bertuviev loses to Bivol and they go to a round 3. I mean, around 25, right? So if they go round 25, he wants to see Benavidez in the ring with somebody else that's undefeated, that's a challenge that can be pushed back. Either way, one of these fighters are going to be those guys. This is that matchup for the guy waiting in line, basically, right?
Right.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, this is why he picked these guys. But I think he figures the undefeated fighter looks prettier on paper than the guy that has 2 losses. But then he thinks also the experience fighting the reigning champ at 168 and the reigning champ at 175 is a good test for Benavidez as well, because it'll put him in where you at. Okay, let's see where you at. This guy just be the undefeated fighter that is an interim champion. Let's get it on. You know what I mean? So I think this says a lot, and I think Caleb Smith is not going to lay down, bro. I think he's going to come in there not to get hit. He's showing that he doesn't like to get hit. Like nobody, like I said this the other day, right?
Caleb gets hit.
I know
that's what he does.
I didn't say he could weather the storm. I said it shows he don't like, because you talk about a runner, he takes 6 steps back when somebody hit him, he gets out the way. Tell me he don't get out the way. He get out the way, and he cuddles into that rope and he counters back. Yeah. So he don't like. There's a difference between not like getting hit and not wanting to get hit. Let me correct myself. And he don't want to get hit. And so, with that being said, I think we find ourselves in an interesting predicament, a great fight. I think it's going to be fireworks, this fight. I think this actually might be a surprise fight. This could be possibility one of the fights of the year, too. It might be something that we don't even see coming, right? Because a lot of these times we see the fights of the year are the fights we don't see happening. They're usually the contests that both guys are pretty much at equal footing. Maybe one guy has a slight edge. But, you know what I mean, thanks to good matchmaking, you get a great fight. Nick Ball wasn't supposed to win that title, bro. Just remember that. I'm gonna leave it there.
No, I hear you, man. But I think the difference between Nick Ball and Caleb Smith is just the motivation, right? Like I stated before, the intangible here is that Caleb Smith was on his way out the door. He for all intent purposes, people thought Caleb was going to be done with boxing with Artur Beterbiev. He made one last run at it, got a victory in his last fight, and here he is getting an opportunity at greatness. No, I'm sure he's very motivated, but usually the question doesn't get answered as far as the grit is concerned, as far as how much you want it until you're tested. If Caleb Smith is got the right mindset, then kudos to him. But at the same exact time, if he's looking for a reason to leave, if every fight he has now is a fight where, depending on him winning or losing, is the decision maker as to whether or not he stays in boxing or not. At some point in time, sometimes you see the elephant go look for the elephant graveyard, right? They know when they're going to die, and then they go there and they lay down and they die. Exactly. May go lay down and die on Riyadh season on Saturday and just want the right fighter to get him there to help him along there. And Joshua Buatsi might be in the right place at the right time, right? He might be at the right place at the right time and be able to take advantage of this and make a big name for himself and able to actually stop Caleb Smith. If he's able to do that, he puts himself in the real conversation. And I think the real conversation, hold on a second here, bear with me. I just got to fix this. ADB, boom, open. Don't give me no headaches. Do what you're supposed to do. Thank you. Boom. And the big question is, is he going to be able to do it? Because guess who's coming to Riyadh?
It's a great question. Who's coming to Riyadh?
David Benavidez. The Mexican monster is heading to Riyadh season. He will be there. He's flying there, courtesy of Turki Al-Sheikh, who has personally invited him. David Benavidez is going to make that trip. I'm sure he's going to be keeping his eye on Dimitri Bivol and Artur Beterbiev, but in the spirit of that fight not going where people thought it was going to go, and Artur Beterbiev takes a loss from Dimitri Bivol, well, it's very likely there'll be a trilogy. And the question is, what is David Benavidez to do? I think he's going to be looking a lot on the back end of this fight right here. I think the results of this fight is going to be another fight that he's going to be taking a look at. I think the winner of this fight may have a chance of fighting David Benavidez. I know David Benavidez has talked about fighting Zurdo Ramirez as a cruiserweight. If he's able to make that happen, I heard Jose Benavidez Sr. say that he's had in-depth conversations with Oscar De La Hoya, and that Oscar De La Hoya seems to be on the same page as him about that fight being made. You know how Oscar is. He's about that money. If Turkey's willing to finance it, there's a good chance the fight can happen. At the same time, Oscar's also been known to
take advantage of fights.
Well, let's just put it like this. If he doesn't want Zurdo to fight his next fight, he may use this as an excuse as a bigger fight to get Zurdo out of that fight. Oscar's known to get his fighters out of trouble if he sees it coming. Hence what we see him doing with William Zepeda, and what people are, what the
Oscarine situations
with Schofield to a degree, which I don't think that's what it is. But the reason he gets that light is because he's been known to do this. He gets his fighters out of certain trouble, out of certain trouble. You know what I'm saying? By bigger opportunities coming across the table. He may see David Benavidez as the bigger payday. Zurdo Ramirez and David Benavidez have a lot of sparring time in the gym, experience with each other. I'm hearing that it's dog fights. It's very entertaining if you're in the gym to see them fight each other. If you're trying to make a big fight, I can see that making sense. But in the spirit of David Benavidez making a trip to Riyadh season, I don't think it's about Zurdo Ramirez. I think it's exclusively about Dimitri Bivol and Artur Beterbiev. And if that fight doesn't become available because Artur Beterbiev loses, what better fight to give David Benavidez in Riyadh season? And also, I want to be clear, David Benavidez wants to fight in Vegas. So if he's going to fight Zurdo Ramirez, he's going to want it to be in Vegas. If he fights the winner of Artur Beterbiev and Dimitri Bivol, he'd like it to be in Vegas, but he knows it's not going to be. If Turkey's involved in it, what's the fight that's more likely to happen in Riyadh season? It'd be the winner out of this fight, Caleb Smith and Joshua, right? So we got to pay attention to what that fight looks like. I'm sure David Benavidez is going to be looking at that. Potential big fights getting made on the back end of the results of Dimitri Bivol and Artur Beterbiev. And if you guys aren't paying attention to it before, I hope you're paying attention to it now. Caleb Smith and Joshua Buatsi probably has a lot to say about who David Benavidez fights next. Shout out to we got a super chat in here from, hold on a second, bear with me, from Tom Morissette puts another $10, says, she said brokey. I don't know once again why you said that, but I appreciate the $10 in the chat.
It's funny.
Yeah, we definitely got
I just have to say I'm a Glorilla fan. I'm gonna tell you the truth, bro. She a baddie, bro. I don't get in trouble. I'm married, but chick nice. No disrespect. No disrespect to the women out there. I'm just saying. She got bars.
She got bars?
She got bars.
Yeah.
If
No doubt.
if I was a boxer, that I have her walk me out to the ring, bro. Like for real. Yo, she got bars, bro. Look, Mike. That's not look,
He said,
yo.
I love Glow too. I'm be real. I don't know
She not
about Glow
bad.
like as a rapper, if I like her necessarily, because I don't listen to her music like
Her
that, but I like
voice
her
is
spirit.
weird, but it's good. It's like her voice don't just fit her. That's what it is. It don't fit her. But man, she's a pretty young lady. No disrespect to anybody, you know what I mean? She got bars. She's entertaining. She's always smiling. You know what I mean? Like she looked like she always having a good time. And I'm just like, man, this girl going far, man. She's gonna be the next one in the rap game for real.
Yeah, I like her spirit. I
Yeah,
like her spirit.
exactly.
You know what I mean? I do.
There
I
it
like
is. That's the word I was looking for. Exactly. All those things I just described. Spirit. Absolutely.
Yeah, when she's being interviewed and she speaks, she has an older spirit. She has like like when she speaks, I hear she has an older energy about her.
That's
And I
why I'm
like
like,
that.
yo, I like her, bro. Something about her. I don't know what it is, but yeah, I don't know, man. You said low key, Lotto, more okay.
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
Lotto a little bit more. Lotto is definitely more eye candy.
Yeah,
than Glow. But Glow got that when she smiles and she's laughing.
Yeah,
she got a stupid laugh.
Like, yeah.
If you ever hear her like really laugh, she has
him.
a stupid laugh. She got one of those laughs that where it's like she's not trying to be cute. She's really
Yo.
like that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
So it is. So it is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, bro.
I appreciate Glow and what she brings to the table. Shout out to Nine Fingers. Nine Fingers supporting the channel.
And respectfully killing the conversation and showing some love, man. Listen, that's what I'm telling you. That's what the brother do, man. He's a good dude, man. You know what I mean? Shout out to Nine Fingers.
Yeah, for sure, man. Shout out to Nine Fingers, man. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you for the love.
Gio I don't know, man.
Yeah. Ty Morris said here for boxing, kind of. You know what I mean? I mean, Nine Fingers. I mean, here for boxing. Nine Fingers kind of talking crazy to you now. Jesus.
No, he's good, man. He good. That was the conversation to say apologies to us or whatever. That was just in the matching up. So I get it. Thank you. Here for boxing on point with that, brother.
No doubt. Right on time, man.
Look. Yo, my brother crazy, bro. He just can't help himself. It's funny work, man. Y'all funny. Tell me saying. Let's get into it, Clay. Let's look the other way.
So Ajit Kabayel versus Zhilei Zhang for the WBC interim heavyweight title, right? These guys are going to get it in, and I guess in line for that WBC title.
Yeah,
that Alexander Usyk is holding right now, right? Alexander Usyk holding that WBC title, holding all the titles, but trying to get himself in that conversation is going to be difficult. Alexander Usyk has plans for himself as a undisputed champion. He definitely is eyeing the winner of Daniel Dubois and Joseph Parker. And then after that, who knows what he does. But at the end of the day, Ajit Kabayel and Zhilei Zhang will be in the conversation for maybe the loser of that fight, or maybe, who knows how they might do it if they don't strip. The WBC is not known to strip anybody for their titles, especially with a fighter like Alexander Usyk with a money guy behind him like Turkey. They're not going nowhere, right? They're going to stay right in the flow of the millions of dollars so they can get their sanctioning fees off that money the same way they do with Canelo. But this is still a big fight, guys. Zhilei Zhang almost got knocked out the race, right? He almost got knocked out the conversation. When he took that loss against Joseph Parker, this is a 41, 42-year-old man. He's on his way out the door, and he keeps finding life at the end of the tunnel. Right when we think it's about over for him, he brings it back. He gets his victory, right, over Deontay Wilder, right? Knocks Deontay Wilder out. The name held more weight than the actual game that he brings to the table as far as Deontay Wilder, but it was a great knockout for Zhilei Zhang to get on his record and threw him right back in the conversation, and they wanted to see him fight. There were rumors of Zhilei Zhang maybe getting a rematch with Joseph Parker, trying to maybe getting in front of Philip Ergovich, because I believe he took that loss against Philip Ergovich, maybe try to avenge that. But Turkey said, you know what? I got a fighter that I've been trying to get in the conversation. This guy right here, G. Cabello, was in conversations to fight Martin Bacoli. If you guys aren't paying attention, he was definitely in that conversation. Maybe he's been saved. I don't know, because if he would have fought Martin Bacoli, I definitely was going to be picking Martin Bacoli over G. Cabello.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, G. Cabello gets himself put in a position. He's been on the last 3 Riyadh seasons, I believe. I believe he fought the Mike Tyson, the Russian Mike Tyson.
Yep.
Two of the last Riyadh season cards. He stopped that guy with body work, called him the body snatcher, worked that guy to the body until he couldn't take it no more, and legitimately stopped him. And then he fought Frank Sanchez and stopped Frank Sanchez. Now, look, Frank Sanchez was not on good legs. Not to make excuses, but he did have a bad knee. You saw he had the knee brace on, and so his mobility and his athleticism, which Frank Sanchez depends a lot on. He comes from that Cuban background with that amateur. He depends on that ability to move around a lot, and he wasn't able to do that. Ajit Cabello, with that relentless body attack that he brings to these fights, he is legitimately relentless to the body. He makes it his business to get that body work in. It is what it is. He's the younger fighter. How old is Ajit Cabello?
33.
Is he in his
He's 33.
Oh, you're looking at it right now?
No.
Just remembering?
Just thinking. I think he's 33.
Yeah, he's 32 years old. 32, maybe he'll be 33 by the time the fight happens. And he brings the youth, he brings athleticism, he brings the conditioning. Zhilei Zhang has kind of made himself at 41 years old. Would you agree or disagree? Is he a one-trick pony at this point? Or is he somebody who brings a lot to the table?
I mean, yes and no. I'll tell you why I say yes and no. Because I think he has the mindset to be defensively sound, right? Mm-hmm. But he also is a puncher. He reminds me of George Foreman. He has the body of work to say, look, you're gonna come in here, you're gonna try to stop me, you're gonna have to beat me. And in order to beat me, you got to get past the guard, right? You got to get in between. First of all, you got to get in between this range of length and my punches coming at your way. And once you get in there, you got to get into that guard. You got to break that. You got to break barriers down to get to me. And Zhilei Zhang's had a hard time with people breaking down those barriers. Has he been hit before? Has he been caught? Yes. He got caught by a smaller, stronger, younger fighter. Believe it or not, and Joseph Parker. Do I see this kind of playing out the same? Yeah, but if Ajit
Cabello.
Thank you. I can't say that to say. It's worse than JPT. What's his name? But whatever. Ruiz. Whatever.
Ajit or Buatsi.
No, yeah, it's the same thing. All right. I'm not going to say I know his name, Ajit. We're going to go with Ajit. So I think if Ajit gets and tries to use the punishing of the body, I think it's going to be a bad, long night for him. I don't think that I think he absorbs most of those shots. Zhilei Zhang, he welcomes that type of fight. But if he's going to sit there, he's going to use like his jab and follow it up with a couple of hooks, in and out type movement. He might have an opportunity. If he's able to turn Zhilei Zhang, he has an opportunity. On this note, I think Zhilei Zhang is actually just the experienced fighter with more in the tank. You know what I mean? I think he'll allow Ajit to punch himself out, and then he takes advantage. That's just my opinion.
Right. Well, let me tell you, man, there's some intangibles in this fight, man. Well, you know what I mean? Some intangibles that we got to talk about. Shout out to Tom Morissette for the cool. Fight is going to be an interesting fight, guys. I'm going to let you know early. I'm going with Ajit Cabello, right? That's who I believe gets to win in this fight. But let's go a little deeper into this fight right here. Let's look at some of the dimensions and some of the intangibles that are in this fight. Now, Zhilei Zhang, when you look at it on paper and you look at him in the ring, Zhilei Zhang is the bigger fighter, right? He's the taller fighter. He's the heavier fighter. Like Zhilei Zhang will probably come into the ring somewhere around 280 to 290 pounds on the night of the fight. Ajit Cabello, although he's a shorter fighter, amazingly enough, Ajit's going to come in probably around 240-ish, 250-ish in that realm. But at 6'3", both these guys have an 80-inch arm reach, and I think this is where the difference is going to come into the game. The intangible is going to be that arm reach. Zhilei Zhang is bigger, but not necessarily. Not necessarily. And I'll tell you why. Because Ajit got that 80-inch arm reach. He knows how to work. He works behind that jab. He knows how to work inside that mid-range better than Zhilei Zhang. Zhang is not going to be as effective on the inside as he is on the outside. As much as GKBL has that same arm reach, he works and punches inside a lot quicker and a lot more effectively, which is what a lot of these bigger fighters have had a problem dealing with a GKBL, because although he looks like the smaller fighter, he's really not. You know what I mean? He really works what he has like a big guy. Pause. You know what I'm saying? He really does that. I think what you're going to see is a GKBL is going to be using and testing Zhang Zhang's conditioning. I think his conditioning is going to play a big factor in there. I saw Zhang in his last fight supposedly work on the conditioning because he faulted the way he performed against Joseph Parker on his conditioning, and it wasn't that much of an improvement. He knocked out Deontay Wilder, but Deontay Wilder was just food and just really didn't test the conditioning of Zhang. I think a GKBL is going to legitimately test that conditioning. He's going to work that body. You can count on it. I'm sure Zhang is waiting for him to come in with that body work. It's going to be important for GKBL to weather and move around in those first couple of rounds, first 2-3 rounds, really hit him in the body, but also keep a GKBL's legs moving. Keep Zhang's legs moving, keep them legs moving, keep applying that pressure. Don't let Zhang be relaxed and do what he feels like doing. I think you're going to see Zhang fade out between round 3 to 5. You're going to start seeing him fade, and you're going to see a GKBL becoming more aggressive with those body shots. I think we're going to see a GKBL stop Zhang on Saturday night. That's what I believe. But we'll see what happens. You know what I mean? We'll see what happens. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's what I see happening right now. What's going on here? Okay, no, that's not supposed to be there.
Not much.
All right, so we have one more fight to go through, and then we're going to open up the panel. All right. Hamza Shiraz, man. Listen, man. Hamza Shiraz, man, looking to put 160 pounds on notice. This kid is the next up-and-coming 160-pound fighter, right? Like, he's
going up, bro.
A lot. Is he? He's going
to go to 168. I think he's going to win the title, move up, and challenge for 168, bro. I think he's going to listen. I'm going to let you cook. Go ahead. I'm going to save it.
Nah, man, listen, we can get into it because at the end of the day, Hamza Shiraz might be the sleeper on this card right here, the guy who might shine. This is Turki Al-Sheikh's little project right here. Hamza Shiraz is a legitimate product of Turki Al-Sheikh and Riyadh season. This guy has always been making his moves, but look, Turki took this guy under the wing and said, you're going to be one of my guys. I mean, we can speak on the obvious elephant in the room that he's a Muslim, you know what I mean? You know what I mean, that a Muslim gets to be in this position. You know what I'm saying? That's what he represents for Turki Al-Sheikh. There's definitely vested interest in this kid being very successful. But listen, he picked the right one. Turki Al-Sheikh picked the right one. This kid has a lot of talent, man. Really just coming up to superstar status in the UK and on the scene because of Turki Al-Sheikh, and everybody's betting on this kid to be that guy. Now, in the beginning, this kid was supposed to be fighting against Janik. What's his name, brother? What's his name? Who's the very unified champion in the division? Janibek. He was supposed to be fighting against Janibek. But they changed their mind, didn't they? They decided to go the WBC route and go ahead and fight Carlos Adames.
Easy pickings, bro. Listen, it ain't no tough road for these championships. I'm gonna just put it there. Let me talk to this guy right here in front of you on this picture, Mr. Hamza. My bad, Shiraz.
Right.
There's no easy way out, bro. First of all, your easiest fight would have been that dude at the PBC. Which I don't even think that's an easy task. But you are taking the next easiest one. I think this is a really good opportunity for you to win. I think you have what it takes. But remember, those bricks you got, this dude got bricks too, bro. He throws them back. You know what I mean? He's no easy task. He's not somebody that you're just gonna walk through. But he is beatable. And watching both these guys fight, I'm leaning towards Hamza. I think Hamza brings a little bit more validity to the fight. I think he brings more to the fight that experience and the boxing ability. I think Carlos Adames, coming from that Cuban background, he's a little bit more flat-footed, but he knows how to sit there and box. And he boxes well, but he's more of a traditional style boxer as opposed to Hamza, who's a little bit more flashier, a little bit more footwork involved, a little bit more, speed. And I just think he has just enough power. I wouldn't be surprised if this goes to like late rounds and we get a stoppage with a new champion at the end of this. I'm keeping it 100.
Listen, man, I'm gonna be real with you guys. Stylistically, Carlos Adames is the perfect fighter for Hamza Shiraz. Yep. This is why they put this fight together. Listen, Carlos Adames got that WBC title. He has a great pedigree about him, great amateur background, but this kid Hamza Shiraz has been on a knockout tear. I don't remember the last fight that went to a decision with this kid, man. He's 21 wins, 17 knockouts. He's sitting at an 81+% knockout ratio. What does he do? What does Hamza Shiraz bring to the table? He brings the physical attributes, right? He's 6'3". He got that 75-inch arm reach, and he uses it not to get away from smoke. He doesn't use it to win on points. He uses it as a laser finder to line you up with that right hand, and he does it with precision. This kid is this kid in this fight gets to show the world who he really is, and this is why this kid is in this fight. Turkey knows it. The 160-pound weight class division knows it. He needs to be tested, and this is a great test for him. That's why they pulled off of the Janibek fight, because they were like, you know what, we're gonna do it, but you know what? Why do that? Let's go ahead. Let's get him a belt. Let's make that fight as big as we can make it a unification title. Let's paint him a path directly to being undisputed at 160. And like you said, Ray, let's hurry up and get it done, because we want to see this kid at 168. This kid got big fights to make at 168. He's gonna make that division.
He's gonna bring that division back. You know, everybody leaving that division. He's going to bring that division back. I'm telling you. He's going to bring 168 back up to the limelight. He's that guy, bro.
He's definitely in that conversation, man. And that's why they got him there, man. Hamza Shiraz, I picked to win this fight right here. I know they think it's a 50-50 fight. It may be close. It is close to it. I don't want to sleep on Carlos Adames. He does bring that pedigree to the table. Matter of fact, let me pull up Carlos Adames's record, because the thing about Carlos Adames is a lot of people thought that he was going to run it with Jamal Charlo. They thought that fight was going to be made. And, obviously we know what Jamal Charlo has been dealing with, some mental health issues that have kind of gotten away what he's supposed to do. So in so many words, Carlos Adames is an email WBC champion, right? He's an email WBC champion.
Bro,
this last fight he had was against Terrell Gosha. I don't know if you remember that fight.
Yep.
Terrell Gosha, I think is he from out of like Philadelphia or something? Is he out of, I don't remember where he's from. But he kind of has. You want me to be real with you? He brought that Stone Cold or So Cold Stevenson energy.
Mm-hmm. Where's Stone Cold from? Oklahoma.
He's from I think he's from the same side as not Oklahoma, Arkansas, right?
Arkansas
is Terrence.
Okay.
You know
I think this guy's from one of those states, Oklahoma, Ohio, somewhere. I think he's Ohio. Possibly.
Yeah, he's from Ohio.
Okay.
Cleveland.
I thought it was Oklahoma. That's what I was asking. I was going to say Missouri next, but he's in somewhere in that area, but Midwest. But he's in the Central. But man. Let me tell you something. Forget about Garcia for a second. He's definitely a good fighter. I don't want to take. He definitely has that pedigree, like you were just mentioning. But what I notice is, and this is the difference in the fight to me, is Carlos Adames is like 5'10", bro. He's fighting a guy 6'4", range finder. You know what I mean? A power puncher, agility at that. You know what I mean? You're talking about a shooting guard or a wide receiver, bro. To somebody that's just like, you know what I mean? And you're like a solid kind of flat-footed 5'10". But listen, he packs a punch. Don't get it twisted. He can punch. I mean, he might even be on the brink of 6 foot. I'm not even sure, but I'm just telling you, Clay. Adames can punch, but he's up against a Tower Inferno, and somebody may say, even though it's not going to look that much on paper, I promise you, but you'll see it in the ring.
Yeah, I believe that'll be that way. You know what I mean? Hamza got like a 4-inch reach on him. You know what I'm saying? Well, not a 4-inch reach, 4-inch height advantage on him, and he's only like 2-inch reach on him. So I mean, they're not as far apart as people might want to think they are. listen, Carlos Adames is going to bring that aggression. This fight right here is going to be another fight on the card that I think is going to be underrated until you see it. Could be fight of the night. All kind of things can happen because Carlos Adames is coming in as well with a 75% knockout ratio. He's like 24 wins and I don't know how many knockouts. Let me see. 18 knockouts, 24 wins, 18 knockouts, right? He has a loss on his record. He lost against Patrick Teixeira. You guys remember seeing Patrick Teixeira against I believe it was Xander Zayas who took him out, right? This is going to be a fight that could be fight of the night, but I got Hamza Shiraz knocking this dude out or stopping him, man. Or if this goes to a 12-round fight, that'll be awesome as well. Great experience for Hamza Shiraz. This is one of those fights that will change Hamza Shiraz, though, for the better, hopefully. But it will change him. It will change him. You know what I'm saying? It will change him, hopefully for the better. But this fight is competitive. This is what Hamza Shiraz needs. This is a very big time development kind of fight. You know what I mean? I'm not. Listen, man. I'm going with Hamza Shiraz in this one. I think he stops him, but maybe he goes to the decision. But Hamza's just one of those guys. Watch this guy. If you don't know who he is, watch him.
And yeah, salute to everybody in the chat for the correction. I did know he was Dominican. I don't know why I said Cuban.
Yeah, he's Dominican. Yeah,
I did know that. Shout out to Ty, who's a breath of fresh air. He's the whole island of Espanola. You know what I mean? He's Haitian and Cuban. So shout out to Ty for putting that out there. Shout out to Running Red 91 for putting it out there. Appreciate it. Nick J, welcome to the party. Great show last night. I'm glad we were able to cook. Listen, no disrespect, Nick J, but what your guess was funny. I'm just gonna put it that way. She was funny. I liked her energy, but she's a little funny. But salute to you.
No doubt. What I'm gonna do is, he's Haitian too. Tom Moore said he's Dominican Haitian.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I just said that.
Shout out to the dope.
They just say the whole island.
Oh shit, man!
Both sides of the island, bro.
Salute to Carlos Adames. I ain't know that, man. Yeah, man. Shout out to him. I was gonna talk some curl, but I ain't gonna do it. What I am gonna do though, guys, is I'm gonna put that link out there. Definitely feel free to jump on. If you guys want to build on any of the topics, I'm sure the Schofield conversation is going to come up. You know what I'm saying? But don't be scared to talk about the card as well. This is going to be one of the best cards. I mean, as we just sat there and broke down all these fights, bro. It made me even more excited about this card. Ray, it did. This card, amazing,
Clay, you're a homer, bro.
Huh?
I said you a homer, bro. I ain't go front. It's good though. A homer, like you root for the whole team, bro. Like it changes things.
Nah, what are you talking about? You talking about this Adames fight?
Yeah, I thought you said this changes the fight because he said he was Haitian. You was like, yo,
it does change the fight for me because I'm seeing somebody from the pay. You know what I'm saying? I see somebody from the motherland in the fight, but I still got Hamza Shiraz win. I'm not no dumb.
Yeah, no. I'm saying,
but bro. I'm on a route. You know what I'm saying? Hell yeah, I'm gonna do what I'm supposed to do. Bro.
I get it.
I'm gonna wish.
That's how I feel about the fight we just mentioned, man. With what's his name again? Whatever. Boosty.
Bawatsi? You talking about?
Guy. Yeah, that guy. Yeah. That's how I feel about that fight with Caleb Smith. But I don't want to go against the grain on that fight. But I just think that Caleb's done enough. And he's out
fingers. I'm definitely Haitian. I'm definitely Haitian, bro. Proud Haitian, bro. All over my computer monitors, my background screen. I rep that. You know what I mean?
This truck with the American flag in the back.
Yeah. Well, no. Yeah, I do got American. Well, I'm American. I'm born and raised.
You play.
Did my time in the military. I love my country.
I'm just messing, man. Just teaching.
No, I don't give a shit. But I'm just saying. Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, you were proud. Like we had conversations. You definitely proud, man. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I'm with that. I support that. Actually.
No doubt. Clay the homer. LOL. Mike S. Yeah, for sure, man. I am, man. You know what I mean? I'm definitely representing Motherland. But the link is there in the chat. If anybody want to step up and build, it's all good. If you don't, I do understand. We talked about a lot, man. 2 hours and 15 minutes, not bad, man. I like the time that we put in. We got through it a lot quicker than I thought we were. I was like, damn, this is going to be a long conversation, but we were able to move through it. I liked it. So at this point, going through the whole entire card, yeah, man, we are. Mike S. very proud, man. You know how we carry it, bro. That's a fact, bro. My wife Haitian, my kids Haitian. You know what I'm saying? I eat Haitian food every day, damn near. You know,
My wife in the house don't come in, or you gonna
very
get
culturally conscious over here. We know who we are, bro. That's a fact. I'm not a regular Haitian. I'm not American Haitian. You know what I mean? I am, but you know, vous parlez créole là, vous mangez. You know what I'm saying? I manger haïtien. You know what I mean? I bump compa. You know what I mean? I'm all the way with it. I really don't play about it. Yo, salute the Hood Rich in the building.
The new low, no more backwards up the road. I like it. Okay, you got the step on.
Salute, man. Salute. How y'all feeling?
What up, man? How you doing?
How you doing?
I'm in here playing this undisputed game.
Yeah, how you like it? Are you just playing it, or you been playing it? Like,
no, I've been playing it. It's alright, but it ain't all that.
I like it, man. I think you do got to get used to it because it's. I'm gonna say that I think it's like a little bit too realistic at times. Like you got to really be able to move. Like if you're staying in the wrong position, you're not gonna be able to let off certain punches. You're not, you know how fight night was. You know what I mean? This one
just don't like how like you can be right there by somebody and the shot will not connect. I don't like that.
That's because you're not in the right position. You just gotta pay attention. You just not in the right position. You literally gotta be in the right position. Footwork matters in this fight. Positioning matters in this fight. Like, and also the fighters matter in this fight. Like certain fighters don't let their shots off the same way. So what you're able to do with one fighter, you're not as easily to do with another fighter. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm playing with Bam right now.
Okay. Listen, man, I love that game, man. That's a good game, man. I know people throw shots at it a lot, but it takes getting used to it, and that stamina bar too, right?
Yeah, man. Like I feel like they could have put a little bit more time into it. A little bit. Right. That's it.
Yeah, I heard the computer version is better. Like you playing on the PS5, I'm assuming.
Yeah, the 5. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard. I haven't played the computer version, but I heard the PC version is quicker. Like the reflexes are quick. I heard it's better on the PC.
I heard that too. Yeah, I heard that. I don't know though, man. But what, man?
What's up, man?
Crazy, man. It's crazy this week. It's crazy.
Well, yeah, look, Tank put out the interviews, and he knew what was going to happen. It's a build up to March 1st, and it did shake up the space. You know what I'm saying? And I'll be honest, even with me, it messed with me a little bit. I really, I mean, I didn't like the last interview that I saw. The first one with Yachty, I'm like, all right. The second one just seemed like he's leaving and not going to do nothing. Like he seems like he don't want to. Like he seems like he's just going to
put it
leave,
that way,
bro.
right? Yeah.
Rich, real quick. Was the J Hill interview first recorded, and they just put the Yachty one out first?
I don't know.
Because it looked like the way it was talked about and the things that it just looked like it was an earlier video and it just got pushed out later. Because I remember you saying the Yachty video wasn't supposed to come out right away, and there's another one, right? So so it seemed like the J Hill was first. It just didn't get produced first or publicized first. So, in my opinion,
because he took a lot of things out in that interview, like the names and stuff. So like he had J Hill from Baltimore, so he got a relationship with him. So he told him what he didn't want in there and stuff. Same thing with Yachty, but he cut it more with J Hill.
Okay,
that's I just. It was great questions. I just didn't like how he answered some of them.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I was watching the interview, and it's like I've always told you, Hood Rich. Like personally, I think Tank. You know what I'm saying? Is like a dude grinding, trying to get his. I resonate a lot. You know what I mean? I empathize with him, and I try to be patient with him because I know he's out of his element when it comes to market. When it comes to doing what Al Heyman does and what Leonard Ellerbe does, and he doesn't do that, right? Like he's a good fighter, and he's just a person, a growing person, right? Boys to men. You've seen him go from a young in boxing, you know what I mean, and then grow into a man, have children, get out the hood, and it's a victory within itself, as we spoke about many a times. But I ain't gonna lie, bro. It just felt like, damn, bro, you act like you finna like, if it's like you finessing me as a fan. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're just not gonna do nothing, is you? You're gonna leave it where it's at. I don't know. It just felt weird. I was just kind of disappointed in the interview. I thought everything outside of boxing was okay, but like I said, man, boxing's done a lot for Tank, man. It changed his life.
like I ain't gonna lie, like the thing I got from it is like he was speaking from the hood point of view. Like he basically saying like I never got in boxing for the belts. I got in it for the money. Now that I got the money, people trying to throw the legacy on me when I don't want the legacy. Yeah, that, like you feel me? Like he don't want it. He never came in here and be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be undisputed, 3-time undisputed. He never said that.
Right.
I feel like people throwing it on him and making him be like, all right, now you got to get undisputed when he never said he wanted that. But I feel like he should do it because he can. I know his skills. I know he can do it.
Let me let you guys have it for 2 seconds. Keep talking. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
That's like I know he can do it. I seen what he can do. He even hit me with a crazy body shot. Oh, threw up and all that. So it's like I know what you can do, bro. Like
that's funny. So Hoodrich, and I'm gonna bring in Ryan Frazier. Shout out Ryan Frazier in the building. Boxing Talk up north for real.
What's good? What's good?
Hoodrich. So let me ask you a question. Wasn't it? I'm trying to think who he did. The dude that do the videos. The other cat, way back when Tank started. I think he had
Mousy 1K.
Way back when he said he wanted to become a champion and be the best in boxing, and he did it off the strength of he thought he was in the same category as Floyd and Mike Tyson, and the way he was boxing, and he wanted to be the next one. I'm not. Yeah, that was him back then, right? I mean, things change. Don't get it twisted. I know people change. But I think when a lot of people hear things, sometimes some things stick with them. And to me, he got a hip to the game. If I'm not mistaken, I think he got hip to the game where he thought the sanction fees were ridiculous. That's why he really didn't want to pursue the belts. And I think that was one of his biggest issues. And I think he made an interview on that as well. But I just wanted to be clear on that real quick. And then I'm going to let Ryan jump in if he has any questions.
I'm gonna be honest, bro. Like, I ain't like this not no excuse or nothing, but bro, he really damn near take care of half the whole Baltimore. Like, you feel me? So like he don't got time to be splitting no money 3, 4, 5 ways and stuff. You feel me? Like,
so
he don't have to do it.
With that being said, he's taking care of a lot of people in Baltimore, right? And I don't mean that in the sense of he's taking care of everybody in Baltimore. You know what I mean? The important people in his life that cross his paths, probably some people that really need help and things of that nature. If he's doing all that, you know what I mean? His words is, I'm letting people go. I'm keeping it a four-man team. I don't need all these dudes around me no more.
Now.
Right. So that's him saying that now, but was that the same case when he was taking care of everybody, or was that him taking care of everybody now and moving everybody that he didn't need out the way so he could take care of the people in the city that he needs around him? Which one is it, if you don't mind?
The second one. Now, like he I ain't gonna say he's done helping everybody, but he helped people enough to where's the point they shouldn't need him no more. Now he focusing on himself, like he focusing on his kids now and all that, bettering himself. So it's like, you can't have too many people around you and expect them not to ask for nothing. So I gotta remove myself. You feel me? Like that's how he was saying it. Like, and he wasn't saying like, "Oh no, I'm never fighting old Shakur," none of that. He going to fight. He gotta fight somebody crazy before he hit out, or y'all know it's gonna look crazy. Like you ain't do nothing. Like I be talking to him as a brother because I be in these spaces and stuff. I be telling him like, bro, they on your head, bro. Like, you feel me? I don't care. That's how I don't care. Like, that's how he is. But I be like, bro, it's not even about how you think. It's not about what I think, what you think. It's about what people gonna think when we all gone. Like, you feel me? Like, that's how I be putting it to him. He get it. But he just so nonchalant. He be like, man, I'm in this bitch by myself type. You feel me? Like, not get it. You is in the ring by yourself. You is. But, bro, it wasn't no Ali.
Wait, hold on. Before you do that question, let me just go ahead and get off this super chat, man. Shout out to Dragon. Says if Beterbiev wins, it would be wild if Benavidez got in the ring after. And we're gonna talk about that definitely, man, because I'm telling you guys now. Look, I got a small little channel here, right? So a lot of times I say stuff, it come to fruition, but like a bigger channel starts saying it later, and all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying, it becomes this big deal. I'll give you a perfect example just to not to my own. But this right here. Yeah, I did this day one. from the Ring Magazine, from the next morning after the Ring Magazine Awards, I pulled this up, and I asked, and I remember, I'm trying to remember who was it I asked, and I asked a lot of opinions, and I said, what do y'all think about these hands? This was a while ago, you know what I'm saying? And I'm just saying that just to say that is a small platform growing. We talk about a lot of stuff on here, and I try to keep it. Keep the boxing community, the ATP boxing community, as informed as possible. And I talk about a lot of things. David Benavidez being another one. I see that people are talking about that now. I talked about that the night of the David Morrell fight. I said he's going to Riyahd season. The next day, he said he was accepting the invitation and the weight of that decision and what might happen. But we'll talk about all those things. But for sure, Dragonfly, it would be wild if he walked in the ring after that. But I promise you one thing, and we'll talk about it here. Turkey's not going to waste the opportunity. Remember, I told you guys. I'm not saying he's leaving or nothing, but I'm going to let you know he's not going to waste the opportunity. That man is not coming to Turkey, to Riyadh on Turkey's dime just to come and go. Turkey will sit down with this man, and they will drink some tea, and they will conversate. Yeah. They'll get to know each other a lot better. And when David Benavidez leaves Riyadh, he will know Turkey a lot better than he did than when he went there. We'll see what that turns into as far as opportunities, but we'll talk about it, man. Let's build, man. But no, for sure, on as far as the Tank situation, he's growing, man. He's growing. But yeah, I mean, look, I didn't like the interview. Let me shout out Jay Hill. I loved the interview. Yeah, I absolutely loved the interview, bro. But I was not happy with.
You just don't like the answers.
Yeah, the answers threw me, man. The answers threw me, and I was just like, well, what are you saying? Like, talk a little clearer, or because what I'm hearing doesn't sound good. Maybe I'm not hearing you right. I know there's a little bit of there's a little swag and a little bit of slang in it, the way you talk. And I know Tank is a reserved person. He doesn't like to just tell his business.
Yeah, like, and another thing, like, he couldn't say too much without throwing people he rocked with under the bus.
That's what I noticed.
It was hard. Like, it was so hard. Like, I knew exactly what he was saying. I knew. But it was like, I still rock with this person, so I can't. You feel me? Like L, you feel me? Him and L tight, but they bump his. Just like how me and him bump his. They bump his. Everybody bump his if you around them two. You feel me?
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, like, that's all it was. Like, he wasn't saying, like, he said it, but he didn't say it. He going to fight, bro. He going to fight. I don't think he's going to get everybody that y'all want him to get.
No, without a doubt, we know that. Yeah.
Right. So my last question, now I really got to ask this because I actually heard this on another platform. Somebody was building on it, but I just thought it was interesting the way they built it, right? They were breaking down the video and they said, why does he have a hit list 1 point and then the hit list is automatically gone? Hold on top of him having this deal for 6 fights, but yet he doesn't have a deal now. Can you answer that one?
Say it again. My bad.
Basically, he had this 6-fight deal. He also had this hit list. The hit list is no longer in existence, as we know, because he doesn't
playing with the money.
Right. Okay. Basically, is what I'm saying. And then he had this deal. And now the deal is no longer the 6-fight deal. It is like, what happened to the deal? That's what a lot of people were intrigued to know. I think, and that's what the question was posed.
Hopefully, from what I'm hearing, they still working it out. But if it ain't done by a certain time, he's serious. Like, I'm gone. Okay. Got it. They still working on it, but it's like at the March 1st, y'all still ain't got it right. Okay, that's how you looking at it.
Okay, no, it makes sense because I think to a lot of people, and there's a lot of channels in the building. Shout out to all the channels in the building. A lot of people speak on it, and a lot of people we're all in the mystery, right? And I always say, time will tell. Whether you give us information or something is given to us directly from Javante, PBC, or Amazon directly, we don't know. But the clear thing is there were people promoting this deal like it was done, and I think that there was a lot of challenges back and forth against different platforms and people in chats and things of that nature. You obviously see it just like we do. And I think it just became something abrupt. And I just wanted to get that clear and out the way. But I'm going to pass the mic. I don't know who Clay, I think Ryan was here first. And shout out to Fight Sports Talk. And I'm gonna let Clay designate the microphone. Thank you, though.
All right. Yeah, man. I mean, that's his money and everything like that. I hope he figures that out. You know what I'm saying? But as long as he plans on making some big fights, at least one or two, you know what I mean, that'd be nice. But at least one. I mean, that'd be nice. But I do want to focus the energy back in on, you know, we can talk about the Schofield situation as well, but definitely want to talk about the card. I know the panel we got up here got some opinions and some ideas about going into this week. I mean, we can start with the elephant in the room, right? We can get the elephant out the way, so we don't got to save it for last. The elephant in the room is Floyd Schofield. What a ride we've been on with the Schofields up until this point, right? The ride has been crazy, right? We've been watching Senior go on his rants. He's been doing this for like the past year and a half, 2 years. We all but washed our hands of him and said that this man is out of his mind. But what does he do? He makes a fight out of it. And you had to give him his props, right? Like, oh, snap. Like all that talking, it's going to be you and Shakur in Riyadh season. One might say, hey, man, you could say whatever you want to say about the Schofields. You could say what you want to say about Senior. But look, he made a fight out of it. But what a rocky road it was between the fight and what we had happen yesterday. Senior blaming Schofield, blaming Shakur for tampering with his passport, for tampering with his tires, sending the law his way. And then ultimately the fight ends up getting pulled off. We look at the grand arrivals. I don't know how you guys saw it, but I'm watching the grand arrivals happen. And I noticed when Schofield didn't show up. Like, it was like, where's Schofield at, Shakur? And I saw it in the chat because I was watching it live. The chat was like, where's Schofield? Where's Schofield? Just to have 2-3 hours pass by to hear that this dude is sick. He can't make it happening. And of course, you know, here comes Senior. Shakur Stevenson poisoned his son. Shakur Stevenson's masseuse touched his son. Where are we at right now after, you know, processing and digesting all this information? Where are we at on this whole entire situation with Schofield and Shakur?
Right.
Man, I think it's cold feet, man. And weight issues too. I think it's weight, to be honest. And it sucks for Shakur because we wanted to see him outdo Keyshawn. Like, a lot of us were like, yo, Keyshawn had a good win. Shakur's up next. Let's see what he do next week. Well, that's done. That's done, right?
Right.
But as for Schofield, man, I think the moment was just too big. Just way too big. Like, this is discussed as one of the best cards ever. Right. And like, when you get there and now it's real, you on foreign soil. I don't know if they brought the nutritionist with them. You know, food's different in other countries, time zone. You in the desert, bro. Like, it's a different world out there. That's why I think like international boxing is important, bro. When you get out there, you doing it like religiously all year round. You used to it. So Shakur's used to that. He's been to those big events. He's been to the Worlds, Olympics. So for Schofield, this could have been all new, and it could have been nerve-wracking, bro. This is a huge event. Like, we all talking about it. This is the best boxing card in like the longest time, man. And
I would say in a lifetime, in our lifetime, you got to really go back and really ask yourself, like, this card is really like that. It's really the biggest stage for a boxing fan to witness, and also for a boxer, more importantly, to fight on, right? And here comes Schofield with this huge opportunity, and I gotta admit or say that him going there, I heard he was out there for 3 weeks. That's what he said in an interview, that he's been in Riyadh for like 3 weeks at this point. I think the big show, the lights, the amount of resources allocated into making this the biggest event, he got to see something he's never witnessed in his life. I think it's that kind of experience, and he's not the first fighter to speak on it. Like, fighters talk about it when they come back, and I think that's another thing that's going to be part of David Benavidez's experience. I think there's going to be a part of him that's going to walk away from that saying, I want to fight on this stage. I want this. This event was wild crazy. Was the building as packed as, you know what I mean, you know, the biggest buildings in Vegas? No, but yo.
It might be, Clay. Like, I know people that been. They said it's 20,000 sitting in
wow.
The arena.
You know what I'm saying? So when he sees all the lights, and I think when he gets inside of a culture that really loves boxing, you know, like when you watch the Anthony Joshua and Daniel Dubois event that happened with 80,000 plus people in the building, I can't lie. When I was watching it, I was like, when you talking about FOMO, all I was just like, I wish I was there. You know what I'm saying? That's all I can say is I wish I was there. So there's a whole experience happening, bringing it full circle back to Floyd Schofield. There's an experience happening and he's processing it. He's dealing with it. All the media asking him questions and he's realizing how big of an event this is, right? He's realizing more and more and more. He's realizing that this is a big ass deal, bro. And, you know, that had to affect him one way or another. I'm not too sure if I'm willing to go ahead and say that made him pull out the fight. I think there might have been some physical ailments he was dealing with for real. We'll talk about that a little more. Let me bring Fight Sports Talk into it. I'm sure he's sitting on his fingers right now, on his hands right now, and he's got a whole bunch of stuff he wants to get off his chest. Salute Fight Sports Talk. How's the weather in New Zealand, brother?
The weather is really, really good. We've had one bad day in the last week, and yeah, aside from that, it's great. Can't complain.
No doubt. So, any thoughts of the action-packed last 24 hours that we've witnessed as we watch this fight literally fall apart in front of our eyes? Where you at with it at this point?
Yeah, I was on a panel after the news broke, well after the news broke of him going to hospital. When this first happened, I was like a man who just talked. I thought there was a chance the Schofields got cold feet. Then when I found out they had gone to Riyadh, that they had gone to Saudi Arabia, and I sasaw the video of him in hospital, I thought, okay, they definitely didn't fake this. So I was wrong there. Then, but here's the thing, which I just don't get. Why? Because the thing that just really blew my mind at the start was, what are the odds that Floyd Schofield would be saying a day or two ago, they tried to set us up with drugs, with guns. They raided our house. They called the feds on us. They did everything to try and upset us. They tore up our passports at the airport. They did all of this stuff, and then this happens. I'm like, are the coincidences just crazy for this to happen? Legitimately, for this not to be a pullout because they feared losing and all of this confidence was fake? Well, again, unless it comes out that Floyd Jr. couldn't handle maintaining his weight, because there were some very, very strict rules leading up to this fight of what weight Schofield Jr. had to be. Unless it comes out that he wasn't able to handle that and he ate like an extra steak or something, and then put his body through too much stress to have to cut the rest of it before the fight, and then ended up going to hospital. Unless it comes out that something like that happened, it seems like this was just incredible bad timing, and they did fall legitimately sick. But I don't know why Floyd Schofield Sr. is so aggressively saying that Shakur's team deliberately set this up, because first of all, you're setting yourself up for lawsuits doing that. And we all know who manages Shakur Stevenson. Like, it's Jay Prince. Like, do you really want to mess with gangsters like that? And here's another thing. I'm not oblivious to the shenanigans that go on in not just boxing, but this world. Like, people say, you believe in the news all of a sudden? I'm not believing the news. I'm just saying Jay Prince and gangsters before him, a la Don King, have had, also Bob Arum. Are people going to forget this guy? They've had their hands in far bigger fights than this, where their cash cows would have lost way more money, and they would have lost way more money than Shakur losing to Schofield. So I just find it really hard to believe that what the Schofields are saying is legit. But time will tell.
Yeah, I'm hearing right now that information's coming out that it was the water, that his water was poisoned, and they have proof.
Man, I heard a lot of stuff, bro. Like,
yeah,
you won't believe what I heard, man. Like,
yeah, it's a different
I really
one.
know why they really calling everybody out. Like, I don't know if it's true or not, but
he's got a million excuses. So it went from cream with Victor's cream. Pause. Let me
his ass in debt.
Not right there. No Diddy. Hey yo, everything involved in that. But but it went from Victor's snack massage lotion to bottled water.
He said everything, bro. Somebody took his shoes. Somebody stole his shoes.
He's crazy. Put baby powder in his shoes. Like, yo, what is going on, man?
But
this
I
guy
heard
is
in
crazy.
Texas, though, I heard like he owe a lot of people money. That's why he's screaming and catting to try to get the big people in the ring. I don't know if it's true though. I don't know, but that's what I heard.
Can I ask you guys something? Does Floyd Schofield have a history of being unreliable or being...
One fight, Ashton Slav, H2O. He pulled out of that one too.
Yep.
Right. Because I've seen this a lot more in MMA than boxing, where some guys are just incredibly stupid and will do stupid things with their weight, and they know the consequences if they do miss weight, but they do it anyway. This would just, because Schofield Senior is young. He was lucky to get this fight, because people say, well, what's next? It's like, as long as Zepeda takes care of business against Tevin Farmer, they're going to set that fight up, Shakur and Zepeda. Then hopefully the focus will be on the other champion. So Schofield's not getting this opportunity again. So it's just, how stupid would he have to be to mess around with his weight for an opportunity like this?
100% stupid, right? So he posted a video on Valentine's Day of him being 4 pounds off his weight, or 5 pounds off his weight, right? But yet you miss weight. That's crazy. That's insane, right? And you're passing out, and that's the excuse. I'm telling you, I'm on the whole thing of foul play, man. I mean, I told you I was winning champ. I think it's foul play involved. I think he got caught with something that wasn't supposed to be. And again, I don't want to really blame Oscar as much.
And they try to cover it up.
For some reason, his fighters keep getting caught in these same traps. You know what I mean? The whole not testing for the Tevin Farmer fight, the whole thing with this going on. Then you had the Ryan Garcia Osterine situation. You have where people always thought that Virgil pulled out of those fights at 147, even though he said he couldn't make weight, because they thought there was some tampering or some issues with blood test results and things like that, and it was all cover-ups. So it seems to be crazy that it just seems to be a whole bunch of his fighters that all come through the same trajectory or possibilities of these things being doping or just disclaimed, well, not disclaimed, but claimed points of foul use of PEDs. But it is what it is. It's just speculation. Just something to throw out there.
But I wonder how important it is, because we all remember Daniel Jacobs. He blew weight for the Canelo fight on purpose.
Right.
So these guys said they don't want the WBC belt. They were active about saying that. So why is the weight so important?
I agree with you. I definitely agree with you, Ryan. I think there's a lot of things that were getting played on here, and I think like I tell you guys, I think it was a weight issue. I think it was losing the weight. The question is, why would they be having problems losing the weight, and why would they put themselves in that position? And I think a large part of it has to do with the Ryan Garcia effect, right? They may have thought that coming in here overweight, that the fight would have got made anyway, but they didn't count on running into a very strict system. That Turkey and that the British Boxing Council was going to be as strict as they was, and they were going to be on top of it. They weren't going to allow this to turn into a mess the night before the fight. They were actually doing periodic weight checks last week up into this week, and I think Schofield's kind of caught on to that a little late. Like, yo, they really going to be on top of us on this one. They're really going to be on our head on this one. So all of a sudden it became, code 8 or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, we need to lose this weight. And I think they put Junior through a lot to try to make this weight, just to make the weight for yesterday. Because if they didn't make the weight cut yesterday, the fight was going to get pulled. And ultimately, to his own health and his own, like I said, they cut their nose off the spot they face. They tried to play a game. They acted like the belts didn't matter. They were going to do the Ryan Garcia thing, try to beat on Shakur in a catchweight fight, because they know Shakur is going to take the fight anyway, because he hasn't been active. He's just coming over injury. He needs the money. He needs the activity. He's not going to walk away from this opportunity to perform on this huge stage the same way Devin did. And I think Turkey and the British Boxing Council threw a whole wrench in that by saying, we actually have contingencies for this. We're not going to get caught up in no stupid ass headline about some catch weight fight having to happen. No, bro, we're gonna catch you early. We're gonna get your ass the hell up out of here, and we're gonna replace you. You're not gonna play those games over here. And I think Schofield has got a lesson in only in America. You know what I'm saying?
And
this is international boxing. We're not. We thought about these things, and we have contingencies in place to prevent these things from happening fight night.
But then I gotta look at Turkey Al-Sheikh and say, okay, man, if you're doing it for the weight, then what's wrong with the drug testing? Like, why is that shoddy?
I think he has to learn. I think at the end of the day with Turkey, and I don't like speaking for him, but I can give my opinion because I do have perspective on it to say that being a dude who just brings the money. Shout out to Tank when he said this in his interview with Riyahd. He said it's one thing to bring the money, but get to know the sport. You know what I'm saying? And I think Turkey bringing the money kind of thinks that everything is just you guys figure that out. Eddie Hearn figured it out. Yeah. Frank Warren figures that out. I'm just paying. It's not me. But no, the responsibility does fall on you because it's your event. And I think he's getting more and more acclimated to the environment, and he's changing like one event at a time. You see him kind of like, oh damn, I gotta do this way. This like the way he approached Gervonta the first time, and Tank was like, yo, I don't like the way you approach me. How you gonna tell me that's your man? He's not acknowledging the corruption in the sport. Turkey's been very, very free with his mouth and his voice, right? Like, yeah. Tyson Fury, I need you to beat Usyk, okay? Do that for me. Damn, bro. How are you going to be an unbiased person and you saying stuff like that?
It make it look like you already. You feel me?
Knock out Frank. Nah, he want to see a trilogy though. That's what it was. He want to see the trilogy.
Exactly. But at the same time, America and boxing has been here well before Turkey, and the corruption in boxing is notorious, bro. How can a fighter feel comfortable going into fight in an arena where you're supposed to be this like body that's providing a space for fights to happen in an unbiased way, and you got all this money, and you're telling me up front that you want your guy to beat me,
right?
It's hard for him. He has to learn how to manage these things better. He did the same thing with Canelo. You know what I mean? Like, yo, my man Terrence, and Canelo like, yo, bro, I don't need you. Well, you act like you about to set me up. Like, you gonna send me over here to what's going on? Like, calm down, bro. Slow down. I don't need you.
It just looked crazy, bro.
And people are going to think that I'm just finding a way to hate on Canelo. Canelo has known to throw hissy fits when things don't go his way. Like, sorry, Canelo fans, but yes, I'm going to criticize him again. Nobody has received more favorable treatment when it comes to judges than Canelo Alvarez. Like, just look at the Mayweather fight, for crying out loud. So I don't think Canelo's concerns really were legit. I think Canelo just wants to. I don't think he likes the fact that he's got a guy in Turkey who's like, okay, no more of this Edgar Berlanga bullshit. I don't think. I understand. I was concerned for Usyk both Fury fights because of what Turkey was saying, but the judges for the second fight were actually really, really good. So. And that was the one which I actually thought, oh God, maybe the judges could get away with a robbery. So I mean, the drug testing, that's always a concern, because why would people who are putting the fights on want to actually run the risk of somebody getting caught? Like, they wouldn't. And even I've had to admit that I was a bit wrong about VADA, but that's a whole separate issue. I would be, maybe I'm just trying to defend my pick here, because I was very impressed with the confidence that the Schofields were showing. And the last thing I'll say about this is, again, if they did mess this up because of weight, then they're going to have no way in hell do they deserve another opportunity like this. Like, it doesn't matter if you fall sick, you fall sick. But if you're going to come out with accusations that your core set them up, then you better be able to prove it.
I agree with you on that, and I think that's the part that taints this and makes it a bad situation. I think Senior is just, in my opinion, I just think they don't make a good combination. I think Senior should just be a father and a grandfather to his grandson, and I think Junior should really seek outside counsel. You know what I'm saying? In the way he's moving, I just think Senior's he's way too. I was going to say something that was going to be messed up. He's just way too emotional. I'll say it like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's way too emotional, just
Yeah.
weighing his feelings. It's like a, you know what I want to say, but I'm trying to be nice to God, but you know what I'm saying? But just tap into your masculinity a little bit more, show a little bit more poise, show a little bit more stoicism, be a businessman, stop being so in your feelings every single time you get on a mic. You're going off on somebody, you flipping out, you're not, you need to get more control of yourself. Do the best thing for your son and get him the people around him that are going to help him get to where he needs to be. Because, you know, outside of this being an embarrassing situation, Floyd Schofield Jr. is a talented fighter at heart. That's what he really is. He's really somebody who can be special if you give him the space in the right environment to be special in. You know what I mean?
So I don't know if you guys seen the picture, the latest video dropped by Schofield Sr. with his son being in the hospital bed. Anybody see that yet?
Yeah, I did see that. Yeah, and that's the video that made me realize this was not.
It's just funny that his vitals are just beeping red. I put it in the private chat for you guys that are here. But it's just funny that his vitals are just beeping red, like he's about to die. I'm not trying to say it's clowning or nothing. But listen, but it's crazy, right? And I'm like, yo, why do all this for attention? And maybe it's true. Maybe he's in the hospital. That's why we haven't heard from them. Whatever. But the poison thing and all these other things is just crazy, right? But why? Yeah. Like, why go to extra mile?
He's going to capitalize off every opportunity. That's how he looks at it. He looks at it as, even though he's sick and he's in his bed and you know what I mean, he's hurting, we still got to capitalize on it. It's Floyd. We got to capitalize off this. So I'm going to be floating around this room with this camera. Just lay there. I know you sick, but we got to show the people Floyd. You know what I mean? And it's just like, damn, bro, you just doing a lot. At the end of the day, that's what it looks like from the outside looking in. Just looks like you've been doing a lot, and like I said before earlier, it's not aging well because you didn't just start doing a lot. You've been on this campaign for a minute, and we're just all used to you in a certain way to where you're not getting the credibility you might need to have in order to continue moving with this campaign that you're so focused on moving. Your credibility is shot because your son already done said you've been trolling. He said on certain things you've been trolling, and then you said crazy things, bro. You said somebody broke into your crib, got into a safe where you keep the passport,
right?
Put the passport back in the safe, close the safe, and sabotage you guys from traveling. It's hard to believe.
But that's not even the worst story. The worst story is the FBI set up with the drugs in the car and his boy.
Oh, the ice.
Bro, it's crazy, right? Yo, his Yo, I don't know where his imagination is, but he read too many books or watch too many movies. I don't know which one it is.
Yeah,
but
he pulled that straight out of Tom Clancy book, bro. Like 100%, bro.
Exactly, right? But but at the end of the day, right? It's just like, why go through all this? If it's legitimate, it's legitimate. Leave it alone. That's it. You don't know
nothing documented.
Right. Just leave it alone. Let things take its course, man, naturally. And that's what it is. What's up, everything boxing? What it do, brother?
Yeah, salute, Keon.
I got one thing to say about that, right? Besides all the boxing and stuff, bro, I genuinely like the kid. I ain't gonna lie, I do. Right. And it's like, I feel like something's going on in the house, man. Like, I don't know what it is, bro. I feel like he's terrified of that. I don't know why.
Clay,
I feel you on that. I feel you on that, Lord Rich. Listen, y'all laughing. I'm feeling him on that. I've been saying that. I've been talking about that.
Got his son caged in, eh?
I watch movies, bro. Every time he in an interview, Floyd Senior just look like he give him a look like,
why?
You feel me? Like, I watch everything. Everything.
He stares at him. Like while he's talking, he stares at him like how Ike used to stare at Tina when she did interviews.
Yo, but sometimes he be like off the camera, and you can tell he looking in at Schofield. Oh, yeah. Schofield will like look over.
or somebody will say something, and then all of a sudden he'll pop up. Like meanwhile, you know what I mean? Hold on, I gotta speak on this. It's like, where you at, bro? You was like there the whole time. Like he just hop right into the screen and start talking.
Like this. That's a question.
Yeah, bro.
You be like, hey, senior. Hey, man, how you doing? I'm doing good, man. I'm just letting Floyd do his interview. I want to give him some space to do it. Are you giving him space? Because he literally had to move his head to make room in the screen to put your head in. Yo, shout out to Keon, man. What's good?
What's good, man? Hey man, this whole thing crazy. I know he put up that little picture in the hospital, but bro, I'm not feeling none of it. I don't believe nothing they say. Like, yeah, come on, man. Like when I
Yo,
seen that shit, like why are you pretending like you sleep and shit, dog?
yo,
Like,
hold
you
on.
know, like and come on, man, like that ain't hard to pull off. Like I can go to the hospital right now and say something wrong with me. You know what I'm saying? I just and the reason I don't believe it is because you already can see that his dad behind everything. You can't put it past him. Like
And
all of this shit that they've said that Shakur team reported that they was like stealing kids. And
Mm-hmm.
then if you listen to when he said that shit, he was like, yeah, and they reported they were stealing kids and had the SWAT team come. And then when they found out that the drugs wasn't ours, that it was like, hold on, bro. Like you just said that they reported that you were stealing kids and the SWAT team came and then they found out the drugs wasn't ours. You got to listen to what he's saying. Like he can't even
yeah,
keep up with his lies. It was like, where did the drugs wasn't ours come in? Like, and then the whole Shakur team rubbed the cream. Shakur masseuse rubbed the cream on my son and poison. Like, come, bro. Like,
That sounds
so
crazy, man.
yeah.
so with all the outrageous shit that we've heard him say, we can't put it
But
past that
hold on.
he set the stage this whole shit up.
He said it was body cream, bro. I mean, snack cream.
Yeah, snack.
That's
Yeah, you did
crazy.
say that.
Like,
Yeah.
yo, he got the Barry Bonds he put on his leg, bro.
It's
You know
crazy,
what it
bro.
is.
And I think what it is that you could tell how much clout that his dad, like, yeah, his son's a part of it because he's going with it. He's a grown man now, and he can say, "Look, man, I'm not with all that shit. Like, you're gonna have to stop all that shit, or you're gonna have to get from around me." You know, we
He's
can't.
scared of him.
You still gonna be my dad, but we can't do business. Like you can't be running my career like that. Yeah, he is scared of him. You could tell. But I think that they set the whole play up to get publicity. I think that they knew from the jump that they wasn't gonna fight Shakur. Like De La Hoya didn't want him to fight Shakur. And then you've heard him saying, like, man, Shakur did this to us in sparring in the past, right? Then he'll say, oh, well, Shakur's our favorite fighter. I mean, he's my favorite fighter. And I
That's
told him, but we just want to fight. So they know they couldn't beat him. So I think that they
tried to
used this whole
sabotage.
they use this whole platform to get the publicity from it, and it did give them a lot of publicity. Everybody that didn't know who they was before, now they know who they are. It gave them a lot of publicity, but I think that all the allegations that they been saying, all these lies, they need to be sued. You know what I'm saying? You don't go that route, but the shit that he's saying, they need to be sued. And I think that he don't need another chance for a few years. Like this shit is just too much.
It is. It's embarrassing.
And though, bro, like they did all that to risk not having a big fight no more ever. Cause nobody gonna give him a shot.
Yeah.
Nobody giving him a shot. Keyshawn not, Tank not for sure, and Shakur not gonna fight him.
And what's crazy? I'm looking at this hospital picture, bro, a video rather, right? Two things got me. The equipment is really old, and his haircut, he got that bowl cut. He ain't got his fade. Yeah, he got a fade now. His hair a little bit longer. That's not even a recent picture, bro. He ain't got the scar.
You think that's an old pic?
Bro,
where's the scar under his eye? Where's the scar?
Let me
I don't know if Turkey Al-Sheikh gonna allow all that to happen. Like, this is in his
not
country.
about allowing it. This is social media. This is
I'm just saying he gonna come out like and say
what's
what's
happening
good.
in Saudi Arabia. Hold on, let me pull it up because you might have a point. I did see it. I feel like he had a new haircut.
Yeah.
In Riyadh, I feel like Shakur's making his way to the ring, by the way, for this media workout. Hold on a second. Let me pull up because I've definitely got that playing in the background.
Bro, his hair was like a fro, like a big fro, bro. That's crazy.
Hold on. We ain't gonna start. We gonna be right on point here. Hold on a second. Hold on here, bro.
I get some side by sides.
Yeah, I just want to be sure. Let's just get this out the way because if this is what it is, this is gonna be diabolical. Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
You about to see?
Yo, I'm just making sure that I'm right with this, bro. He got that bowl cut, bro.
That's crazy. Right? How you how you peep that, bro? How you peep that?
Because when Clay posted that, I was like, hold on, his haircut weird, bro. I said, let me study this a little bit. I know he had a fro a little bit in that other interview, bro.
Where's the damn interview you had with Ring Magazine, bro? Don't even do that.
Oh, you know, they probably took that down like this dude right now.
I saw it yesterday, bro. We ain't doing that. Here it is right here. Okay, hold on. Let me see here. Nah, he got the same haircut. Let
me see.
Hold on.
I thought his hair was a little longer than that.
Nah, he got the same one. Hold on a second. Bear with me here. Hold on. I'll pull it up. Hold on. Saturday preset. No, not that. I need to share. Hold on. Present. Share screen. Bomb. There we go. Boom. Rips ignorant. Here we go. Right here. Share. All right, here he is right here. You know what I'm saying? That was
it's pretty different, bro.
What's your just impression of him? Like, what do you think of him?
He's a diva. I mean, he's the only one that I see get super emotional over nothing. I mean, at the end of the day, it's boxing.
Okay, that's his haircut. You can see it right there.
You see his fade? Look at his lineup. It's different.
Nah, y'all like to do conspiracy, bro. That's the same dude.
That shit do look a little different, though.
Bro, your hair not gonna
lineup
grow
different,
that quick.
Clay.
Your hair not gonna grow that quick. It was just crisp.
I don't know.
Yeah, he just took
And where that scar at? Where's that big ass scar that was up under his eye?
Well, how about this? We'll find out in due course. I mean, the Schofields.
Right.
I've spoken again after the news broke, 10 hours or so. I spoke to. I went on a panel with a channel who regularly interviews fighters and has a really good relationship with guys like the Schofields, and this is with Bill Haney as well. And my issue with Bill Haney has been he seems to like yes men, a la LDBC around him. And this guy is not a yes man. So very good interviewer, great job on interviews, giving me plenty of time of the day. He says he spoke to the Schofields and they told him, when this clears up, we will we will get an interview. And the Schofields have said, or Senior said, I've got receipts. So we'll see what happens.
I agree.
I'm suspicious like everybody, but we don't know.
No, I'm gonna say KJ's fights.
We can't take nothing that comes from his mouth. We can't take nothing that comes from his mouth. We've heard all the outrageous lies that he's told.
Is what we need.
That really don't mean nothing.
I agree. But
we need the receipts is what we need. And that's what hopefully he'll bring. Like
everything boxing. I just got to throw this out there. I know I was suspicious. Trust me, I was suspicious after all that smack talk. I thought, what, you accuse the guy of basically murder, and then this happens. But here's the thing: fighters do get sick. I mean, crazy shit does happen. So this could be one of those times. I hear you, but crazy shit does happen.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But I do want to move the needle a little bit. Like the Schofield thing is crazy. Shakur right now is in the ring right now. He's being interviewed. He's
snack cream.
He's got the media workout. Actually, no, he's just doing an interview. But actually, Joseph Parker's heading out to the ring right now to do his media workout. But hold on, Hunter Young, we got some color in the chat. Salute to Hunter. For a few months, I went with a fresh cut. In 2 weeks, I was trying to figure out where to get my haircut, line up, fades. Okay, so basically, it looks like we got a lot of people in the chat who's questioning what they seen in that picture. A lot of people are questioning what they seen in that picture, man. I'm gonna leave it there. I don't want to get too much into the twilight zone. Go ahead, 444.
How you doing, Clay? What's up, panel? You know that Senior has already put out a response apologizing and making it known that it was not Shakur Stevenson and it was not Victor Conte. It was not Snack. Did you see that post?
Yeah, exactly. Well, he did that because I'm sure he called it a little cease and desist. He knows what that was coming behind that.
Yeah, I mean, and the reality is that there would be no need for a cease and desist if what you're standing on is truth. So that in itself lets us know that all of that were lies. Okay. Also, you see the 2 IV bags in the hospital picture. I mean, the saline, the drips, right? So that's normally a sign of dehydration, and he's being hydrated. The dude just suffered from dehydration. There's an interview with Shakur Stevenson. He also said when he saw him, he saw that he was already filled out, which means that he wasn't cutting weight at all. He was already filled out. And that's just the reality. So they probably tried to cut weight in some crazy, absurd way. And he just ended up, just doing something. You push the body too hard. And as a result, boom. But they said that that if they feel better, they're going to be at the event. Like they're going to be sitting in the audience. Like, so this totally looks like complete clout. This is what this looks like, because why would you not come prepared? And we can't. Go ahead.
444, I'm telling you, they tried to do the Ryan Garcia thing, bro. They thought they were going to get away with it. They were going to say F the belt, and they were going to beat Shakur up. I'm telling you, I don't want to jump into conspiracy, but here's where I'm at with it. Floyd Schofield has been needing to move up to 140 for a little while now. He's a huge 135-pounder. He's on his way to 140, bro. He knows these fights at 135 ain't going to happen no time soon. His father knows that. So what do? They make a whole bunch of smoke. They try to make it happen so that they can move up to 140, probably with a whole entire narrative that nobody wants to fight them at 135, so they're going to move, right? But now they called out Shakur. Shakur drank the Kool-Aid and made the fight happen, and now they had to stand on it. You feel me? They had to stand on it. But now, how would you deal with it? So all of a sudden, you hear Floyd Schofield Jr. talking about F the belt. He don't even care about the belt. He just wants to make a statement. He wants to show the world, prove himself, blah, 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 blah. He goes up over there to Riyadh season, planning on blowing the scales, being like, man, I tried to make it. I just couldn't make it. But he planned on Shakur taking the fight anyway, because Shakur is not going to pass up on the opportunity to perform on this big stage. He hasn't fought in damn near a year. You know what I mean? He needs the activity. They thought they were going to catch him on that Devin Haney shit. And I'll be honest with you. I mean, on that Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia shit, I'll be honest with you. I wouldn't even be shocked if Oscar didn't kind of move them along in that direction as well, the same way as Ryan. The only thing that they didn't account for was that Turkey was going to have the British Boxing Council handling the whole entire thing, and that they have periodic weight checks. They check your weight a week before the fight, a few days before the fight. They're not going to allow you to get and ruin the event and have the fight be canceled on the weigh-ins. No, bro, we're going to catch you early, and we're going to get a replacement in there. You're not going to ruin this fight. And that's
I agree 100%. I agree.
And then all of a sudden they caught on to it because they did a weight check. They've been in Riyadh for 3 weeks, bro. That's what Floyd said. They've been in Riyadh for 3 weeks, and they got checked for the weight last week. And they were like, damn, what's going on? And then finally somebody schooled them. Nah, they do a weight check. By Monday, they're going to come and do another weight check. So they start to try to do an 48-hour, 72-hour fast and dehydration and sitting inside of the sauna. And they're trying to cut this weight off so they can make the weight on Monday. And he got sick trying to do it.
So sounds like a Virgil Ortiz thing to me.
Clay, he posted the other day, right, showing that he was weighing like 138 pounds.
Yep.
So was that scale? So was that post that he posted fake? Because 138 pounds, that means that you on weight basically already.
I think I sent it to you. Man.
That's 3 pounds.
But they in a desert, man. They in a real desert.
Either he's lying or he gained a lot of weight. All of a sudden, like what happened? I don't know, bro. I don't know. But I'm gonna say like this: the British. That board of council, I'm going to say the United Kingdom Athletic Commission, because I never remember their whole name. Once they get involved, something has happened, right? Like it's deep. Like it's not just pulling out of a fight. They are seeing something, usually scientific, usually data driven, to say we are not going to approve this fight from happening. So I'm on board with the idea that Schofield Jr. physically, according to the Athletic Commission of the UK, they weren't comfortable allowing him to go in the fight. If he was just feeling sick, he had a bad stomach ache, something of that nature, I think they would have let him get better within the next day or two. Something happened where they were like, you're not going to be able to fight this.
But if I put on the show and fall out and moan and I can't, my son is we don't know, he got poison and he can't go. I mean, is that possible? If I put on a show enough to where they like, man, ain't no way he gonna be, ready to fight or ready to, take part in all these events and then weigh in by Friday, we got to call it off. I mean, is that not possible to where I can put on the show and I can't look at my son?
I'll say like this, Keon, right? I think that is possible. I'm not going to act like it's not. I think it is very possible, right? But let's say it like this. when did the British boxing control boxing, whatever, the athletic commission for the UK get involved in the conversation? And I'm telling you that's significant because is it a coincidence that on that same day they did a weight check? They were doing a weight check on him.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That's when they got
Eddie
involved in
said
the
it was
conversation.
Eddie said it was yesterday it was announced. Eddie said it was that night before that they told him that they was gonna have to call it off.
So it wasn't at the weigh-in. It wasn't at the weight check.
He just said it was that night before.
I'm telling you, lab results, bro.
Yeah, they gotta report it. They gotta report it for sure because they got a contract.
Yeah, they got to. Yeah, but then they don't have to report it right away.
I don't know, man. We're definitely. Let me double down on that, by the way, for the chat and for the people on the replay. I am speculating. I don't have facts to back this up. This is what I'm thinking. 100%. What could really be true is Floyd Schofield got some food poisoning, got poisoned like he said he did. He's sick. Circumstances could be that he's actually being very honest about what's happening, and it is what it is. But I gotta be honest and say that it's shady looking, bro. It don't look right. It don't look right.
The boy who cried wolf, you know?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
I said the boy who cried wolf.
You're right. I'm saying, yeah, you're right, man. Like you're 100%. How can you give him the benefit of the doubt, man?
So many different angles, bro.
I agree.
So many different angles. And look,
it is what it is. He's earned it.
Past anybody on Oscar's team of not having some type of advantage, whether it be weight or some PEDs involved, right? I'm gonna put that to the
Daniel Dubois in the ring. Daniel Dubois looking ready, man.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I want to move this on, man. F the Schofields right now. Wish you guys the best. We'll see what happens when they get back to the state. We got a crazy card coming on Saturday, bro. One way or the other. And that's one thing that comes with cards like this. No pun intended. I know we got a Caucasian brother in the building or you know what I mean? One monkey don't stop the show. You heard? So that being said, you know what I mean? don't go around saying this, Fight Sports Talk. Don't go around saying this. But listen, man, we got a big event in front of us, man. We got some huge fights on this card, one after another, each one of them significant in the future of boxing. You got Caleb Smith and Joshua Buatsi, which people are sleeping on the significance of that fight. We got David Benavidez personally invited to Riyadh. He's showing up. He's going to be ringside. He's looking for his next fight. Obviously, we got Dmitry Bivol and Artur Beterbiev headlining the whole card. We've got Daniel Dubois and Joseph Parker getting ready to fight. Both of them on a redemption tour. Both of them have redeemed themselves at this point, and this is culminating to the winner of this fight getting a shot at undisputed. You got Ismail Madrimov and Virgil Ortiz both coming off their most competitive fights in their careers. Virgil coming off a win, of course, but Ismail Madrimov coming off a fight with Terrence Crawford. How does that change and affect the fight that's in front of them that they're dealing with? We got an up-and-coming 160-pounder superstar coming up with Hamza Shiraz trying to make a statement, get his first title as a WBC champion, probably looking forward into a unification fight with Janibek if he's able to go ahead and put this fight away. I mean, we've got a lot of food on the table. We've got a WBC interim heavyweight title on the line between Ajit Kabayel and Zhele Zhang. Zhele Zhang on his way out the door. This is his last hurrah. Ajit Kabayel introducing himself to the heavyweight division as one of those guys, the body snatcher coming out of Germany, coming from Iran, really, but from Germany is where he lives, I think. Don't quote me. But we got a lot going on the card. We got a lot going on the card. Where do we start, gentlemen? Because this may be, I don't know if you guys are going to be on the panel tomorrow, but I know I got an elite panel up here right now. I got Keon from Everything Boxing. I got Fight Sport Talk out of New Zealand. I've got Ryan from up north in the building, and I got 444. I am 444 in the building. Of course, my co-host. This panel right here, I'm very interested in what they are looking at. So where do we start this conversation? Do you want me to start it off somewhere? Do you want me to start the topic off? Does anybody have a favorite?
I can give my thoughts.
Where you at? Talk to me.
Okay, I feel that the most competitive fight is going to be either Dubois Parker or it's going to be Madrimov Ortiz because stylistically, Ortiz always brings excitement, and Madrimov, he can fight in two different ways. I said when he beat Kurbanov for the title, he looked like a miniature version of Gennady Golovkin. And then against Crawford, he did what I thought was the impossible. He boxed Crawford, and I thought he lost, but he came closer than anyone else in the past. So that's super intriguing, super hard to pick, but I'm going with the underdog. Dubois Parker, I mean, look, I am from New Zealand, so I bias, not at all biased, but I want to see Parker do well, and I think he's going to win, and Dubois always brings excitement. So, but every fight is competitive, and those are just the two that I'm saying are intriguing. But Beterbiev Bivol, I mean, not the most exciting fight in the world, but super highly competitive. No one goes into the ring with Beterbiev and doesn't get put down, and Bivol never got close to going down. I mean, that in itself is a story upon stories, and that fight was super fun. So I could talk forever. I'll hand it over to someone else.
Well, so let me set the groundwork here, right? Let's just dive into one fight at a time. I'm going to go ahead and put up Israel Madrimov versus Virgil Ortiz as the first topic at hand. I'm going to put that one up there. Okay. I think this fight is interesting. And the reason I think this fight is interesting, guys, is both these guys came off of career-changing fights. You're talking about Virgil Ortiz, who was undefeated, who still is undefeated, but knocked everybody out until he walked into a Serhii Bohachuk, right? He walked into this guy who introduced him to 154, who introduced him to the Hornets Nest and said, we not like those guys at 147. It's different over here. We punch different. We take punches different. We really all like that. Welcome to the division. Virgil Ortiz showed his grit, bit down, fought this fight all the way out, walked out with a victory on the other side. But most people, a lot of people, I won't say most people, a lot of people thought he lost his fight. Who is Virgil Ortiz going to be in this fight? And then, of course, we have Israel Madrimov as well, coming off his most competitive fight, like my good brother said, against Terrence Crawford, and doing what I said a little bit earlier. He switched it up. Like you said, fight sport. At the end of the day, this guy was supposed to be the reincarnation of Triple G, but he brought a whole different element to this game against Terrence Crawford. Not only did he show up brand new in this game against Terrence Crawford, but he was effectively competed at the highest level and went to a decision that some people, not a lot, not including me, thought he might have even won that fight or took that fight to a draw. I don't feel like that. I feel like he lost the fight. I feel like Terrence won the fight, but regardless, we can acknowledge how competitive that fight was. What kind of fighter did he end up turning into? And what does this look like on Saturday when both these guys, with the experience they have, step into the ring with each other?
So, Clay.
Hey,
wait.
Could I answer that question? Could I answer that question, though, without answering another question, too, that was asked earlier?
Wait, hold on. Wait 1 second. Let's let Keon build, and I'm going to go right to you. By the way, what's your name?
It's Old School.
Old School. Salute, King. You're going to be next for sure, but let me let Keon build on this.
All right, go ahead. Yeah, I can't run your show. You run your show, right? You got it.
So, I'm gonna stir some shit up, Clay.
You got to.
Now, well, I want to let it be known I am picking Madrimov over Virgil Ortiz, right? I think he's gonna beat Virgil Ortiz, right? But right, and I want to let another thing be known. I do think that Bud beat him clearly to me. You know what I'm saying? I think Bud beat Madrimov clearly, but it was a competitive fight. But I had Bud winning clearly. Now, with all that being said, what if Virgil Ortiz go in there and stops Madrimov? If he stops Madrimov, you know what people gonna say? People gonna say, I told you. Bud wasn't what people saying he is. Like, you know, but I told you Bud is overrated. What if that happens? Now, I don't think it's going to happen because, like I said, I already, made my stance. But that's why this fight, to me, is probably the most interesting fight on the card. Because if that happens, that's going to shake up the whole boxing world. And the Bud and Canelo shit is going to look very different. I'm just saying. So I think this fight is the most interesting. I'm looking forward to this fight, but it's even hard to say because this whole card is stacked. Like, this card crazy, but I think the most interesting is Bud and Madrimov because of the ins and outs behind it.
Yeah, I'm on board with you, brother. I'm on board with you. 100%.
I mean, not Bud and Madrimov. Virgil and Madrimov.
Right,
yeah.
Right. No, I'm with you 100%, man. I think it is interesting, and I think it does hold weight. I think if Madrimov gets blown out, it does reflect bad on the Terrence Crawford Madrimov fight, and it might hurt the Terrence Canelo fight, which I think one way or another is going to happen. I think the people in charge of putting that fight together understand styles make fights, so it's not going to take away the value from Turki Al-Sheikh's eyes. He's going to be like, hey, man, that's how fighting is. It's 50-50 competitive fighting. So, you know what I mean? Triangle theories don't always work. I still believe Terrence and Canelo is going to be a competitive fight, but I think the boxing space will be affected with the way they look at the fight, and that they'll look at it like, see, just like you said, Keon, it'll be around the whole space that way. As I stated earlier, I'm gonna let Old School get his bill. Go ahead, Old School. You have something you want to say?
Oh yeah, I sure do, bro. I think a great show. I tuned into you probably about a week ago. I got turned on to you like that, and you got a good boxing show. I like that because y'all know knowledge and you got a lot of knowledge about it. Make a long story short, that facade that took place out there in Saudi Arabia, that was real. What would you call ignorant? Because there was a whole lot of stupid stuff around it, and by that happening, that gonna take away from all the rest of them fights. The rest of y'all, you asked the question about how everybody gonna see the rest of these fights are gonna take place. That gonna take a backstage to everything that took place up out there. And Kid Austin didn't throw a punch yet. So what do you think about him as far as we go right now? I think that young man was the greatest fighter I ever seen fight. And I'm 65 years old, so I know that man got a future. Why would he sit up there and mess up his future like that? That don't make sense. But I would say y'all come to the conclusion that the boy wasn't ready for it. He's scared. He took his tail between his legs. He ran on him and his father. That don't make sense. Why would he need that money like that? Something is strange about that. And you sitting up there you as a responsible person, young man, I'm looking at you with the glasses on, as a responsible person on this show, should give that man a little leeway before you come up with your own conclusion again because you didn't think he had a bunch of chance in the first place. Give that man a chance to find out what's going on. So that way, everybody won't be talking about his daddy and everybody and his kids and everybody else taking the man's future, killing before he even got a chance to get to court. You understand me? Because that's his future in boxing. So, how easy going to get another fight again? He went from no lose situation to a lose situation. And when we as fans of this sport, so-called fans of this sport, you need to look at it and stop, looking at it like feeling sorry for the Sheik or feeling sorry for Shakur or anybody else. That man gonna get his money, gonna keep getting his money. And for anybody, I feel sorry for this young man because it seems like some confusion around here. And I would hope to sit up there and find out what's really going on. I apologize, my brother. I ain't want to come and take a show like that. I love that.
Let me respond though. No, I appreciate. I definitely respect your point of view, and I understand where you're coming from, and I appreciate the perspective, man. And look, at the end of the day, what I'm doing, and I think what all of us are doing here, 100%. Nobody should be. I don't think anybody has a hard time admitting that we're speculating because we don't understand. We don't know what's happening. We're just watching it from the surface level looking in. But, factoring in the actual intangibles that are involved in this as far as people identifying not only Shakur, but also Adelopo and other people who are there in Riyadh who said that, Floyd was big. They all have identified him. They said weeks. He's been there for 3 weeks in Riyadh right now. He's been in Riyadh for 3 weeks. That's according to Floyd Schofield Jr. And that people were looking at him days before that the Monday the weigh-in was going to happen. That the British Boxing Board of Control puts out there, and that they were all questioning. They all saw Schofield, and they all questioned how is this kid going to make the weight. They all said it. They were like, yo, he really looks big. Everybody commented on it. And of course, he's in the hospital with IVs in him. Rehydration issues is usually why IVs are involved in that. Naturally, this is the week, a couple of days before the fight happens. This is when the weight cuts get aggressive. This is when everybody is watching the amount of water that they're intaking. They're watching their diets. They're trying to stay on point. They're trying to be on point to make weight. So naturally, he was cutting weight this week. That's what he was doing in real time, was cutting weight. The question being, was there a problem with the weight cut or not? We don't know, right? But if there was, then we are where we're at. So I'm not trying to throw unnecessary shade on him, but I am speaking to the elephant in the room. The reality is that this isn't normal. it's not like he fell out doing nothing. He probably fell out during his weight cut because that's what he's doing this week. Was the weight cut the reason why he fell out? Like you said, in due time, we'll find out as the stories all come out. But I think these two things happening at the same time, being the weight cut and him falling ill, I find it hard to believe that they have nothing to do with each other. That's all I'm saying. But it is what it is, right?
I appreciate that, bro. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome, old school. So wait, are you staying on the panel or are you done?
I'm gonna stay out for a while listening to y'all talk boxing. I love talking boxing, but I you know, I love it.
Okay, no problem, old school. So look, man, that was Keon spoke on it. And as far as this fight between Israel Madrimov and Virgil Ortiz, I agree with you, Keon. I think that what would be an upset to a degree, but not an upset, but an upset as far as to the Madrimov Terrence Crawford fight, it would kind of put different eyes on that. I do think it would do some things, but for whatever it's worth, I don't think it'll affect the bottom line. I think the fight stays on. I think Turkey is vested and he's bought into that fight being put together, and I think we'll see it. But yeah, the boxing space is going to talk like we always do. All these channels do it all day long. It is what it is.
I'm not talking about as far as the fight being, off. I'm just saying what the people gonna say, the boxing space and all of that. Yeah. So it makes it interesting for that fact alone.
I agree.
Right. Yeah. That comes with the whole point of the hate for Terrence Crawford. I don't think that has anything to do with it because remember, at any time, anything can happen in any fight. You know what I mean? Again, the triangle theory Clay brought up earlier, that doesn't make any sense, right? So we're going to utilize that, but then the triangle theory doesn't work for their favorite fighter or another fight in the situation. But then we look at all these things because remember, when Earl, matter of fact, perfect example when Earl was fighting Kell Brook and Sean Porter, and then they tried to use the triangle theory to compare that to the Bud fight, and they're building up Earl to beat Bud. A lot of these channels, and I was one of them saying, look, I ain't used triangle theory. I just thought that Earl would bring something different. But I heard the energy of the people that were like fanboying Earl. So, oh, look, Earl beat him in this way and that way, and Bud couldn't do this, and Bud did this, and Bud beat him after this guy. And I'm like, yo, y'all doing a lot of this triangle theory nonsense, but it doesn't make sense because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, right? Because Bud stopped Sean Porter, Earl knocked him down and won the fight. It was a tough fight. But did that really persuade anybody to change their opinions on who they thought they was going to win? Not really, unless it's their favorite fighter and they were fanboying at the end of the day. So I get what you're saying, Key. I don't think it plays a big part unless it's just hate. Other than that, I'm good with it.
Fight sports talk. What do you? I mean, you've already spoken on it kind of, but as far as this Madrimov, I'm just gonna go because I can't say his first name for some reason. It's Israel, but I don't know why I can't say it when I'm thinking fast. So Madrimov versus Virgil Ortiz. What do you think that plays a part as far as the experience that these guys are bringing in the ring based off their last fights? Because both these guys had some pretty big fights in their last fights to go into this fight. This is a big fight for these guys based on the adjustments that we could probably be seeing happen. And do you think that affects the outcome of this fight?
I think so because while Ortiz against Boldchuk, he fought the same way that he always does, which is aggression. He was exciting. He was, forcing entertainment, the kind of stuff we love. He was just fighting a guy who had enough firepower to keep him off. And I thought Ortiz won the fight, but he was I think what got exposed in that fight, and this is not me saying that Ortiz is not going to do great things in the sport. I mean, he is going to be a champion at some point, whether he wins or loses. But if he fights that way against these top guys, especially in a Shark Tank at 154, he's going to lose. He's going to get hurt at some point because these guys can punch. I mean, Murtazaliev looked like freaking Mike Tyson against Tim Tszyu. And if Tim Tszyu gets back on track, we know he can punch. So Ortiz, he fought the way he always does, forcing excitement. And against a guy like Madrimov, who again showed not just, again, I thought he lost to Crawford fair and square, but he showed different wrinkles to his game like tenfold. I mean, he didn't at no point did he try to back Crawford up against the ropes and fight a big man fight. He was like, no, I'm going to box this guy. And he did really well. So if he can do that against Crawford, I think he can do that against most fighters. But I think what's best for him is to be aggressive and rely on his ability to counter on the front foot, because when he backs fighters up, again, people should watch his fight against Kurbanov. And Kurbanov was not a can, by the way, when he won the title. He does look very dangerous. So yeah, it's going to be the experience that Madrimov had against Crawford. That's going to mean a hell of a lot. I just hope that he doesn't choose to fight as a boxer for the rest of his career, because aggression is what makes him effective.
Interesting. Yeah, man. Styles make fights, right? At the end of the day, one way you fight one fighter and the way you fight another fighter, the fighter who's able to adjust and make strategies based on the opponent that's in front of them is usually like the most dangerous fighter. And I'll bring this back to MMA real quick, just to say, like, there was a fighter called George St. Pierre. I don't know if guys are familiar with MMA, right? And what was George St. Pierre known for, right? He was known for being an all-around great fighter. Like, he wrestled, he was a striker, he had his jiu-jitsu belts in jiu-jitsu. He could do almost everything, not exceptionally well in everything, maybe in striking if you wanted to give it to him with his karate background. But ultimately, what George St. Pierre was known for was strategically making plans for the fighter that was in front of him. He fought differently all the time. If you wrestled, he could wrestle you, but he'd strike you. He'd strike with you and keep you on your feet. If you could strike, he could strike with you, but he would choose to make it a wrestling match. He made it a point to fight you where you were weaker at. He didn't fight everybody the same way. He had different game plans for different fighters. He was stylistically a man of many trades, but when he fought his fight depended on the fighter that was coming in the ring with him, and that's how he prepared. So Israel Madrimov showing the different wrinkles to his game. The question is, what's the game plan and the strategy that he came up with that's going to best work against Virgil Ortiz? And we'll see that obviously on Saturday. Hey, I am 444 in the building, man. I do want to get your perspective on this fight, man. What do you think about what we're talking about?
Okay, you can hear me? You can hear me, Clay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. If Madrimov fights if he fights the same style that he used against Terrence Crawford, Madrimov wins. If he fights how he normally fights, I think Virgil Ortiz will win. I think that style against Terrence Crawford was a very elite style. And I don't think Virgil has the IQ to deal with that particular type of style. I edge Madrimov's IQ a little bit more. But if he comes in another style other than that, I think he loses to Virgil Ortiz.
No doubt, man. That was simply put, man. And I agree with you also on that. I think that personally, I think Madrimov should come in something closer to Terrence than what he did. I think if he does that, he can be the counterpuncher. And I think he wanted to be the counterpuncher in that fight with Terrence. And Terrence was just like, nah, we both going to, what we saw against Terrence and Madrimov was a counterpuncher finding a counterpuncher, which isn't that exciting of a fight. You know what I'm saying? At times.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Because
both guys are waiting on each other, right? Like,
yep. Because the thing that people are overlooking is that style was a very difficult style to fight against. So Terrence Crawford's greatness really nullified the greatness of what Madrimov brought to the table. I don't think other fighters are going to have that level of IQ that Terrence Crawford had against that style. I just don't see it. Like I say, Bohachuk, Eastern European, Madrimov, Eastern European. And I feel like, man, I feel like if he mixes up a little bit of Bohachuk with the Terrence Crawford, it might be dangerous, man.
Yeah, he's got the power. The power translates for Madrimov, and with an aggressive Virgil Ortiz fighting on the front foot, coming forward, looking to get him out of there, he can set him up and walk him into something. I could see that happening. He could walk him into something real bad and put Virgil down. That'll be interesting to see, man. Hey, old school G, do you have any opinions on this fight, or we can move on to the next topic? Okay. That being said, let's go ahead and talk about this Joseph Parker and Daniel Dubois fight, guys. I'm gonna build the story up, bro, right? I'm gonna build this story, right? Because this fight is a redemption fight. Both these guys, on their second win, in my opinion. Joseph Parker, you would have thought he would have been on his way out the sport right now, right? But look, he linked up with Andy Lee, found a a new motivation, a new strategy that's been effective. He's had 3 big fights before this fight, 2 or 3 big fights. Well, no, let's say 2. One of them against Simeon. I can't remember what Simon, whatever his last name was. But I think the 2 big fights that you're going to look at when you look at Joseph Parker is going to be the fight he had against Deontay Wilder, and then you got to go ahead and bring in the fight he had against Zhilei Zhang. Both punchers, a lot of power. He was the underdog in both these fights, and he was able to bring that boxing pedigree that him and Andy Lee was working on. And it seems like he's found a newfound a skill set or a wrinkle in his game that's kind of turned him into a very cerebral fighter at this point, right? But then you got Anthony Joshua, who in my opinion has the more impressive last 3 fights. His redemption, his road to this moment right here has been like comeback of the year status for him. Fighting against Jarrell Miller, 10 grueling rounds ended Jarrell Miller in that last round of that fight, and then going into a Philip Ergovich, who was an up-and-coming heavyweight guy in that division, a boxer who beat Zhilei Zhang, who was on the road to fighting either an Anthony Joshua or competing for that IBF title, and ultimately should have been in the position that Daniel Dubois is in right now, waiting on fighting Alexander Usyk for an undisputed title. And then, of course, we saw him make his name on the biggest stage in the game in Wembley, I think it was, over in front of 80,000 plus people in the building. Listen, it was crazy. The night was electrifying, and Daniel Dubois stepped up to the plate and shined and was able to actually stop Anthony Joshua. Before this, Andy Ruiz had stopped Anthony Joshua, but nobody quite dominated Anthony Joshua the way Daniel Dubois did, and really made a statement about who he's going to be in the heavyweight division. A young bull at 27 years old, bringing the thunder like he does. It seems like one might argue it's his time and that it's his division to take, but he has to get in front of a cerebral fighter like Joe Parker. I don't know who wants to tap in. What do we think about this fight going into this fight?
I am super excited for this fight because, like you said, Clay, both guys have redeemed themselves. They're both on their second runs, and Dubois, I feel he's more dangerous now than when he was when he was undefeated. And Joseph Parker, he's fought the 2 biggest punchers in boxing and outboxed both of them. I mean, that in itself is very, very impressive for a guy who has already achieved a lot. So yeah, super intriguing fight. I'm not sure about Joseph Parker coming in heavy for this fight. I think that's a mistake. But Dubois, if you stand off with him, you're going to be in a fight. And that's what Parker has said he's willing to do. And this guy, I know he hasn't always looked super impressive, but he is prepared to fight. Like, Parker fights the best guys in the division back to back, and he doesn't complain when he loses. So he's going to be prepared to stand off. And Dubois, I think there's still questions about him because his defense, and I know it may look like nitpicking because he was so dominant against Joshua, but his defense was not very good, and he was there to be hit, and we'll see if Parker can exploit that. But I think this is more interesting than the Joshua fight in a way, and a great challenge for Alexander Usyk.
Yeah. I agree with you, man. The great preparation for Alexander Usyk, if he's able to get through Joseph Parker and really make a statement, it's going to make that Usyk fight even more interesting, because Joseph Parker does bring that cerebral wrinkle to the game that I'm talking about that Usyk brings, right? He's going to bring that athleticism. He's going to have to be a smart fighter in this, because Daniel Dubois is going to be dangerous this whole entire fight. I'm expecting Joseph Parker and Andy Lee to come up with a crazy game plan to fight Daniel Dubois. But look, man, I think you're going to see Daniel Dubois struggle a little bit at certain points in his fight. He's going to get an opportunity to kind of prove himself as far as being mentally strong, because it's one thing to fight against punchers, you know what I mean, and show that grit and bite down and take shots and do what he did against Philip Ergovich and do what he did against Jarrell Big Baby Miller. But what frustrated Daniel Dubois mostly with Alexander Usyk was that cerebral wrinkle that he brought to the game, right? The ability to move and just frustrated him, in my opinion. Even though he got hurt, he gave up a little bit more, in my opinion, in that fight. And he caught a lot of heat for it. But he gave up probably because of the mental frustration that he was going through, being hit by Usyk and not having any answers, not being able to set him up. Really, that IQ got kind of exposed. Let's see if him and Don Charles were able to bring him full circle and be effective. And if I know Andy Lee, and I don't know him personally, but I know from the school he comes from Emmanuel Stewart, I'm expecting Joseph Parker to be on top of his game and be more than willing to frustrate Daniel Dubois. We'll see how he deals with that. I'm still picking Daniel Dubois for the window. I think at the end of the day, he perseveres. I think that pressure is going to be a lot. I don't think Joseph Parker is going to be able to get hurt by Daniel Dubois and recover the way he did against Zhilei Zhang. It's a whole different ball game, a lot more athleticism, a lot more speed. And if I had to bet my money on it, a whole lot more power than what Zhilei Zhang is delivering. We'll see. At least the ability to deliver it. Keon, you want to tap into this a little bit? Any opinions on this Joseph Parker fight, man?
Yeah, man, I agree a lot with what you said. Man, I'm looking at this fight, and it can go two ways, right? As far as for Joseph Parker, he can frustrate Daniel Dubois. We know Daniel Dubois is slow, right? So Joseph Parker is going to want to use his elusiveness and speed, right, to frustrate him, move, punch on the move and things like that, and wrap him up, tie him up, and get him tired. Because, we've seen Daniel Dubois get tired in the past also, right? So Joseph Parker, I think that's his biggest factor to winning the fight is, can he continue to stay elusive? Can he frustrate Daniel Dubois, right? And then take it to the later rounds and to where he's tired and he slows down because he's already slow. But as far as Daniel Dubois, can he cut off the ring, and basically land them big shots? That's what he's going to be looking for. He's going to be looking to land big shots and hurt Joseph Parker and get him up out of there. But, ultimately, man, I think that Daniel Dubois, he is the one now that's coming into this fight with the confidence, because I think one of his biggest issues at one point was confidence. He had lost his confidence after his first loss to what's his name, the Juggernaut, Joe Joyce. He had lost his confidence, and then we see him after that. He got hurt again after that, so he wasn't confident in his chin. I think he gained that back. I think his confidence is at an all-time high, and I think it's his time, man. I think he gonna stop Joseph Parker. I think he should be able to go out there and stop Joseph Parker. But it's an interesting fight because it could go the other way. Joseph Parker could win ugly decision.
Yeah, I agree with you. Look, can I ask you a question, Keon?
What's that?
In that fight going against Anthony Joshua, I think most people had Anthony Joshua as the more like boxer, right? Like he was going to have the straighter jab, the straighter shots, a little bit more educated inside that ring. Is it me, or did it seem that Daniel Dubois was actually the better boxer in the fight with Anthony Joshua? Not just the better fighter, but actually had the better jab in that fight, the better straight right hand. Even the head movement seemed to have leveled up in front of Anthony Joshua, getting away from a lot of those shots that Anthony was trying to hit him with. Granted, Anthony did catch him towards the latter part of that round, but if we're going to compare between Philip Ergovich, Daniel Dubois, and Anthony Joshua, Daniel Dubois, it looked like he kind of leveled up in the boxing a little bit department. What did you think about his performance against Anthony Joshua? Like, what most impressed you about that fight?
Well, I picked him to stop Anthony Joshua.
Okay.
I don't know if you see my shows. Like I was one of the few that said that he was going to knock out Anthony Joshua. I picked that fight, so that it didn't surprise me. I didn't know he was going to knock him down. How many times he knocked him down? Like 4 or 5 times? 4 times. But yeah, I figured he was going to knock Anthony Joshua out. As far as his boxing ability, yeah, he has leveled up. Because, he was young when he came in the game, fighting these big fights. He was young, man. And you could tell now that he got the confidence, he's getting better and better. And he did look more crisp than Anthony Joshua. But Anthony Joshua not in his prime no more neither, because his confidence is always shot. He knows, Anthony Joshua knows that if he gets hit, he can't take a punch. So that messes him up mentally. But as far as Daniel Dubois, I think that he's getting better and better, and that's something else that makes him more dangerous. I don't even think he hit his prime yet. He's continuing to get better, and the competition that he's facing, the different type of competition, he's facing different styles. That's giving him an advantage also, because, like I said, he's seen all of these different styles, and now he's learning how to adapt to different styles, making him a lot better. So yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, no, I noticed it too, man. I noticed the level up. I do think that Philip Ergovich fought the wrong fight against Daniel Dubois. I think he left the boxing and tried to be aggressive and slept on Daniel Dubois. So I don't know if Daniel Dubois got an opportunity to be in there with that cerebral wrinkle that I know Ergovich brings to the game. Although he brings power, he's very committed to that jab. He's a real Eastern European style boxer, and I think he got a little aggressive in that fight. Jarrell Miller tested the conditioning. I think Daniel Dubois' conditioning has been tested. I think he's in the best shape of his life. That's one thing that I think Don Charles and his father has brought to the table for Daniel Dubois is that structure. And he seems to be in the best shape. Even when I saw him yesterday at the Grand Rivals, I'm like, dude is slimmed up. He hasn't lost size. Like, you still see he's strong, but you can see he's committed to the sport. On this second win, he plans on coming in for the biggest wins of his life right now in this second chapter of his career. I just think it's his time, man. I think the momentum is on his side. Youth is on his side. And like I said, and we just talked about before, I think he's been leveling up on his boxing. And I think we're going to see that get showcased in this fight. I think Joseph Parker is going to find out that Daniel Dubois is not as slow or as stationary as he might anticipated him being. I think this man is becoming a better boxer. The power has always been there, but the delivery system, I think, has changed a lot and it's become a lot more efficient. And I think we're going to see that in this fight with him. I think Joseph Parker is going to be in for a real rude awakening. Let me see here. I'm 444. Did you share your opinion on this fight at all? He might not be available. Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Go ahead. Yeah.
Do you hear me? Yeah. Dubois is a much better fighter now. I think that makes a whole lot of difference in this fight. His boxing has improved. His IQ has improved a little. I do like the fact that Parker has turned into a more cerebral fighter, but I don't think that's going to be enough because even though I was able to see some of his cerebral stuff in the Deontay Wilder, it was cool. He showed me what he can do with a game plan and executing that game plan. I think Dubois is going to disrupt that game plan, and that's where I'm going to have to see Parker is go. I think that Dubois is more so complete as a fighter. Deontay Wilder, we already know, it was a great win, but I didn't view him as improved or no, I was actually disappointed. The Zhang fight, same thing. Great fighter, very one-dimensional. Now I get to see Parker really up. This is going to be a great fight. I think Dubois has a lot going for him, and I like what I saw in the Anthony Joshua fight. And I think that's going to be a little bit too much for Parker, to be honest. I think it's going to be way too much, that pressure. And what happens when that game plan, you can't execute it, because it's not going as you think, because that guy's not going to back down. And that's where I think it's going to be a problem for Parker.
Yeah, man, I agree with you. And just to add to what you said, I think another part and intangible to this is if Daniel Dubois' boxing starts to become competitive with Joseph Parker, is he going to be able to pull Joseph Parker into a fight? At some point or another in this fight, I think we're going to see that. You're going to see Joseph Parker get pulled into a fight because Daniel Dubois is I think he's going to cut the ring off. I think he's going to work that body. He's going to slow down all that moving around. And I think it's going to come down to a fight when it's all said and done. And when it comes down to that point, I think that's when we see Daniel Dubois do what he does best. And I think he gets Joseph Parker out there as well. Ray, you want to share on this?
Yeah. I mean, even what Roscoe just said, this is where I don't care about the last three fighters not being movers. What I see is that Joseph Parker is actually his own kryptonite in this type of fight because he doesn't have to move because he comes forward. He's looking to close the gap and to get into that mid-range so he can make his attacks as he did with other fighters in his past. So once that he finds out that doesn't work, how does he fight off the defensive of the back foot? How does he fight off the counters? That's where it comes to the question, to answer Ross Scott's question on this post, the slide you put on the screen. I just think that it's levels to this game. I'm watching I was watching some of the workouts of Daniel Dubois. Bro, he looks crazy. He looks like I was just talking to Jared Spot. He looks like he like a Riddick Bowe with Mike Tyson footwork. It looks crazy. You know what I mean? It just looks ridiculously crazy. And he utilizes all his attributes in these workouts. He's very quick. He looks very agile. He looks very focused. And though he still doesn't move his head off the line, he keeps his hands up and he's pivoting, Clay. This dude is punching, pivoting, turning, and utilizing his position, bro, all day, every day. I don't see any other way of him losing this fight. I mean, it could happen, but I just don't see it.
It definitely can happen, but the delivery system has been refined. He's learned how to deliver those shots, man. He's learned how to set them up, take his time. He's setting up these shots. He's, like Ray said, he's turning and he's moving you into position. You see him. You see the IQ step up with Daniel Dubois. He's really leveled up as a boxer. And, as far as his athleticism, I think that's going to be a part of this fight as well. I don't think that Joseph Parker is a better athlete than Daniel Dubois. Not to mention the fact that, the man in his own right has gymnast qualities about him. The way he was trained ever since he was young, this dude was like, doing flips, and they kind of had a video they showed of him like being on those, I can't remember what you call them, but the two rings, the rings that you hang on. He's doing he's like spinning in the rings and like, he's very well balanced out, great shape, real athlete. I think, and you could just see, you talked about him being on the spectrum a little bit potentially earlier. And I think that this works to his advantage. I think that's his superpower. I think where people might want to hold that against him, I think his superpower is his ability to dial in and focus and not be distracted. He gets so focused, you can see it in his eyes. He's determined to be undisputed heavyweight champion of the world. And I think that plays a huge factor. He's on his way in. Joseph Parker is, in many ways, kind of happy to be here, right? Like, he didn't expect this. Andy Lee was able to get him real far, but just like I said with my breakdown on the Caleb Smith situation, kind of got a foot out the door, but kind of staying in the building because he's buying into what Andy Lee's saying to him, and it's manifesting into victories in the ring. So he's like, man, as long as I could ride this out, I'm here for it, right? Like, I'm here for it. But at the same time, given the right motivation by Daniel Dubois, hitting him with certain shots, this man might have to bite down, and it might improve at the end of this fight that he's really ready to leave.
He might get a banger, bro.
Yeah, he might get a way out the door, and he might take it. Brad Scott said Dubois was doing gymnastics. Come on, stop it, man. He do need to get some looser pants. So those yoga pants got to go. He got to relax. But let's jump into the next fight. Let's jump into the next fight, guys. Why not? Let's keep talking this boxing, man. We went through Virgil. We went through Daniel Dubois. Let's talk about the light heavyweight division, man. And let's talk about our guy right here, Caleb Smith versus Joshua Buatsi in this fight. I think people are sleeping on this fight. They're not talking about it the way I think they should be talking about it. Granted, we are in America. Caleb Smith is not that big of a fighter here in America, but if you follow him closely, this guy is really nothing to play with. Only losses he has on his record is against Canelo Alvarez and Arturo Beterbiev. He went the full 12 rounds with Canelo Alvarez and ultimately did get stopped by Arturo Beterbiev. But man, he comes from a good cloth, a real good boxer. And then you got him going against Joshua Buatsi. This guy was supposed to be one of those guys, really was knocking everybody out, stopping everybody. But in his last 4 or 5 fights, seemed to look ordinary a little bit, but still victorious, still an undefeated fighter. Any thoughts on this fight? We can start with Fight Sports Talk on this one.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I do think Callum Smith is going to make it somewhat competitive, but I've never rated him that high, so I don't expect him to come close to winning. I mean, he does the fundamentals good. He's got good balance, good technique, etc. But not only is he unspectacular, he just makes so many defensive mistakes for a big guy. I mean, and he's just going to say it. He lacks heart. He did it. He never stepped on the gas against Canelo. He could have made things easier for himself if he was, again, more defensively minded against Beterbiev, but he just doesn't know how to defend punches that well. So I don't think he's going to outbox Buatsi, who is an Olympian, who is a better athlete. But I agree with you. Buatsi doesn't exactly look amazing himself, but he does it. He does the fundamentals well, and I think his defense is better than Callum Smith. So I think Buatsi is going to win. I don't think there's a big chance he'll lose, but I do think he I do think the challenge on him is to make it definitive, because whoever wins between Bivol and Beterbiev, and we'll see what Benavidez is about if he fights the winner. He's going to have the winner is he's probably going to go up against an all-time great light heavyweight, so he has to impress, and he is the next guy on the block. So yeah, that's those are my thoughts. I actually got a bounce man a little bit early, but thanks for having me on. Hope to be on tomorrow, and yeah, salute to the chat and the panel.
No doubt. No doubt. Keon, any thoughts, man, on this one?
Yeah.
I know this one.
I got Colin Smith, man. I love this fight too. This is another fight I love. I got Colin Smith, man. Because to me, he's more battle tested. He's shown me a lot more. He's fought the way better competition than Buatsi. And like I just think he's a better all-around fighter. You know, Buatsi, to me, he's a good UK level fighter. You know, don't take no offense to that, but that's just what I see him as. And he hasn't fought near the competition that Colin Smith has fought. He hasn't been battle tested like that. You know, as far as the skill set, I think Buatsi he got a decent skill set. You know, he got a decent skill set, but Colin Smith, he got a skill set on him also. You know, he got a good jab. And I just see him winning this fight. I don't see why he's the underdog. You know, I think the only chance that Joshua Buatsi has is to knock Colin Smith out, and that ain't easy to do. Like you said, we've only seen one person stop him, and that was Arthur Beterbiev.
Yep.
Did he even fight? Who else he fought? Did he fight Zerto or no? Did he?
No.
He just fought. He fought. He fought somebody else too. In the light heavyweight.
He's fought. Let me see here. Saul. He's fought John Ryder. He's fought. I mean, he not no. There are no names that are really standing out outside of Artur Beterbiev, Saul Alvarez. I mean, he fought John Ryder, and he won a unanimous decision. Took him all the way to decision. I think that Caleb Smith is a good fighter, man. I'm not gonna lie to you, right? But I do think that for me, what holds weight in my mind is that he was ready to retire after Artur Beterbiev fight. People were talking about him being on his way out the door. He's having somewhat of a second win where he's like, all right, you know what? He had a fight with Carlos Galvin. He was able to stop him inside the 8 rounds. It was an 8-rounder fight, by the way. It wasn't even a 12-rounder, but he stopped him in the 5th round. And I think that may have gave him a little bit of like a resurgence where he's like, you know what? I'll make a run at it. Let's make a fight happen. If it's there, Turkey reaches out to him, obviously trying to put Joshua Buatsi in the space to where he can compete for a belt. Joshua Buatsi's kind of been that guy who didn't get the opportunities, and now he is. He's been looking very regular in his last couple of fights, but I think stylistically, this fight is made for Joshua Buatsi.
Well, what I was going to say, another thing I was going to say is that the only thing is I don't know. It doesn't seem like that Colin Smith is still in his prime. You know, he's kind of slowing down now. That's the only thing that has me worried. I think Colin Smith in his prime does beat Buatsi. Now I think it's kind of more a 50-50 toss-up fight. I still kind of favor Colin Smith, but now that you're saying that he seemed like he got one foot out the door, I never, ever bet on a fighter that's talking about retirement. I never do. I never put, you know, so that's something that, you know, I don't know. I might have to take that back.
No,
but it's a 50-50 fight. But it's a 50-50 fight. But man, I'm you know, when I first saw the fight, I said that I got to go with Colin Smith.
Listen, stick to that plan. Stick to that plan. I'm gonna tell you why. The 2 fights he lost in, the rings were shrunk down. I keep mentioning this. He's won every fight he's been in. The ring's always been the right size for him. Yeah, he's fighting a younger fighter, a little bit more springier fighter. But what happens when you're a great defensive back foot fighter? You land the shots you want. You know what I mean? You utilize your jab well. You counter well, and you're not afraid to do so, especially when you can move. Right? When you can't move, and look, like I said, look what he did with Artur Beterbiev. They went to like the final round before he took a knee, and they stopped the fight. and he went all the way. So you really can't even hurt this guy like that. Like, yeah, did he get
But
hurt?
they didn't go to the final round. He stopped him in the 7th round.
It was 7th, whatever, close enough to me. We went past 6, but regardless, he was not Clay. He was not. I'm sorry, it was Canelo went to the distance, but he was hurt. He hurt him a few times, but he wasn't really. He was fighting back, bro, in a small ring where nowhere to go. He was keeping Beterbiev off him as much as he could. He did everything he had to do to will that, and it took the referee to stop that fight. Yes, he took a knee. Like I said, the knee was okay. He got up. He took a knee because he had to. You know what I mean? Get that barrage off him, catch a second win. But he was able to fight. Anybody else he fought, everyone else he fought, it was a different fight. And being that he won his last fight and to me convincingly, why? Why would he retire?
I'll be honest with you, right? His last fight was a guy who was 20-14, right?
All right.
So he won. Hold on. He won the fight. He won the fight. He stopped the guy in the fight. It was a fight that he took off the strength of just fighting, right? He didn't take a fight. His last fight he had wasn't a fight of somebody who was trying to make a run back at light heavyweight to become a champion. It was a fight where he was just fighting, getting some money, making a decision for himself as to whether or not he was going to stay in boxing or not. He put himself in the ring stylistically with somebody he was supposed to stop, and he did it. The fight was an 8-round fight. It wasn't even a 10-round or 12-round fight, right? In Artur Beterbiev fight, Artur Beterbiev shined on him, showed him that he can box, cut the ring off on him, made the ring small. You know what I'm saying? Even though the ring might have been small, like you might think it was small, it was because of Artur Beterbiev, who literally pinned Caleb Smith to one side of the ring and cut the ring in half. Caleb could not get away from Artur Beterbiev. That was the fight where I saw Artur Beterbiev, and he showed the world that I'm not just a puncher, I'm a great boxer. That was a fight that put the Bivol fight into perspective. Just the same way that the Bivol versus I can't remember the guy's name that he fought when Beterbiev actually had to pull out the fight because of an injury.
Yeah,
Bivol showed that he was a puncher in that fight. Beterbiev did the same thing with Caleb Smith, showing his boxing acumen. Caleb Smith, up until this last victory he had over Carlos Galvin, was 100% on his way out the door. People thought he was going to retire. He came off of a horrible stoppage on Artur Beterbiev, who was punched on that boy that whole fight. It wasn't I don't think it was as competitive as you're making it. I mean, maybe I need to rewatch it, but it just wasn't. Caleb was getting his ass handed to him, and he was on his way out the door. Now he has a newfound drive to be back in the sports. God bless him. But Joshua Buatsi is carrying some momentum with him. He's got the youth on his side. He's supposed to be fighting Anthony Yardy. I'm telling you, Caleb can win this fight 100%. But if he's not in the right mind state, and one can question that his mind state was on leaving the sport, literally his brother Liam Smith was talking about it might be over for him. It might be time for him. Watch that fight. Watch what the commentators were saying. They're like, it might be it for Caleb. It might be time for him to leave. He's 34 years old. So if he has the right mind state, he has the fundamentals. He has a good jab, like what Keon was saying he does. Joshua Buatsi is gonna have to figure that out. He's gonna have to earn this win. But this fight stylistically says that Joshua Buatsi should be walking away with his victory.
Okay, well, I hear that, and I'm a rebuttal real quick and say that maybe those are the cases, right? That maybe he did have that loss and think about hanging up the gloves. But what happens? You come back and you decide that that's not what you want to do. You take on what kind of fight? What type of fight you take on when you in between fights?
What, a tune-up or some sort? You
you take a tune-up fight, regardless of who it is. You took on a seasoned veteran that you had to take in, you know what I mean? And you knew this fight was coming. You knew something was coming around the corner. And guess what? This fight is here. This fight is going to put him in position to fight either Benavidez, and if Benavidez don't take the fight with one of these two, it puts him in the fight with these two. So at the end of the day, this guy knew what his opportunities were. He knew what he was getting into, and you know what? Second chances don't come along a lot of times, and when they do, you take advantage of them. This guy's ready. He's prepared. I'm giving it to Caleb Smith.
All right, let's see what happens, man. Sounds like a good fight is getting ready to happen. Any opinions on this right here? I think we spoke about this before. Everything boxing. Keon, we spoke about David Benavidez on this trip, man. I'm telling you guys, I see some channels are talking about it right now. It is what it is. I like to believe that I was the one who kind of was like, yo, you guys need to watch this. But it is what it is, right? The monster's heading to Riyadh. He's got his eyes on everybody thinks he has his eyes on Dmitry Bivol and Artur Beterbiev, which I'm sure he does. But do you think there's a legitimate chance he could be eyeing the winner of this fight right here, who's going to be an interim WBO title holder? He is a unified interim champion in the WBA and the WBC. Well, these guys are fighting for an interim WBO title. Can we see him potentially fighting one of these guys if Artur Beterbiev comes up short on Saturday?
Yeah. I mean, Bivol and Beterbiev, they're not the only ones in the division. So yeah, you gotta look at the landscape of the whole division, because it might be a rematch. You feel me? Bivol and Beterbiev, it might be a third. If they already talked about, if Bivol wins this one, it's gonna be a trilogy. So I mean, he does have to have a plan B. He got to have a plan B. I'm hearing that what was that? If Beterbiev win, he's not interested in fighting David Benavidez or something.
I mean,
that he
I
was
don't
talking
know
about
that
maybe moving up
Now, I don't know about moving up. I don't know. Well, I know one thing about Beterbiev.
or
He's a man
retiring.
he has limited words, man. No, he's not. He's not talking about retiring. He's definitely made that clear that he wants to stay and fight, that he feels good, and he wants to continue to fight. Like, he's made that clear that he's going to fight again after this fight. Where he goes after this, I don't know. If he stays as an undisputed champion and fights against David Benavidez, or if he goes up. Turkey has spoken about, one of these guys fighting Jai Opetaia. He wanted to see them at cruiserweight. But one thing about Beterbiev, he's a man of small words. He doesn't talk a lot. His English is horrible. So I don't know what he said he will do, what he won't do. He's not a person who likes to really, even when he talks, if you look at his interviews, he's like, yeah, I'm a happy person. I don't like to, like, he doesn't really speak on the boxing game in a way to where you can kind of like walk away thinking one thing or another. But yeah, he might have shown some lack of interest in fighting David Benavidez, but he also comes off as one of those fighters who ain't going to talk about a fighter he's not fighting yet. Like, he's not going to talk past a fighter. He just kind of like subscribed to that way of carrying himself. I don't know if that's a Muslim thing or an Eastern European thing, but he doesn't talk past fighters. You know what I mean? Even when he was competing and talking about fighting Dmitry Bivol, he wouldn't talk about him in an active way. You know what I mean? He just not into that until the fight is actually put together. So I don't know if that holds any weight, to be honest with you.
Yeah, man. But I think definitely David Benavidez is there for a reason. I think he's gonna sit down with Turkey and see what Turkey has, in store. What type of, plans Turkey come up for him with. Because I mean, come on, man. You look at PBC, bro, and it's not promising over there right now. As far as being able to stay active and get big fights, he can't. He got to go the Turkey route. It is what it is. So he going over there because he knows that. He know that.
Yeah, man. Shout out to LW Boxing and what he said here, because this is also significant to the division. He said, don't forget about the IBF mandatory Michael effort. He took step aside money to allow this to allow the undisputed rematch. All y'all know how quick of a trigger the IBF has with stripping their champs. Yeah, bro. Yep. That's a fact. Yeah, that's definitely a fact. That's definitely a fact. I think there's a good chance that he's going to take the winner of this fight. I don't know that he has all these options. I know he's trying to work something in the cruiserweight division with Oscar De La Hoya and Zurdo Ramirez. I think Zurdo has some choices to make. Oscar is obviously going to try to push his narrative. If Oscar doesn't think that Zurdo can compete with Jai Opetaia, he'll try his best to convince Zurdo not to take that fight and to take a David Benavidez fight. If he thinks it's a big money fight, he'll try to convince him of that. But if Zurdo Ramirez is any kind of, I was about to say real man, but I'm not going to question that. I'm going to say if he has any type of legacy-driven energy behind him, he'll take that Jai Opetaia fight. That Turkey is very motivated to put together. I think David Benavidez is either. Go ahead.
I'm not that big on Jai Opetaia. I think he overrated, man. Like, I don't know what everybody see like in him. I've seen him struggle in a couple fights and get hurt. Like, man, I don't know, man. I probably got Zurdo beating him, but I mean, we'll get to that when it comes.
I think he's been in some battles. I wouldn't say he's been really hurt. I think he's been I think he's been hurt a little bit, but I think it's because his comeback
too much for me, man.
His will to win. I think a lot of people like his will to win and the fact that he just battles. He's battle tested.
Yeah, but he's not. I'm telling. Remember, I said this. He ain't what y'all think he is. I'm telling you right now. He ain't.
I agree. I think it's a good fight. I don't. Until it happens, I'm not even picking guy to win. I think that was the fight that they wanted. I think Badu Jack. I think that was something that they wanted as well. And I think he's right now. That might be that him and Joe Todd might be fighting. So Gilberto Ramirez might even be off the table right now for Jai Todd. But we'll see. I mean, like I said, time tells the hands, right, when it spins. So we'll see.
Yeah. We'll see what happens with that. But I do believe that I just think Zurdo Ramirez has some decisions to make. I think a unification, if he's legacy driven, he looks like he wants to be great. He moved up from the super middleweight division to light heavyweight to be right where he's at right now in the cruiserweight division, probably chasing titles and chasing opportunities to be a champion. He's a unified champion right now. He's a unified champion right now in the cruiserweight division. Jai Patai sitting on that IBF title. I could see him taking that opportunity to make that fight happen. And I think David Benavidez is going to have to make a decision. If Artur Beterbiev wins this fight, clearly the decision is right there in front of him, what he's probably going to do to become undisputed at light heavyweight. But if he falls short this fight, Turkey's already said that he's interested in the trilogy. He's either going to sit on a sideline or he's going to look for the next fight best up. And you got to be looking at the winner between Caleb Smith and Joshua Buatsi as a legitimate option for him to take, especially if he's going to be in Riyadh. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Let's move forward and look at this fight right here that's in front of us. The big dogs is going to get it in. Zhilei Zhang, Ajit Kabayel on the 22nd. Another crazy fight that's on this card, man. Ajit Kabayel coming off of a little momentum himself, earning himself a reputation as a body snatcher. He's going to be the shorter fighter in this fight. Not too much shorter, but he's sitting at 6'3". Zhilei Zhang sitting at 6'6". Both these guys, amazingly enough, have the same arm reach at 80 inches. Both of them are at 80 inches. Any opinions on this fight and what we'll be looking forward to see? We'll put on Keon.
Yeah, you can go. I already spoke on it.
Yeah, man. Kabayel, I think I might have seen him fight twice, but I seen when he beat Frank Sanchez, man. Right. Frank Sanchez was never that to me. He was another fighter that I always thought was overrated. He put on too many lackluster performances. Sometimes he looked like he don't even want to be out there. And when he fought Kabayel, I remember that was one of the fights that he looked like he didn't even want to be out there. Like he was just going through the motions. Kabayel, he's more of a smaller kind of like, a smaller heavyweight, relies on the speed, this is a clash of styles because Zhilei Zhang, he's slow, but his hands is fast. That straight right, that joint is coming out the holster fast. You don't see it coming. Just all depends because it's not that hard to tire Zhilei Zhang out. I think that if Kabayel, if he can move, show a lot of movement and make Zhilei Zhang have to cut off the ring and go after him, I think it's going to be a difficult fight for Zhang. But if he get caught, all it takes is one by Zhang, he's going to sleep. If he get hurt, he's probably going to go to sleep. Man, this fight right here, I'm gonna be honest, man. I haven't seen enough of Kabayel to call this fight. Like I got to go do my film study on him. I got to see more of him because, like I said, the only fight that I could remember, I've seen him fight twice or three times, but the only fight that comes to my mind is his most recent fight. And can you really that ain't really too much to go off of. You know what I'm saying? Frank Sanchez looked like he was just out there. It kind of reminded me of how Jerry Anderson looked this past Friday. Like he was just going through the motions and shit.
He did. You're right.
Well, Frank went into the fight hurt. He did go into the fight hurt. He had an injury, so he probably was a little disenchanted with what was happening. He didn't have that movement that he needed. He had a bad knee. But I'll say his fight he had before that against the Russian Mike Tyson, Magomedov, I think is his name.
But that dude is sorry though. He's slow, slow as hell.
He's like slow, but what Ajit showed was his ability that body attack is just really.
Yeah, he went to the body. He stopped. Yeah, that's the one that I saw when he stopped. When he kept going to the body and he made that big ass dude quit. That dude's sorry though, man. But yeah, I hear what you're saying though. Yeah,
you got that body work, and the reason I think that's going to be significant in this fight is Zhang's gas tank he's getting like 2 miles to the gallon, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like this dude,
you're right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's
like,
what I'm saying.
He don't move around the way he used to. I mean, the old man Zhang, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna call him the old man Zhang. You know what I'm saying? Brings that power. He does, man. And that's the last thing that goes. And it's evident when you look at Zhang Zhang and his ability to go ahead and execute and deliver those shots. But listen, let me tell you, man, styles make fights, man. I think that 6'3", that 80-inch arm reach, I think this stylistically is going to be a nightmare for Zhang Zhang. I think he's going to be sitting low. He's going to be hard to punch on. He's got great head movement. And also, Ajit Cabello has a great gas tank. He can go 12 rounds. He can do it. He's built like that, man. He's going to be attacking that body on top of testing that condition of Zhang. Zhang's going to be moving around, having to find him. He's aware of it. He's a very smart fighter. He's a cerebral fighter. Ajit Cabello is a very cerebral fighter. He puts his punches together really nice. I like his combinations. Man, I ain't going to lie to you, man. I think Ajit Cabello stops this man with the body shots. And I'll be real with you. Not only does he stop him,
now you tripping, Clay.
Hold on.
Now you tripping. You talking about stopping Zhang? He ain't stopping Zhang.
Cabello is stopping Zhang. I got Ajit Cabello stopping Zhang, and I think he's going to clip him. I think he's going to be working that body. He's going to get them hands to stay low and get him to retreating. Dare I say, you'll see Zhang actually moving on the back foot at some point in this fight. And you're going to see Ajit Cabello.
Let's do a push-up bet. Let's do a push-up bet on that.
This is what's going to happen. I'm going to take Clay. I'm going to put some money on that, what Clay said. And if I lose, Clay going to pay the bill.
I'll give you.
Whole statement. I'm going to take that because I have Zhang. I have Zhang winning.
He ain't stopping Zhang.
I think actually the opposite. I actually think that Ajit gets in, like he fights mid-range, bro. He fights mid-range. And I think he's going to go inside. He's going to have the same feeling as Parker. Yes, I think he's going to be able to contest him at that mid-range. But I just think Zhang is going to weather those storms, and he's just going to catch him where he don't see it coming. And I think when he catches him, when he hurts him that one time, he's going to prowl just like he did with Wilder. He's going to KO him, bro. He's going to stop him. I think it's a KO on the other side of the street. But
you think Zhang can't KO's Ajit? Okay, this is the fight then. I knew I was going to find the fight. I knew as we was going through this, I was going to find the fight. This is the fight then. This is the one, bro. This is the one. We've been talking about boxing this whole time, and this is the fight where we definitely split down the middle. I think you guys are about to see Ajit Cabello shine on this one.
I think it's a third fight we disagree. We split with.
Yo, listen, man. I'm telling you guys that body campaign is going to be official. And let me tell you something else. It's not going to translate, right? But I'm telling you, this is the year of the body snatcher. 2025 is the year of the body snatcher. Effective body punching is going to get highlighted this year. Let me tell you somewhere else you're going to see some effective body punching in 2025. Are you ready for this one? You're going to see it between Terrence and Canelo. You're going to see effective body punching and how much weight that actually holds. And everybody's going to get a surprise about how effective body punching is in boxing. You're going to see it. And Ajit Cabello is going to highlight it. We're going to see it on Saturday. You're going to see Zhang slow down. And look, he might make it. He doesn't have to get stopped. I got Ajit Cabello winning this fight, hands down, one way or the other. He's going to win this fight. But I'm being bold and saying that I think Ajit stops him, man. And I think it's going to be crazy.
Okay.
So let's go into the next fight, guys. And then the last fight, probably the opener, if they don't take Shakur and Josh Padley and put him as the opener. This will be the opener. Well, actually, no, it'll be Ajit Cabello and Zhang. I think that's going to be the opener, and then this fight right here. But this is an interesting fight. If you guys have followed this young guy right here, Hamza Shiraz, you know that this was destined to happen. He was on his way to getting his title shot. It's going to be Hamza Shiraz versus PBC's own Carlos Adames defending his WBC title. What are we expecting when we go into this fight, guys? And I'll let obviously it's on you, Keon. Ray's already told what he thought.
Oh man, I got Hamza. I got my boy Hamza, man. Hey, he the real deal. A lot of them dudes that they try to hype up, they be flukes, but he's the real deal, man. He fights long. He catch you on the outside. He catch you on the outside, man. At the end of his punches, he's pretty fast, quick, man. I think he got the full package, man. He's the real deal. And Carlos Adames, he haven't been active enough to me throughout his career with the PBC. The last time he fought was on the undercard of Tank, and he fought my man from Ohio. What's his name?
His name right. Gausha, Terrell Gausha.
Yeah, Terrell Goucher. I talked to Terrell Goucher after that fight, man, in the food court. I talked to him for a minute, man. I felt kind of bad for him, man. Nobody came and was talking to him. He's with his family alone, and like people was just acting like they didn't even know who he was after he took that loss.
Damn.
But yeah, man, it's bad. People don't see, like, the after effects of fighters taking losses and things like that, man. I felt bad for him, but he's a real down to earth, cool dude. Yeah, man, that fight, Carlos Adames won that fight, but he didn't look impressive like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like he didn't look like, we've seen Adames before look impressive to where, he was walking through guys for a minute. He didn't look too impressive in his last fight. And I don't think that he's going to be able to do enough to beat Shiraz. I think that the fight probably will go to distance. I think the fight will probably go to distance, but I got Hamza for sure.
Yeah, man, it's hard. It's hard to bet against Hamza, man. The man got laser beam punches, bro. He that jab is official, and I mean, it just sets that right hand up so beautifully. He's so accurate. He knows how to use that distance. He uses every physical attribute he has. He's not one of those fighters that's like tall but just can't help but fight on the inside. Like, he fights where he's strong at, and he just brings all those intangibles. I think Carlos Adames is just outdated, bro. I think the way he fights it's not at a high enough level. Hamza is the future, bro. If he were to lose this fight, I'd be really shocked. Anything can happen, but we're just talking about evolution. When you look at Hamza Shiraz, we're talking about the evolution in boxing. We're talking about efficiency. Somebody who's clearly been trained at the highest level, and he just executes at the highest level. His discipline shows in a fight. He's a devout Muslim. You know what I'm saying? You can tell this dude's praying 5 times a day. He's not eating wrong. He's not drinking. He's just doing everything right, and it's just his time. I think he just takes on this 160-pound division, and I don't want to look past Carlos Adames, but really I want to see what he looks like against Janibek at the end of the day. So I can't wait for him to get through this fight and then see a big unification fight between him and Janibek, and then we'll see where Erislandy Lara lies in the middle of that and see who takes him out of there. But he seems like he's going to dominate this and go to 168 and just make that division even more interesting as well.
I agree.
It is what it is. Look, guys, man, we made it through. We got through these fights, man. We already know the fight of the night is going to be the Ajit Kabayel Zhilei Zhang fight. That's the fight, everybody. That's the fight that we're going to see. We're going to find out. That's the fight. I mean, I don't think that's going to be fight of the night, but I think that's a fight where we're in a real divide here on this panel.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree with that. And you know what's actually crazy? I actually think the surprising fight is going to be that Caleb Smith with Bayati, whatever.
Yeah, it's easy, bro. It's Buatsi. That's it. Buatsi.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I don't know why you can't say it. Buatsi.
Because I'm not looking at it.
Okay.
It's all right. Yahtzee. All right, got it.
You see what he did? You see what he did? Go ahead.
Yahtzee. I got it. I'm just saying, I got to say it the right way. So I got it.
I'll tell you what, if that's the fight of the night, because listen, L-Dub just put it on here that's the actual first fight of the card. What a way to start that card off. You know what I mean? What a way to start that card off, because I do think that's going to be a crazy fight. What a way to start that card off with a fight like that.
I think that's going to lead us into, it's going to bring the energy up. Bottom line, everybody has to top that fight, and it may go up, but that's going to start. That's definitely going to be. I think that's going to be the start. You know what I mean? The flame that starts the fire. Bottom line. Yeah. Did I say that right?
Yeah, Teach, I am looking to see Shakur, man. I'm looking to see Shakur. I think this is a moral victory for him. This is like a victory lap to a degree. It's kind of like, I'm going to be cheering Shakur on, man. I know it's Josh Padley, but damn it, bro. The boxing game hasn't been nice to Shakur, bro. They've been people ducking him. He can't get fights. He got bad luck. He got his hands get hurt. He got to pull out of fights. Now you got Schofield on this nonsense, and then you got William Zepeda wanting to go rematch Tevin Farmer. You got what's my guy's name? The Ghost, Frank Martin. Backing out of those negotiations. It just seems like he can't win for losing. And I'm just happy that he gets to perform on this big stage. He doesn't miss out on the opportunity to showcase what he brings to the table. And I'm even more excited about what's in the future for him, to see what the big fights in the future are for him, for sure.
Okay. Good. I guess good news. I don't know if you want to close out with this. You probably already know. I don't know. It just dropped. Let me see. A few minutes ago. But Keyshawn is yeah. Well, this is this morning. Keyshawn's open to fighting Shakur.
Oh, I gotta look into that.
Yeah, I'm about to send you the link right now.
What is he saying that, or just some kind of report by somebody?
It says Keyshawn Davis right here.
I don't think have you watched it?
Look, it is both of you right here, right?
No, have you watched it? Have you watched it?
No.
Okay, so all right. Let me see right now. You mean it is what it is. Send the offer. Right. They're just playing, bro.
They might be. Send the offer then.
Shakur said that too. That Shakur's like, we'll never fight. And then they was like, well, what if such and such and such and such? Shakur's like, send the offer.
Yep. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what Shakur said. Yeah, like as far as the money being big, but yeah, bro, come on. Man.
Yeah, they ain't fighting.
I don't know. This is
just playing. That was Andre Ward pressing him.
If you ask a question 1,000 times and they keep giving you the same answer 1,000 times, I mean, at some point they're gonna be like, okay, this what y'all want to hear.
Yeah, exactly. That you 100% right on the nail. That's what it was. Andre Ward was being a pest to his little brother and wouldn't let him off the damn off the hook. And he, come on, man, you telling me?
I don't know. I'm with Nick J. I'm with Nick J. I think it's a response to it. I mean, obviously it's a response, right? But I think it's like saying it's possible.
Face off.
Bottom line is, I think that everything's possible, and I think Shakur seeing that his light at his tunnel with all these people not wanting to fight him, Keyshawn's on the rise, right? Why not just get this energy out there and let's see what happens? And I'm not saying for them to. I'm saying to trigger other fights in the.
It's not happening because of the simple fact is, like, if it did happen, it wouldn't even be authentic. Like they you know what I'm saying? They're not gonna go in there and try to kill each other. So listen, them both knowing that you can't. Like they look at each other like brothers, right? They're very close. How can they go in there and try to just, you know what I'm saying, cause harm to each other like that? It ain't gonna happen because it wouldn't even be authentic.
I mean,
it wouldn't be authentic. Literally equivalent to Jamel and Jamal Charlo fighting. Like I think it's literally equivalent.
I think Jamel and Jamal. I think Jamel would try to go in there and cause harm to Jamal. I think Jamal would be like, timid, like, nah, I don't want to hurt my brother. Right. Because you know how Jamel is. Jamel is like that.
Jamel got an ego. He might want to prove something for real.
Yeah, Jamel is different.
But I'm looking at it in the sense of, right, Bud and Sean Porter said they'll never fight. They were cool. They've been boys for a long time. They were like brothers, right?
Nah. They were
not the same at all, bro.
Nah, that's not the same. They was cool. Like they was cordial. Like they would talk to each other every now and then. They were more cordial. They were never like
they were in Olympic training together. They were everything. They did everything together as kids, man. They grew up.
No, they didn't. Sean Porter did not grow up together.
Nah, listen. No, they did not grow up together. They just competed with each other at a young age. They didn't grow up with each other. They just competed in the same amateurs and the same
junior Olympics together, man.
All right, but listen. Okay, listen, bro. Keyshawn Davis and Shakur Stevenson. Keyshawn gives Shakur Stevenson, like he's basically saying Shakur saved his life. He was on suicidal watch, bro. This kid was 14 years old, had nobody, lived with Shakur. They cried. You know what I mean? Keyshawn has cried on Shakur's and lived with him in Alexandria, Virginia, bro. Their bond is way different than just like friendly. Like what you're talking about is kind of like what Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney might have had at one point in time, or maybe like Edgar Berlanga and Shakur had when you see them in the videos together. Like those are the kind of like we're in the Olympics, we're in the amateurs together, we're competing. We've shared a hotel room here and there as we've competed. What you're talking about with Shakur and Keyshawn is legitimate, like emotional ties.
Okay, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. I don't know, man. Listen, you know, I got the inside scoop on that whole Alexandria, on that whole thing. You know this, Clay, and I can tell you right now, there's more than meets the eye on that that's being released. Man, I'm not trying to get that right because it's not my business, huh?
What are you talking about right now? So you're basically saying they don't have a relationship like that? That's hype?
They are close, but
what are you talking about?
He wasn't with them. Like you're saying, like they was with each other like since they was like 6-7 years old. They
did I say that, Keon?
No, I'm saying you.
No.
You did say that. I didn't say you said
They've been close since they was like Shakur just said. They've been close since they was like 13 years. Like that's when they got really close. Man, like 13 years old. Exactly. So I mean, come on, bro. That's a long time.
So let's clear the air because
like Keyshawn used to stay with him. Keyshawn lived with him in the same household.
Listen, okay, I'm gonna go double check that.
This is the truth.
Because I'm taking this up. This is the truth. He took him in. He lived with him.
All right. So I'm gonna call my cousin and I'm gonna find out for sure because you know she was there.
Don't know better than Keyshawn and Shakur. No.
What do you mean she don't know? She was there when Keyshawn came to the gym with Coach Kevin. What are you talking about?
Was he living with them though?
Was Shakur living with them? No. I'm gonna tell you.
So he knows what he saw in the gym. He doesn't know what they did outside the gym.
Because I know that what's his name's mom brought him to that gym. And got him trained, and she pulled him away from
right
Coach.
now. We're talking about
listen. I know for a fact that he pulled him away. I know that she took all the Davis boys away from that gym. I know all of it.
But you're on the gym. You're stuck on gym talk.
Right.
We're talking about in a house living together.
Shakur's mom lived with Mosey and all them too. All the brothers lived there. They were all there together. They were all there together.
Okay, so I just want to go on record. They're lying. Let's go on record. That's what you're saying, right?
Who's lying?
Shakur and Keyshawn is lying.
I didn't say. Hold on. See, again, you're.
I want to be clear. This is what they said. And
no one's lying.
That's not what it is.
I'm not telling you no one's lying.
You're saying that's not what it is. We're quoting what they said.
No. See, you're conflating the conversation, Clay. What I'm trying to explain to you is.
Go ahead.
No, it ain't no go ahead. Listen, man. First of all, I didn't say they was together at 9, like they grew up at 9. What I said is you're saying it like they've been together at 9. I know you said 14. Let's be clear. Then you kind of threw that out there and got people in the chat like he said he was 14. I know you said he was 14. That's not what I said. Then I said to you that you're telling me that when his mom brought Keyshawn and the brothers over to Coach K, when they all went over to Camara, right, over at that gym, that they was living with Shakur? No, they weren't. That's what I'm telling you. I didn't say that they didn't have a time where they lived together or maybe he stayed there or whatever the case may be. I don't know that part of their lives. I didn't dissect that. I never asked those questions. What I'm telling you is that there's a history of them outside of each other and how they all met and how they became one or whatever, how they became boys. I told you there's other people in that picture too. Just like all of them traveled up to freaking Maryland and then they went and battled over in Cleveland, Ohio together and made those fights happen. I know about all that. I don't go around saying that. I'm not trying to put it out there, but I'm just saying to you that I know certain things that happened and didn't happen. Yes, they're going to say things because they're like boys. Yo, they were together. You have best friends that you stayed at their house multiple times. Maybe the summers, that's where you spent your summers. It is what it is. I'm not saying that didn't happen, but to say that they grew up like brothers in the same household for like 3, 4, 5 years, that didn't happen.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that, Ray. Nobody said that, Ray. We said that they've lived together. They've lived together for a while. Nobody said that they grew up in the same household. You made that up.
Right. You're adding stuff to
it. Live together mean? Break it down.
Bro, I don't know. You tell us what it means because I know what we're saying.
No, you said it. So
no, and I said what I said. You said what you said. I'm telling you. What I'm telling you is. What I'm telling you is the relationship that they built with each other from living with each other, that they've articulated in separate interviews and together, built a bond between them that is brotherly. You're trying to say that it's not that serious. you're dismissing it
No, I
as
did not say
it's
that
not
either.
as serious because you're adding all types of 5 years and I'm saying it as if they were together ever since they were 6 years old, and you're trying to make it sound like we're inflating. You're trying to make it sound like we're inflating. No, you're saying that we're inflating this into something bigger than what it is.
You're taking my conversation and inflating it, is what I said. I didn't say that you're changing. I said what I responded with, you're building it up bigger than what it was.
All right.
That's all I'm saying. That's not, you see, there you go. You move the needle a little bit.
I didn't move it nowhere.
Yes, you did, because you just said that I'm saying you're saying something I didn't.
Yo, listen, Ray, when you sit here, Ray, when you sit here and you say the way I'm saying it is as if they were together ever since they were 6, and then you say that the way I'm saying it is as if they lived with each other for 3 to 5 years, and I didn't say they lived together for 3 to 5 years. I didn't say they were together since they were 6. I said they were together at 13, 14 years old, that they've known each other that long. I didn't even say they lived with each other that long. I said that they've known each other since 13, 14 years old. Keon said they lived with each other. Then you added on the whole entire 3 to 5 years and the 6 years old. That's you basically saying, when you're saying that we're saying it as if they were together ever since they were 6 and that they lived with each other from 3 to 5 years, you're making it sound like the way we're saying it is inflating it into what it really isn't, because you're adding to it. If you're adding to it, you're making it bigger, but you're not saying you're making it bigger. You're saying we're making it bigger.
I'm saying you're making my points bigger, not what you're saying. So I'm changing, and when you're battling me back on what I'm
musical, saying, doesn't it? Doesn't it screen rewind? It does, doesn't it?
Yeah, it do. Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, we'll watch it back.
This is a unique opportunity, because me and him have had conversations like this, and I've always told Ray that I've always wished there was a recorder in the room, and how unique it is that we have one right now.
And we got an audience. We got an audience. So absolutely.
I mean, the audience is calling out for what it is. So, but the rewind button is definitely there.
You're right. Absolutely, man. Like I said.
But I mean, at the end of the day, man, they can fight each other, but it won't be authentic. It won't be authentic. They're not going. Neither one of them are going to have that killer instinct and want to hurt one another. That's what boxing is about. Like, you got to have that, aggression towards your opponent to where you want to hurt them, and neither one of them is going to have. Of course, it's a different style. We know that Shakur is a pure boxer. Keyshawn is more of an aggressive, somebody that's going to come to fight you and box at the same time. But he's not going to want to, hurt Shakur, and Shakur not going to want to do nothing to hurt him. So it wouldn't be real. Like, to me, it wouldn't be authentic. And plus, on top of all of that, they've sparred hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of rounds against each other. They know each other like a book. Like, it wouldn't be nothing to watch. All it is people started this. You know where this shit started at? Come on, we all know where it started at. When it started because everybody wants to see Gervonta Tank Davis face the top fighters, and then everybody started deflecting. Well, Shakur and Keyshawn need to fight. Shakur and Keyshawn need to fight. That's where all this shit started at, to take the light off what Tank Davis should be doing.
You're right.
That's just what it is.
Go in the chat right now.
And I'll be honest with you and say that if they did get in the ring and they swing on each other, once the contact happens, I think the fight gets real. I think the boxing takes over at the end of the day, and I think they know that. I think that's the whole point to it, right? The whole point is, after the fight, what's our relationship going to look like? After the fight, what are we going to become? And they're not willing to throw that away, because that is more valuable to them than what would happen during the fight or the money that was going to be made. Now, listen, Andre kept it 100. Andre feels the same way a lot of other people feel. Like, hey, bro, you can fight a friend. You can fight, somebody who you consider a brother if it's the highest payday. So he basically was letting them know, like, based off the highest payday, are you still going to walk away from this when the highest payday of your life, that's life-changing money, is on the table? Are you going to walk away from it? And then, look, Shakur had to keep it real. You seen his face. Shakur had to keep it real. And I know if anybody, in my opinion, would break that brotherly bond to make that money, it'd probably be Shakur, because he is very motivated and has a lot of has a lot of ambition when it comes to his career.
I think it'd be Keyshawn. I think it'd definitely be Key, because if you watch both of their interviews, right? I don't know if y'all noticed this, right? And when you hear Shakur talk about Keyshawn, it's like he's constantly praising Keyshawn. You know, Keyshawn this and Keyshawn that and Keyshawn this and Keyshawn that. When you hear them ask Keyshawn about Shakur, he kind of like, yeah, but I ain't been trying to talk about Shakur right now. This is about me. You know, I'm this and I'm that and I'm this. And he recently, even in the recent interview with what's the MMA guy that he just did the interview with? Ariel Hawani. Even in the recent Ariel Hawani, Ariel tried to like ask him about Shakur, and he was kind of like, I don't want to talk about no Shakur.
So to my point, okay, and this before I was like, y'all beat me up and jumped me in the alleyway. I was saying that I think they were doing this to maybe get other fights to get in the way. Like basically, sometimes when you throw things out there and you say you're going to do something, sometimes other people jump in the way to get in the middle. We've seen this happen multiple times, right? Because they might be like, yo, this might be a smart move. Why don't we go at each other and see who wants to get in the middle to try to get in the way of us instead of we really fighting each other? Because I think y'all right. I don't think they want to fight each other. But I think it is a tactic that they can use to actually probably get other fights to happen.
I mean, if they offer him a lot of money, I think that I would think that they should sit down and say, look, man, we got to go get this bag together. But these are all hypotheticals, right? Is anybody saying we want Keyshawn and we want Keyshawn and Shakur to fight? Here's an offer. This is how much money we gonna offer y'all. If they offering them $40-50 million, I'll say, yeah, well, why would y'all turn that down right now? You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, you got to still look at it. Both of them are saying the exact same thing. It ain't like one fighter is saying, well, it's up to him. Both of them are saying, no, we're not fighting each other. Like, that's my brother. Like, no, we won't do that shit. We'll fight behind the scenes. Like, we'll spar and make people pay to see it, but we're not fighting each other in the ring like that. So if they both saying it, I don't know why we keep, just pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. Like,
line, dog. You know what it is, Key. And I'll be honest with you, I 100% agree. And I'm gonna step off of this because I don't want to fight my brother Clay, especially in front of the world. You know what I mean? That's something we do behind scenes. Even though what? I said that's what we do behind the scenes. That's not something we do in front of the world. You know what I mean?
Arguing?
But yeah, it's a big brother. It's a big brother respect I have for Clay. He knows that.
It is what it is.
He yell at me all the time. Don't worry about it.
I'm not tripping. You know damn well I ain't tripping. But
I know you're not tripping. I'm just telling the world the truth, man. We not fighting in front of nobody. We spar on.
At the end of the day, the fight would be interesting. Very competitive fight. I'd love to see it, by the way. But you do get to a point to where you just have to respect, like Keon said, if it's not going to be authentic and not a real fight, I don't want to see it. You know what I mean? And they're going to go over there with all this reservation on fighting each other and the build up, and they're not going to want to talk crazy to each other. They're not going to want to put this fight. They've talked about, you want us to we'll put headgear on and 16-ounce gloves and give you guys a good sparring match. They are telling you in every way that they can that they're not interested in the fight happening. And I'm a big proponent of, I want to see people fight each other that want to fight each other. If you don't want to fight the dude, that's why as soon as Tank even said he don't want to fight Shakur and them, I don't really have that interest in seeing that fight as much as before. When Tank and Devin got into that, I didn't have no interest in seeing it, bro, because I'm not here to push you guys to do something you don't want to do. I don't care about it that much. But if Keyshawn and Shakur decide that they would fight, I'm right on board. I think that fight is going to be crazy. It's going to be a high-level fight.
And to send the contract, I think they just saying, okay, you keep asking us the same shit. Well, then put an offer out there. Send the contract, and then y'all will see. Then everybody will see what's up. Like, what else do you want us to say? We didn't talk about this same shit 20,000 times.
Right.
You right.
But that would be diabolical if Turkey. I think if Turkey would have sit up in there and offered them $50 million to fight each other, I'm like, damn, Turkey, you kind of like sadistic a little bit, like you a little sick in the head, right? Like that's like me walking up into a house, seeing two brothers, and be like, I want y'all to fight each other. And they'd be like, nah, we brothers, I'll never fight each other. I'm like, what if I give you 10,000 a piece? And I get these two brothers to fight each other and they enemies for life for putting knots on top of each other's head. That'd be kind of diabolical, Turkey.
Yeah, that's crazy work.
But I watch it though. Turkey, I'd watch it. So if you plan on doing that, if that's what you plan on doing, dog.
Yo, that's crazy.
I'm here for it, baby. I'm here for it. Hey, man, salute to everybody in the building. We've been going on damn near 5 hours. It was a great show, though, man. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Keon. Every time you come up here, you're welcome up here. It's always a pleasure to have you up here. I mean that authentically, bro. You like a OG in this game in multiple ways. Your content is always on point, bro. And just you being on the panel up here building, man, it looks good on the kid. You know what I mean? It's a good look for the kid. You know what I mean?
Nah, man, I love, like I always say, man, I love y'all show, man. It's real boxing conversations that we can actually, you know, cook and build, man. I love the show.
Man, thank you, man. Salute to you, man. Salute to everybody in the building. Yeah. Thank you guys, man. Look, we got one more show tomorrow in the bag, and then we gonna see each other on Saturday, man. We're gonna see each other on Saturday on the big show. You guys don't be late, you know what I'm saying? What does Coach Malachi say? Don't meet me there, beat me there.
Meet me there, right. Absolutely. Yeah, man.
Go ahead, Ray. You know you always want to close it out. Leave him with some inspirational words before
Yeah, man. Listen. For me, no, I'm just kidding. So listen, at the end of the day,
he doesn't. But I be trying to tell him to make a channel, musical. I be telling him that, bro.
No, man, listen,
crazy, bro.
I don't have time to be daddling and doodling and
whatever, man. Whatever,
you know what I mean? Clay do all that. Clay smart. I'm not that smart. I'll go to school. I went to school to work overnight, so I don't have time like that. But at the end of the day, man, in all due respect. You know what I mean? This is what it's all about, is boxing and you know what I mean, the things that go on. The world changes, right? Just like boxing, everything changes daily. So we don't know what we're going to get. So we have to be patient. We have to wait for things to really be brought to fruition and instead of assuming. Sometimes we can speculate because things already point to the right thing. But at the end of the day, let's be patient. You know what I mean? Let's take it for what it is. You know what I mean? Let's not jump into the fire before we get burned. And let's just sit there and watch things develop. When they develop, it's more satisfying. So on that note,
at this point,
we want to be on the point. At this point,
I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they want to come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation, now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Swatting all black like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. I ain't make it this far for myself, yeah. I had to prove to everybody else, I had to set them straight, yeah. I had to ball, so I had to renovate. I know they hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah. I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment. I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly. I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate.